Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to Audiobook Dynasty. If you want early access and even more parts for free, make sure to join me on Patreon.
Chapter 1, The Truck-Kun and the Goddess. It was a day like any other. The fluorescent lights buzzed lazily above, mixing with the half-hearted drone of a history lecture. Kyle sat in the second row by the window, the perfect spot for zoning out, watching clouds, and pretending not to exist. He wasn't asleep. Not really. Just cruising at low brain power. Kyle Harrington. His head snapped up like someone had yanked a string. The teacher's voice cut through the fog in his brain, sharp, tired, and one more late submission away from early retirement. Present. Kyle blurted, louder than necessary. A few snickers broke the stillness. Mark, his desk mate and unofficial co-conspirator in classroom apathy, leaned over. Dude, you drooled on your book. Kyle glanced down. Sure enough, a sizable wet patch soaked the corner of Introduction to World History. He flipped the page like it had betrayed him and muttered, maybe it's evolving. The teacher didn't even look up. Unless you want to repeat this class next year, Mr. Harrington, I'd suggest staying conscious. Kyle gave a half-hearted nod and pretended to jot notes. Really, he was sketching out fantasy RPG classes in the margins of his notebook. Battle Bard, Pyro Chef, Goose Whisperer. Goose Whisperer, he thought with a grin, would absolutely be overpowered. When the bell finally rang, Mark was already halfway out the door. Park 4:30. Don't bail this time. Can't, Kyle said, slinging his bag over one shoulder. Promised Grandma I'd help in the greenhouse. Grandpa's trying to grow orange-flavored tomatoes again. Mark gave him a blank look. You're skipping hoops for mutant fruit. Kyle just shrugged. Family comes first, man. Mark shook his head dramatically. You're basically 70. But Kyle didn't mind. His life wasn't flashy. It was quiet, grounded, the kind of life where mornings started with herbal tea and ended with the scent of fresh soil. Raised by his grandparents, his world was full of greenhouse tools, weird jam recipes, and unconditional love. It wasn't exciting, but it mattered. That was enough. By the time Kyle stepped off the bus, the sun had started its slow descent. He walked with his earbuds in, humming along to a lo-fi remix of anime openings. The sidewalk still radiated heat, and the cicadas were deep into their evening chorus. As he reached the intersection near his neighborhood, something caught his eye, a faint flicker of light on the pavement. Not a reflection. It shimmered like glitched pixels from an old game. He slowed. That's weird. A low rumble rolled through the air. He turned. Truyuk. A white delivery truck tore around the corner, way too fast. Sunlight glinted off the windshield just long enough for Kyle to see his own reflection. There was no time to move. Just a flash of white. And death. Silence was all Kyle felt. Then, a gentle chime. Ding. Loading, afterlife. Please wait. Kyle groaned as his senses flickered back. Sort of. He wasn't lying in the street. He wasn't even on Earth. He stood or maybe floated inside a vast palace made of translucent stone that glowed softly like moonlight on water. The air shimmered. Scrolls floated lazily above him. An ornate teapot poured itself endlessly into an empty cup. And a painting of a unicorn in sunglasses glared at him like it knew all his secrets. Okay, Kyle muttered, glancing around. What the hell is this? A burst of static rang out, followed by choir music that sounded like it had been recorded in a broken blender. A radiant figure flickered into view. She looked like a high-tier NPC from a fantasy game, flowing robes traced with glowing runes, hair that floated as if underwater, and eyes like swirling galaxies. But the effect was slightly ruined by her frazzled expression and the not-so-quiet muttering about soul quotas and cosmic scheduling errors. Kyle said, hi. She jumped. Oh, you're awake? Right. Okay. She cleared her throat. Welcome, mortal soul, to the sacred domain of transitional souls. Kyle blinked. That name kinda sucks. The woman sighed. I know. I didn't come up with it. She composed herself again. I am Altheria, goddess of balance and administrator of Earth's reincarnation system. And I regret to inform you that you are, unfortunately, dead. He stared. You serious? Very. Because of a truck. Truck-kun, she said solemnly. He blinked. What? It's a thing. Cosmic meme. Long story. She waved her hand dismissively. You weren't supposed to die for another 62 years, so, this is awkward. Kyle's voice dropped, softer now. What about my grandparents? Altheria's proud tone faltered. She stepped forward, her expression gentler. They'll be okay. Kyle didn't answer, just kept looking at her, jaw tight. We've already assigned them a karmic guardian, she added. They won't be left alone. And there's a lottery ticket coming their way. It won't fix everything, but it'll help. He lowered his head. They raised me. I was all they had. There was a pause. They'll grieve, she said quietly, but their path won't be empty. You mattered. That won't fade. Kyle stayed silent for a moment, then let out a breath and nodded. Altheria seemed to take that as her cue to brighten up. Now, as part of our cosmic compensation plan, you're eligible for a high-tier reincarnation package. Magic, swords, dragons, system interface, the whole premium experience. You'll even get a random overpowered skill. Kyle blinked. You're offering me an ice guy with bonuses. He gave a short laugh. This day was so dumb, it's looping back to awesome. Great, she clapped. Just step through the portal when you're ready. A swirling golden portal materialized behind her. Kyle took one step toward it. Then something nudged his shoe. He looked down. A small black cube barely the size of a die sat on the floor. The moment he touched it, it blinked. Violet light pulsed from its surface. It launched upward and struck his chest. Wub wub wub. Kyle reeled back. The cube melted into his skin, symbols flaring across his chest before vanishing. The portal behind him flickered, the soft gold twisting into violent violet. Altheria's eyes widened in horror. No, 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 no. That wasn't supposed to be here. Kyle felt it then, a pull. Not physical, but deep, soul deep. Something was dragging him toward the portal, fast. What the hell did I just touch? That's a fate-level artifact, she shouted. You weren't authorized for that. His expression turned panicked. Well, you didn't exactly put up a sign. That cube, it holds ancient abilities, thousands of them, from lost realms? I don't even know everything it can do. Kyle staggered as the force pulling him grew stronger. Then get it out of me. I can't. It's bound to your soul now. You triggered a full override. She hurled a binding spell at the portal, but it shattered instantly. Her face twisted in frustration. I searched 12 epochs for that thing. Whole civilizations crumbled while I kept it hidden. And now you? She cut herself off, overwhelmed. Kyle was halfway through the portal now, the light turning blinding. What kind of world is it sending me to? Altheria looked helpless. I don't know. Then everything exploded into white. Chapter 2, Runaway System Gets Hijacked Midway. Altheria, the goddess of balance, stood frozen in silence, staring at the space where the mortal had vanished. The portal had closed. The light had faded. And with it, so had her chance. Her arms slowly lowered as the weight of what had just happened sank in, settling into her chest like a cosmic curse. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She wasn't just frustrated. She was devastated. All she had wanted was to correct a simple mistake, a premature death. It was supposed to be routine. A basic reincarnation. Handled cleanly, quietly, within her private domain. She never imagined her kindness would cost her everything. At $, at hashtag and, she snarled, spitting an ancient curse in a language so old that mortal minds couldn't survive hearing it. Her fingers cut through the air, and glowing strands of causality shimmered into view. Threads of fate, tangled but traceable until now. She began chanting softly, drawing sacred sigils as she followed the connection between herself and the soul she just tried to help. For a moment, the spell held. Then her body jerked, and she doubled over, coughing violently. A spray of golden blood splattered against the marble-like floor. Ah, she gasped, her knees hitting the ground. Her divine body trembled as the spell shattered. Her breath came short and ragged. She had tried to trace him, but he was gone. He's no longer in this realm, she whispered. He's crossed into another dimensional layer, beyond my reach. The realization struck like a blade to the soul. Tears blurred her vision, not from physical pain, but from crushing loss. Because that artifact, that cube, wasn't just some trinket sealed in her vault. It had been her future. A fate-level artifact. One of the relics from the divine era, forged in the law forges. Inside it were thousands of forgotten skills, magical constructs, lost systems, and divine-class weapon blueprints, entire frameworks of power no longer easily found. It had the potential to change the fate of worlds. More importantly, it could have changed hers. A tool powerful enough to elevate her, a minor goddess, overlooked and overburdened, into the ranks of the higher pantheon. To free her from soulstream management and timeline corrections. To finally step above her role as a low-tier caretaker of cosmic leftovers. And now it was gone. Accidentally absorbed by a mortal teenager, who had probably never even cleared a gotcha banner in his life. She slumped onto a nearby floating cushion that hovered over instinctively, as if offering pity. Her hair fell over her face, hiding the trembling in her jaw. I'm just a mid-tier goddess, she muttered, then swallowed hard. I've cleaned entropy leaks, patched paradoxes, and untangled causal webs older than some galaxies. That artifact was my one chance to escape this cosmic dead end. Silence answered her. She looked up again, staring into the void beyond her chamber, the endless veil of divine law and starlight. I just hope wherever he landed, it doesn't cause ripples, she murmured. If the higher order learns a fate-class relic slipped out of containment, and that I let it happen. She trailed off. The consequences didn't need to be spoken aloud. With trembling hands, she pulled up her divine console and opened the reincarnation queue. The interface pulsed quietly, waiting for instruction. Her gaze hardened. No more personal space transfers, she said coldly. From now on, everyone gets the default package. No system, no traits, no divine perks. She hovered over the console's seal commands. And I'm sealing my vault. The stars above her dimmed, the divine palace falling into quiet stillness. But Altheria didn't know the full truth. The boy hadn't landed in any realm governed by her or her superiors. He had fallen into a place entirely outside the reach of the gods. Kyle felt like a feather caught in an endless breeze, drifting without purpose through a vast and silent dark. He was aware, but only barely. Just fragments of thought, flickers of memory. A glowing woman. A flash of violet light. A single, quiet realization. He died. After forcibly changing his destination, the artifact bound to him had grown unstable. When Altheria tried to trace him through a causal link, it resisted, and in doing so, flung Kyle even further off course. Now unanchored, his soul was drifting faster than light, slipping through dimensions without destination or guidance. From an outside perspective, it might have looked like a fragile wisp of light vanishing into the void, a flicker no greater than dust, lost to the dark. And then, he crossed a boundary. Kyle passed through it like mist, unaware, unconscious, still drifting. His soul flickered weakly, and during that time, faint blue light shimmered before him, a familiar interface blinking to life. System activated. Initialization complete. Soul-only form detected. Establishing link. Connection established. Warning, host spiritual level critically low. Initiating hidden protocols. Error, permission denied. Insufficient administrative rights. Maximum survival functions activated. Then, somewhere far beyond what could be mapped or named, something stirred. It was unseen. Unfelt. A wonder that did not pulse like energy or radiate like divinity. It simply was. It did not move. It arrived like a fact that had always been true but was only just noticed. Black and gold. Silent and watching. It made no sound, cast no shadow, and yet, as it shifted, the void itself recoiled. And now, it moved. In an instant, it was there. Before Kyle. Hovering. And then, it merged. No resistance. No violence. It simply became part of him like it had always belonged there. Kyle, still barely conscious, couldn't react. But the system could. And it did. Alert, unrecognized entity contact. Threat classification, unknown. Parsing intent. Parsing failed. Warning, core interference detected. Attempting emergency quarantine. Quarantine failed. Security breach in framework protocols. Authority source, undefined. Attempting self-destruction. Self-destruction failed. The interface began to glitch. Once blue light flickered with veins of shadow, and code unraveled before Kyle's dim vision. The presence wasn't just merging, it was rewriting. Ding. Host soul synchronization at 0.004%. Stabilizing. Compatibility, adapting. Original framework compromised. Legacy system shutting down. The screen went dark. Letters reappeared, no longer blue, but glowing gold against a black backdrop. For several moments, there was nothing but stillness. Then, system online. Kyle, floating on the edge of awareness, could barely make sense of it all. The golden letters flickered softly before him like a quiet joke whispered by the universe. And with the last thought he could muster, he muttered in his fading mind. Did the universe just play a prank on me? Then, darkness swallowed him whole. Chapter 2, Runaway System Gets Hijacked Midway. Altheria, the goddess of balance, stood frozen in silence, staring at the space where the mortal had vanished. The portal had closed. The light had faded. And with it, so had her chance. Her arms slowly lowered as the weight of what had just happened sank in, settling into her chest like a cosmic curse. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She wasn't just frustrated. She was devastated. All she had wanted was to correct a simple mistake, a premature death. It was supposed to be routine. A basic reincarnation. Handled cleanly, quietly, within her private domain. She never imagined her kindness would cost her everything. At $, at hashtag and, she snarled, spitting an ancient curse in a language so old that mortal minds couldn't survive hearing it. Her fingers cut through the air, and glowing strands of causality shimmered into view. Threads of fate, tangled but traceable until now. She began chanting softly, drawing sacred sigils as she followed the connection between herself and the soul she just tried to help. For a moment, the spell held. Then her body jerked, and she doubled over, coughing violently. A spray of golden blood splattered against the marble-like floor. Ah, she gasped, her knees hitting the ground. Her divine body trembled as the spell shattered. Her breath came short and ragged. She had tried to trace him, but he was gone. He's no longer in this realm, she whispered. He's crossed into another dimensional layer, beyond my reach. The realization struck like a blade to the soul. Tears blurred her vision, not from physical pain, but from crushing loss. Because that artifact, that cube, wasn't just some trinket sealed in her vault. It had been her future. A fate-level artifact. One of the relics from the divine era. Forged in the law forges. Inside it were thousands of forgotten skills, magical constructs, lost systems, and divine-class weapon blueprints, entire frameworks of power no longer easily found. It had the potential to change the fate of worlds. More importantly, it could have changed hers. A tool powerful enough to elevate her, a minor goddess, overlooked and overburdened, into the ranks of the higher pantheon. To free her from soulstream management and timeline corrections. To finally step above her role as a low-tier caretaker of cosmic leftovers. And now it was gone. Accidentally absorbed by a mortal teenager, who had probably never even cleared a gotcha banner in his life. She slumped onto a nearby floating cushion that hovered over instinctively, as if offering pity. Her hair fell over her face, hiding the trembling in her jaw. I'm just a mid-tier goddess, she muttered, then swallowed hard. I've cleaned entropy leaks, patched paradoxes, and untangled causal webs older than some galaxies. That artifact was my one chance to escape this cosmic dead end. Silence answered her. She looked up again, staring into the void beyond her chamber, the endless veil of divine law and starlight. I just hope wherever he landed, it doesn't cause ripples, she murmured. If the higher order learns a fate-class relic slipped out of containment, and that I let it happen. She trailed off. The consequences didn't need to be spoken aloud. With trembling hands, she pulled up her divine console and opened the reincarnation queue. The interface pulsed quietly, waiting for instruction. Her gaze hardened. No more personal space transfers, she said coldly. From now on, everyone gets the default package. No system. No traits. No divine perks. She hovered over the console's seal commands. And I'm sealing my vault. The stars above her dimmed, the divine palace falling into quiet stillness. But Altheria didn't know the full truth. The boy hadn't landed in any realm governed by her or her superiors. He had fallen into a place entirely outside the reach of the gods. Kyle felt like a feather caught in an endless breeze, drifting without purpose through a vast and silent dark. He was aware but only barely. Just fragments of thought, flickers of memory. A glowing woman. A flash of violet light. A single, quiet realization. He died. After forcibly changing his destination, the artifact bound to him had grown unstable. When Altheria tried to trace him through a causal link, it resisted, and in doing so, flung Kyle even further off course. Now unanchored, his soul was drifting faster than light, slipping through dimensions without destination or guidance. From an outside perspective, it might have looked like a fragile wisp of light vanishing into the void, a flicker no greater than dust, lost to the dark. And then, he crossed a boundary. Kyle passed through it like mist, unaware, unconscious, still drifting. His soul flickered weakly, and during that time, faint blue light shimmered before him, a familiar interface blinking to life. System activated. Initialization complete. Soul-only form detected. Establishing link. Connection established. Warning, host spiritual level critically low. Initiating hidden protocols. Error, permission denied. Insufficient administrative rights. Maximum survival functions activated. Then, somewhere far beyond what could be mapped or named, something stirred. It was unseen. Unfelt. A wonder that did not pulse like energy or radiate like divinity. It simply was. It did not move. It arrived like a fact that had always been true but was only just noticed. Black and gold. Silent and watching. It made no sound, cast no shadow, and yet, as it shifted, the void itself recoiled. And now, it moved. In an instant, it was there. Before Kyle. Hovering. And then, it merged. No resistance. No violence. It simply became part of him like it had always belonged there. Kyle, still barely conscious, couldn't react. But the system could. And it did. Alert, unrecognized entity contact. Threat classification, unknown. Parsing intent. Parsing failed. Warning, core interference detected. Attempting emergency quarantine. Quarantine failed. Security breach in framework protocols. Authority source, undefined. Attempting self-destruction. Self-destruction failed. The interface began to glitch. Once blue light flickered with veins of shadow, and code unraveled before Kyle's dim vision. The presence wasn't just merging, it was rewriting. Ding. Host soul synchronization at 0.004%. Stabilizing. Compatibility, adapting. Original framework compromised. Legacy system shutting down. The screen went dark. Letters reappeared, no longer blue, but glowing gold against a black backdrop. For several moments, there was nothing but stillness. Then, system online. Kyle, floating on the edge of awareness, could barely make sense of it all. The golden letters flickered softly before him like a quiet joke whispered by the universe. And with the last thought he could muster, he muttered in his fading mind. Did the universe just play a prank on me? Then, darkness swallowed him whole. Chapter 3, Yuxian. Eternal Star Heavenly World. Yu-Clan's domain, Yu-Clan ancestral grounds. In the vast lands beneath the heavens, few names carried more weight or pride than the Yu-Clan. Rulers of the prosperous and spiritually rich domain, the Yu-Clan's influence stretched across floating cities, mountain-sized sects, and valleys older than most bloodlines. Their sacred lands were protected by ancient formations, divine beast wards, and one particularly irritable sword spirit sealed under the lotus lake that grumbled during full moons. Immortal towers speared the clouds. Cranes with gold-tipped wings soared across lakes filled with starlight. Even the moss glowed with spiritual energy, though no one had ever asked it why. And yet, for all this glory, today, the entire estate held its breath. Because someone was being born. And not just anyone. Inside the innermost sanctum of the Patriarch's residence, protected by 9 layers of immortal arrays, stood rows of robed elders, their expressions calm, their spiritual senses honed like blades. Grand elders from both the Yu and Huan clans had emerged from decades of seclusion to be here. And when grand elders left seclusion, it usually meant one of two things: someone was dying, or someone was being born who might terrify the heavens. Within the chamber, elderly female cultivators moved with quiet grace. Though their hair was silver and their faces lined with time, their eyes shimmered the kind of gaze that made young cultivators freeze on spot. At the center of it all lay Huan Lianhua, matriarch of the Huan clan and current participant in the world's most painful tribulation. She looked to be in her late 20s, though she hadn't aged in centuries. Her hair was pinned into a flawless updo, cascading like moonlight, held by silver petals that floated as if they were part of some aesthetic formation, which, in fact, they were. Because let's be honest, no matter the realm, aesthetics mattered. Despite the sweat dotting her brow, her posture remained composed. Her cultivation held firm, even as waves of pain crashed through her. It won't be long now, one elder said softly. You've been saying that for 10 breaths, Lianhua hissed, her illusion-wreathed eyes narrowing. The elder only smiled serenely. Time flows differently when one cultivates patience. Oh, I'll cultivate your patience into the dirt. But her retort was drowned by a sharp cry, not hers. A baby had entered the world. The attending elder gently caught the newborn and there was a pause. He's not crying, someone noted quietly. The Grand Elder Huan Nana, also called by children as Great Granny, smiled warmly as she looked at the boy. Despite her white hair and gentle wrinkles, her presence exuded immortal calm, the kind that made divine beasts sit still and temperamental cultivators lower their heads. She took the baby gently, narrowed her eyes, and gave him a light but perfectly calibrated spiritual tap on the rear. Wah! There we go, she nodded. First lesson, cry loud enough to shake the world. Outside, the elders perked up slightly. Though none dared to use divine sense, etiquette still mattered more than a few exchanged looks. Stronger lungs than fifth elder's disciple, someone whispered. It was unclear if it was a compliment. Inside, Nana passed the now bawling newborn to Lianhua. Despite the exhaustion of labor, she remained regal, eyes softening as she gazed down at the child. He blinked up at her, alert, oddly focused, and grasped her finger with a grip that made her eyebrows rise. He's got my hand strength, she murmured. Definitely not mine, came a voice from the now unsealing doorway. The spiritual seals peeled away like mist as Yu Changming, patriarch of the Yu clan, stepped inside. Clad in flowing robes embroidered with golden dragons and constellations, his presence was like standing before a tranquil sea, one that could turn into a tidal wave if provoked. His long black hair faded into silver at the tips, his obsidian eyes unreadable, but his gaze softened as it landed on his wife and child. There was, however, one long-standing issue with Yu Changming. He was too handsome. Many young maidens of the domain still hadn't forgiven the universe for letting him marry someone else. It had once caused a sect-wide civil war during his youth. A minor one, but still. He's beautiful, Lian, he said, walking forward with a rare softness in his voice. Lianhua gave him a tired side glare, noting the grand elders watching intently. If you say that again in public, be ready to be thrown out. He chuckled. And wisely didn't push his luck. The elders and grand elders filed in with respectful bows. A few pretended not to smile, while one muttered, if he inherits both their tempers, we're all doomed. Then, something shifted. The baby nestled into Lianhua's arms. His breathing calmed. His hand opened, then closed around her finger again, this time pulsing with something unmistakable. A soundless vibration passed through the chamber. A gentle hum, like a bell ringing in the soul, which calmed the souls present in the room. Everyone felt astonished. But after few moments, spiritual light quivered, and the protective formations flickered, not in instability, but in recognition. Several elders stiffened. The grand elders and Yu Changming's eyes narrowed slightly. It was not qi, not divine intent. It was soul resonance. One that is usually achieved when an ordinary cultivator reaches soul-nurturing realm ready to comprehend laws. The child's very existence stirred the laws of the room. He hadn't taken a breath as a cultivator. And yet, the world had already responded to his presence. No one said anything aloud. But everyone in that room felt it deep in their core. This child was not ordinary. And a monstrous genius is born in their clan. While the spiritual resonance still lingered faintly in the air, the chamber door creaked open once again, not with urgency, but with the soft insistence of someone who didn't care about all the immortal protocol outside. A tiny figure toddled in. She was no more than 3 years old, dressed in a cloud-patterned robe 2 sizes big, and wore the expression of someone ready to nap or conquer the world depending on which snack she'd had last. This was Yu Lingluo, the adopted daughter of Yu Changming and Huan Lianhua. 3 years ago, during a seemingly mundane outing, the couple had returned with a child in their arms. Rumors had spread faster than talisman fire. Most assumed Lianhua had quietly given birth during seclusion. The truth surprised everyone, they had adopted her. Even at 3, Yu Lingluo stood out like a moon among stars. Quiet, observant, yet strangely intense. Her silver hair, cropped short and always a little unkempt, shimmered with faint violet streaks that pulsed under certain light, like the warning glow of a storm cloud on the horizon. She dashed toward her father with surprising speed, grabbed onto his leg, and looked up with big expectant eyes. Father, she whispered, voice soft but serious, you said my little sibling would be here today. She didn't notice her mother at first. Or perhaps, being lazy and a little short, didn't look high enough. From the bed, Huan Lianhua gave her an exaggerated, dramatic sigh. Ling Luo, you didn't even see me. Mother is injured, you know. That struck like a sword to the heart. The little girl's brows pinched, and her lips wobbled with guilt. Yu Changming bent down, scooped her up with one arm, and brought her over to the bedside where the newborn now slept, curled against Lianhua's arm. Look, he said gently, placing Ling Luo beside the baby, and in that moment, an unmistakable air of patriarchal dignity settled around him. His tone deepened. His expression grew solemn. This is your little brother. You're the big sister now. He'll protect you one day. Anyone would wonder, what kind of logic was that? Smack. Huan Lianhua leaned over and lightly whacked the back of his head. Let our children grow up first before you hand out responsibilities, she muttered, rolling her eyes. Yu Changming cleared his throat. Meanwhile, Yu Lingluo peeked over the edge of the bed and looked down at the tiny bundle of swaddled cloth in her mother's arms. The baby was asleep, tiny hands curled like lotus petals, his breathing soft as dream silk. I will protect him, she declared seriously, clenching her small fist with all the strength a 3-year-old could muster. Then, turning to her mother, she asked curiously, Mother, what's his name? Huan Lianhua and Yu Changming exchanged a glance, the kind only soulbound cultivators shared after hundreds of shared battles, spiritual heart-to-hearts, and occasional disagreements over which ancient relics should or should not be kept in the living room. And then they smiled. His name, they said in unison, will be Yuxian. The name hung in the air like a seed cast into fate's soil, gentle now, but destined to grow into something vast. Chapter 4, The System. Kyle drifted in endless darkness, alone, and afraid. There was no sound, no warmth, only the crushing stillness that pressed in on him from all sides. He didn't know how long he'd been here. Time had melted away, leaving behind nothing but void and silence. Sometimes it felt like mere seconds had passed. Other times, like centuries. He didn't even know if he was still sane. Maybe he'd already lost that too. The isolation clawed at his thoughts, stripped away his sense of self. It was like floating in a sea with no shore, no direction, no meaning. And worst of all, he feared this was it. Not the reincarnation. Not another fantasy world. But death. True death. The kind you don't wake up from. Kyle had always believed that deep down, everyone fears death. Sages. Tyrants. Even those who preached of transcendence. History was filled with emperors who built eternal tombs, only to die clutching at immortality that never came. Death was the great equalizer. And now, it had come for him. The goddess was gone. The system voice, whatever that was, had gone silent long ago. And now he floated here in this eternal nothingness, like a forgotten thought. He tried to think. Tried to remember who he was. He recalled something about being in soul form. But that didn't help. Not when he had no body, no anchor, only the dark. Until, at last, he saw it. A flicker. Small. Distant. Faint. But light. After an eternity in black, it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Without knowing how, Kyle focused on it, his very will clinging to the light like a drowning man to driftwood. And slowly, ever so slowly, he moved toward it. And just as he reached out, ding! Reincarnation vessel detected. Compatibility, 100%. Congratulations, host. You are now being reborn. A roar of sensation flooded his soul. He screamed or tried to, but something felt different. Small. Helpless. Soft light stung his eyes as they fluttered open. Shapes moved around him, blurry and indistinct. Elderly figures loomed, clad in flowing robes, eyes glowing with strange power. What are they? He wondered, barely forming the thought. Then, without warning, a warm pair of hands picked him up and a sharp slap hit his butt. Ah! The pain made him jolt. Except it wasn't his voice. It was a high-pitched, bratty wail that erupted from his own lungs. Wah! His first cry in this new world. One of the elders, an old woman with terrifying presence despite her kindly face, muttered something in a language he didn't understand. He thought he caught a system glitch sound in the background as she handed him off to someone on the bed. And when he looked up, time stopped. She was beautiful. No, beyond beautiful. Even with his earth-based biases and questionable search history, he'd never seen anyone like her. She glowed with motherly warmth, despite looking tired and pale. He didn't know why, but just looking at her made something stir inside his soul. A connection. Instinctively, he reached out and grabbed her finger, tiny hand clenched tight, as if afraid to let go. He stared into her shimmering eyes, then closed his own, because his new ones hurt like hell. Voices echoed in the room, low and comforting, but muffled. He didn't care what they said. None of it made sense to him right now. All he wanted to do was sleep. And sleep took him swiftly. But before the darkness claimed him again, he heard faint whispers in his mind, synchronizing body and soul. Warning, soul strength exceeds vessel tolerance. Partial synchronization successful. Kyle stirred awake, blinking slowly. His eyes, though small and newborn, shimmered like twin black holes, impossibly dark yet strangely entrancing. Anyone who looked into them might feel as though they were being pulled in, mesmerized by the depth hidden within. A wave of joy spread through him. He was alive. Reborn. But the joy quickly gave way to confusion as he tried moving his hands. Tiny. Weak. Soft. I got reincarnated as a baby, he thought, looking upward in disbelief. The ceiling above him was painted engraved with glowing immortal patterns that pulsed faintly, scattering light like stardust. From his current angle, it was all he could see. He turned his head slowly to the side, taking in more of his surroundings. He appeared to be lying in a cradle, an elegant thing, crafted from some high-tier spiritual wood or artifact metal. It gleamed with an unnatural shine, like someone had overpolished it with celestial oil. Even the silk cloth wrapped around him felt absurdly soft, almost offensively luxurious. Okay, comfy. Fancy crib. Still a baby though, he muttered mentally. Not wanting to waste more energy flailing around, Kyle settled in and let his mind drift. Eventually, a familiar thought rose unbidden. System. Ding. System online. A sleek black interface with glowing golden outlines appeared before his eyes, hovering like a mental HUD, heads-up display. The characters looked like they belonged to some ancient, forgotten script, yet he instinctively understood their meaning. Do you want to view your profile? Kyle almost laughed. I've been waiting my whole afterlife for this, he thought smugly. Status window. The interface shimmered, then reorganized itself into panels. Status window ===. Name, Yuxian, Kyle Harrington. Age, 0. Species, human. Title, Reincarnator, Young Master. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation realm, N/A. Physical strength, 4/100. Spiritual strength, 50/100. Soul strength, 100/100. equals 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 spiritual root, origin, x, cultivation technique, n/a, martial technique, n/a, physique, locked, bloodline, locked, equals 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 deo comprehension, n/a, arts, n/a, skills, n/a, equals 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 talent evaluation, quests, system shop, equals 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 equals. Kyle stared at the glowing window, mouth mentally agape. Holy shit. This is op. His thoughts raced. A smug grin tugged at the corners of his lips which just made his chubby baby face look irresistibly cute. Origin root. X grade. He blinked. That's some tower climber modern fantasy type nonsense. How broken is this? Then, something else caught his eye. His bloodline and physique were still sealed. And one new, unfamiliar tab. Talent evaluation. Curious, he mentally selected the tab. A soft chime echoed in his mind as the interface shimmered again. Do you want to examine your talent? Kyle squinted at the prompt like it had just asked him whether he wanted pineapple on pizza. Weird phrasing, but sure, he thought, and mentally willed a yes. The display changed. Equals 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 talent evaluation, cultivation talent, SSS, martial talent, SS plus, deo comprehension, S plus, affinity, darkness, SSS plus, light, SSS plus, soul, X, equals 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 equals. Kyle stared at the screen in stunned silence. He had only one thought. OF*CK. Chapter 5, The Calm Before the Selection. 5 years had passed since Kyle, now Yuxian, was reincarnated into this new world. In that time, he had grown from a crying infant into a curious, wide-eyed child with a brain running far ahead of his age. He didn't just learn to walk or talk, he learned everything he could. About the world. About cultivation. He now knew the name of this world, Eternal Star Heavenly World, and it was nothing short of insane. In the Eternal Star Heavenly World, children typically began cultivating at age 10, once their meridians stabilized and their minds could endure the strain of chi flow. A sky with one massive sun and 2 glowing moons hung above them. A world where people flew on swords, shattered mountains with a punch, and split seas with a casual flick of their sleeves. This was a true cultivation world. And it was vast. The world was divided into 7 massive domains, each one ruled by an ancient power. The Yu clan, his clan, ruled one of them. The Huan clan, his mother's family, ruled another. The remaining 5 were in the hands of other equally terrifying ancient families. And that was just the beginning. This world wasn't the only one. Yuxian had learned that this realm spanned countless worlds layered and ranked by strength and origin. They were classified as lower worlds, middle worlds, upper worlds, heavenly worlds, and above even those, were the immortal worlds. Realms so high they supposedly existed beyond this realm, where time flowed differently, and the weakest beings could crush stars as a hobby. Of course, most of this was just legend to ordinary people. But in Yuxian's case, this was not myth but reality. As he had seen in family records that his family, not just his but all other families, had some connection to a certain immortal world. And he had come to accept his new life. Life in the Yu clan was, in a word, was overwhelming. To the rest of the clan, he was the young master, adorable, polite, absurdly talented. For most 5-year-olds, a day might involve snack time, running in the mud, or chasing butterflies. He spent his mornings studying clan history, learning calligraphy. His brush technique was elegant yet threatening, according to one elder. He was also regularly surrounded by smiling clan aunties who doted on him a little too hard, many of whom spoke way too enthusiastically about him growing up strong and marrying well. Yuxian wasn't sure what they were planning, but he didn't trust their smiles. Afternoons were slightly better. He'd sneak off into the clan's eastern gardens, a massive spiritual meadow filled with floating rocks, koi ponds, and peach trees older than dynasties. There, he could pretend to meditate while actually testing out system functions, or, when that failed, nap under a tree like the lazy genius he was becoming. And then, of course, there were his traits, passive powers granted by the system that made him feel increasingly overpowered and a bit nervous. Equals 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 equals. Soul vision grants the ability to perceive the true nature of souls, including their presence and hidden characteristics. Can detect soul fluctuations and spiritual intent, even through barriers or concealment. Mental resistance greatly enhances resistance to illusions, mental manipulation, and mind-affecting techniques. Helps maintain clarity and focus under spiritual pressure or mental assault. Adaptive mind, the mind adapts rapidly to new environments and concepts. An innate comprehension-enhancing trait that allows to quickly absorb, analyze, and apply complex knowledge from cultivation arts to battle techniques. Equals 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 equals. Sometimes, he wondered if this was all just a long, overly vivid fever dream. But then he'd look at his family, the beautiful, loving mother, the ridiculously handsome father who radiated pressure just by sipping tea, and the older sister who might one day punch a dragon in the face and remember. Nope. This was very real. And each of them, characters of their own. Deep within the heart of the Eternal Star heavenly world, in a hidden dimension, a meeting was underway. This wasn't just any gathering, it was a rare council between the 7 ruling clans of the world. 7 massive thrones floated in a circle above a glowing platform of starlight, each pulsing with a distinct aura that seemed to warp the very space around it. One by one, the clan leaders appeared on their respective seats, their presence causing faint tremors in the void. The first to arrive was the Ming clan, initiators of the meeting. Their aura was ancient, calm like a sealed scroll hiding dangerous knowledge. Next came the Yu clan, known across realms for their mastery of starlight cultivation and unparalleled swordsmanship. Following them, the Huan clan, supreme illusionists whose spiritual illusions were so powerful, even reality second-guessed itself. Then the Xing clan, famed for their dominance over alchemy and formations. The Wuxing clan followed, masters of elemental extremity capable of turning a rain cloud into a blizzard or a breeze into a wildfire. Then came the Lei clan, whose thunder arts and combat techniques were so fierce they often accidentally shattered their own arenas. And finally, the battle-hardened Chun clan, known for their iron-bodied martial cultivators and mastery of pure combat. Once all had gathered, an elderly man in sage-green robes stood, a warm smile on his face. Despite his amicable expression, a strange weight hung around him, the kind that made young cultivators faint from eye contact. The 7 have gathered, the old man said, his voice carrying across space like a soft bell. Let us begin. He was Ming Taishan, head of the Ming clan. You claimed this concerns a great opportunity for our world, said a solemn voice from one of the thrones. Indeed, Ming Taishan nodded. An opportunity, for the next generation. Yu Changming, patriarch of the Yu clan, leaned back with his arms crossed. Elaborate, old man. Ming Taishan's eyebrow twitched. Just a little, but he spoke calmly. Through ancestral divination and a treasured artifact, I have confirmed that a gate will open. The Heaven Immortal sect from beyond even the immortal realms will descend their eligibility selection into the lower realms. The space trembled. Even the floating thrones shuddered faintly. Silence fell, as heavy as a mountain. Everyone present understood what those words meant. The Heaven Immortal sect, one clan head finally spoke. But they have countless prodigies in the immortal realms. Why look to us? I do not know, Ming Taishan admitted. But I know this, they seek untapped potential cultivators who have not yet established their foundation. Youths with rare roots, high comprehension, or unique fates. A pause. Then another voice added, surely, they're not only coming here. Other worlds. Ming Taishan nodded gravely. Yes. This isn't limited to our Eternal Star heavenly world. Word from the Heaven's Eye Mirror suggests the Heaven Immortal sect will conduct this selection across multiple heavenly worlds and possibly the realm as a whole. So, we're competing with geniuses from across the realm, said the Xing clan elder, his voice growing heavier. Correct, Taishan replied. And most of them won't be ordinary. This is no small thing, said Huan Lianhua, the Huan clan's matriarch, her illusion-wreathed voice soft. Our ancestors dreamt of such a chance. Indeed, said the clan leader of Xing clan, stroking his beard. Being chosen by such a sect is akin to being reborn among the stars. Let me get this straight, grunted the Lei clan's head, who rarely spoke unless thunder was involved. They'll be scanning our entire realm, looking for talent. Correct, Ming Taishan confirmed. The selection will begin in 10 years' time. They will sweep across the realm and identify cultivators with the potential to ascend. But if the candidates must be foundationless, the Chun clan head murmured, his voice low and gravelly, then we must not let our most promising youth form their foundation yet. Exactly. Ming Taishan nodded. If you have disciples or descendants with monstrous talent, keep them in training. Refine their spirit. Sharpen their minds. But do not let them step into cultivation just yet. That's dangerous, Yu Changming muttered. Suppressing talent too long can backfire. True, Ming Taishan said, but the reward could change everything. The thrones were quiet once more. Then someone chuckled. If I know the Heaven Immortal sect, said the Wuxing clan head, they'll expect the cream of the crop. Not just talent, but stories. Tragedy, perseverance, hidden legacies, the whole lot. Someone might get picked just for having a dramatic enough hairstyle. A few chuckles echoed, but the tension remained. Because they all knew, this selection wasn't just a test. It was a declaration. In 10 years, the realm would be judged not just against themselves, but against other heavenly worlds and their most monstrous geniuses. And such discussion were taking place across the realm. Chapter 6, A Late Package and a Quest for Trouble. Yu Xian sat under the shade of a spirit tree, lazily poking at the koifish pond with a stick. Technically, he was meditating. In reality, he was trying to bribe his system to do something interesting. Nothing had changed since the day he was reincarnated. Same interface. Same stats. Same mysterious tabs that did absolutely nothing. Until now. Ding! Newbie pack received. What? Yu Xian blurted out loud. The koifish stared at him, their golden eyes filled with judgment, as if asking, bro, you good? Yu Xian rubbed his temple. This lag is criminal. I want compensation, interest, and emotional support. Still, a gift was a gift. He mentally clicked the prompt. Newbie pack rewards received. 1 cultivation technique. 1 martial technique. 1 skill. 100 SP, shop points. 1 quest unlocked. He immediately opened his profile and froze. Cultivation technique. Locked till coming of age. Martial technique. Locked till coming of age. Looking remarks he said, "Are you kidding me? Locked? I thought this was a reward, not a teaser trailer." Grumbling, he flipped over to the skills tab and found something new at last. Skill, telekinesis, allows the user to move objects with their mind. Mental energy is consumed accordingly. Well, late, but at least I got something, Yu Xian muttered. Finally, I won't have to wait another 5 years to feel special. But I never had the mental energy attribute. Well, I will take a look later. Then he navigated to the system shop, eyes gleaming. System shop, balance, 100 SP. Skills, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, magic arts, artifacts. He instantly clicked on magic arts, eager for something grand and mysterious. There was exactly one option. Magic arts. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, 100 SP. All remaining systems will bow to the Avalon Empire. Luthor von Avalon 7. Yu Xian stared at the screen, lips twitching. This is either the coolest thing I've ever seen, or a scam written by a theater major with a lightsaber obsession. Still, it was his only choice. And let's be honest, the name sounded cool. He purchased the art. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, a prestigious and absurdly overdramatic magic sword style passed down through the ancient Avalon Empire, a civilization so arrogant they named every planet after themselves. This technique combines refined swordsmanship with magical force projection, enabling the wielder to launch elegant, glowing sword arcs, deflect spells, and dramatically pose on high ground. Originally designed for imperial heirs who wore capes for no reason and practiced speeches about galactic domination in front of mirrors, has a 70% chance of making the user look cooler than they actually are, and a 100% chance of making nearby systems feel slightly nervous. Yu Xian stared up at the sky, deadpan. Please don't smite me with a cosmic laser. I didn't name it. Then, still riding the high of his space opera swordsmanship purchase, he checked the quest tab. First quest. Reincarnators and transmigrators are unique beings. They usually show signs of weirdness by age 1. You, however, are 5, and have done nothing. You are a disgrace to this culture. Objective, have an adventure. Reward, depends on performance. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. Okay, fair. But still rude. Just as he mentally closed the screen, he sensed footsteps. Without turning around, Yu Xian let out a dramatic sigh. Elder sister, your stealth is improving, but you still breathe too loud. A familiar, slightly offended voice shot back, I just came running here, okay? And look, my new sword. Yu Ling Luo, now 8 years old, marched out from behind the tree with pride practically glowing off her. Her silver hair had grown longer, flowing to her waist with vivid violet streaks threading through like streaks of lightning in a moonlit sky. She looked, well, like the very picture of adorable chaos wrapped in an aura of budding elegance. And in her hands was a sword. It wasn't a toy anymore. The blade shimmered faintly white silver steel with a faint purple sheen along the edges, the kind of weapon that screamed refined young genius but also whispered may accidentally chop down a tree in excitement. Nice sword, Yu Xian said with a raised brow. She beamed. Of course it is. Father gave it to me. He said I was ready for a real one. She swung it once, then held it up with the flair of a heroine in a storybook. It even hums when I swing it. It also nearly took my eyebrows off. You'll live? He smiled, then rubbed his chin like a scheming scholar. Why not take her with me on the quest? He immediately straightened up, eyes sparkling. Then, with the best puppy-eyed expression he could manage, said, Sister is so cool. And powerful. Like a goddess descended to the mortal world. Yu Ling Luo blinked. Then smirked. Keep going. And smart? Did I mention smart? Definitely the coolest cultivator I know. No one else even comes close. Yes, you may worship me. What do you want? He clasped his hands together. Sister, let's go on an adventure. Her eyes lit up. Adventure. Yes. Yu Xian nodded with fake innocence. Just a small one. To the back mountain. There's a forest. A stream. A waterfall. Some peach trees. Maybe some frogs. You know, the usual. Do we fight something? Probably not. Can I teach you sword moves along the way? Absolutely. Yu Ling Luo punched the air. Yes? Let's go, Xian'er, your big sister will show you how to slay beasts with real elegance. And just like that, the two set off down the path toward the back mountain, one eager to complete his first quest, the other excited for an excuse to wave her new sword. What could possibly go wrong? Probably everything. But that was not their problem. Chapter 7, Adventure 1. First, they tactically retreated to their home base. Then, it began with a pouch of snacks. Yu Xian, now 5 years old and entirely too clever for his age, sat on his bed stuffing dried peach slices and beast meat borrowed, stolen, from the clan's kitchen into a tiny cloth satchel. It was a secret mission. A vital one. He didn't know how long they'd be gone, and food like friendship and weapons was essential. On the other side of the room, Yu Ling Luo stood proudly with her small sword strapped to her back, 2 hidden daggers in her boots, and a fan tucked into her belt for aesthetic balance. She looked ready for a light skirmish. Do you need that many weapons? Yu Xian asked, eyebrows raised. You never know, Ling Luo replied, tightening her belt. Last time, I ran into a rabbit that kicked me straight in the chin. So this is a revenge mission. It's training, she said loftily. For the path of the sword. Yu Xian muttered something about delusions and overcompensation, but in truth, he was a little excited. This would be his first venture beyond the core clan grounds. Outside the guarded courtyards and polished jade floors lay something wild and untamed. The back mountain. Only Yu Ling Luo had been there once before during a failed attempt to chase a flying goat with multicolored horns. The experience had been educational, and since she'd returned covered in mud, leaves, and high self-confidence, she now saw herself as the perfect guide. The two snuck out, or at least believed they had. Unbeknownst to them, several elders watched from afar with narrowed eyes and suppressed smiles. Should we stop them? One asked. Another stroked his beard. Let them go. This'll be good for their growth. And for entertainment. With a chorus of wise nods, they turned back to their tea. Meanwhile, our two stealthy adventurers crept past the side wall of the eastern garden, scaled a moderately dramatic rock, and tiptoed onto the winding path that led to the back mountain's outer ridge. They had officially left home. Or so they believed. And they felt the calling of adventure. The path into the back mountain was a winding trail of root-covered dirt, patches of glowing moss, and floating spirit stones. The deeper they walked, the more the air shimmered with spiritual energy, like the whole forest was quietly awake, watching. This place is weird, Yu Xian said, staring at a tree that was bending slightly away from them, despite there being no wind. And yes, the tree was bending. It's just shy, Ling Luo said confidently. Yu Xian didn't question it, mainly because the tree sneezed and launched a puff of pollen at him. They reached a clearing surrounded by spiritual peach trees that bloomed all year round. A few rocks hovered lazily a few inches above the ground, wrapped in faint auras. Birds chirped musical notes, and insects seemed to hum in harmony. So, Yu Ling Luo said, hands on her hips. Time for sword training. Didn't we come here for adventure? Yu Xian asked. Yes. Sword training is the adventure. She drew her sword, posing dramatically. Watch closely, Xian'er. This move is called the Moonlight Dragon Cut. Then she swung the blade, tripped slightly on a root, recovered like a pro, and finished with a swing. Yu Xian clapped politely. Truly awe-inspiring. I could almost see the dragon. You're mocking me. Not at all. Please continue, O sword saint of shaky steps. They sparred, or rather, pretended to. Yu Ling Luo swung her sword dramatically through the air, twirling and posing more than actually attacking. It was clear she was only demonstrating how cool her moves were. Watch this move. Sword of the twisting moon petal, she shouted, swinging her sword and sending petals flying, but not much else. Yu Xian giggled, dodging with exaggerated rolls and dives, throwing in a few sound effects for good measure. But then inspiration struck. As she lunged forward with an overly theatrical sweep of her sword, Yu Xian's eyes flicked to a pebble near her foot. He concentrated. Just a nudge, nothing too obvious. The pebble twitched, then zipped forward, barely brushing her shoe. Whoa! Ling Luo stumbled with a surprised squeak and landed in a bush, her sword sticking into the ground like a defeated enemy flag. Yu Xian froze. Did it work? He looked at the pebble, then his hand, then back at the bush. He smothered a grin. I actually used it. I really did it. Telekinesis activated? A faint golden shimmer blinked in the corner of his vision. He tried not to laugh too hard. From the bush came a grumble. That was the ground's fault. It moved. Definitely, Yu Xian said innocently, offering her a hand. Maybe the dirt's practicing swordsmanship too. She narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously but took his hand anyway. You're lucky I wasn't really using my sword. Of course, Yu Xian said quickly, nodding like a chicken. This young master would have been sliced in half instantly. She puffed up proudly. Exactly. He helped brush leaves off her shoulders, hiding his grin the whole time. It wasn't a real fight. But for Yu Xian, it was his first victory. And it felt amazing. Later, while practicing his skill again, Yu Xian lifted a smooth, oddly rounded rock. It blinked. Sister. Yeah. This rock is looking at me. Turned out, it was a camouflaged turtle with a mild grudge now. Yu Xian released it immediately and apologized. The turtle gave him a slow, disappointed nod before vanishing into the underbrush. Then, they stumbled upon a glowing mushroom patch, luminous fungi growing in perfect rings. Yu Ling Luo crouched immediately. I want to eat one. No, but they sparkle. That's what poisoned mushrooms want you to think. With great reluctance, she let the mushrooms live. As the sun began to dip lower, casting amber light through the trees, the siblings lay down on a warm rock, catching their breath. This is fun, Yu Ling Luo said softly. We should do this more. Let's not jinx it, Yu Xian replied. Knowing us, we'll get eaten by a sentient puddle in 5 minutes. Just then, a flash of movement caught their eyes. A fox, with 9 tails, its fur like white fire. It stood still for a moment on a distant ridge, watching them. Then it vanished. They looked at each other. Did you see that? I think we're hallucinating. Either that, or this just turned into a real quest. They stood up, dusted themselves off, and resumed walking, chatting about mossy rocks, rabbit revenge, and whether floating logs counted as boats. Somewhere along the trail, Yu Xian glanced at a patch of fallen branches and suddenly had an idea. Hey, sister, want to build a raft? And so, with childlike confidence and questionable craftsmanship, they began their next great invention. And from the shadows, 2 curious golden foxy eyes watched them, silently, intently, waiting. Chapter 8, Adventure 2. Evening had settled gently across the forest, bathing the trees in golden hues and casting shimmering reflections over the nearby stream. The earlier excitement was still buzzing in Yu Xian's bones, and now, a new spark had lit up behind his eyes. Let's build a raft, he declared. Yu Ling Luo raised an eyebrow. Why? Because it's what heroes do in the second act of an adventure. Also, I want to float. You just want to lie down and let the current do all the work. Yes. And I want to do it with style. And so began the construction of history's most chaotic raft. Yu Xian quickly got to work gathering fallen branches, not too brittle, not too mossy. He dragged them into a clearing by the stream and began laying them out in an organized shape, muttering to himself like a visionary architect. 4 long ones for the base, 2 for support, 1 for artistic flair. Meanwhile, he assigned Yu Ling Luo to collect vines for tying it all together. Make sure they're bendy but strong, he instructed seriously. I'm 8, she replied. Not a rope artisan. Still, she skipped off, muttering about how genius ideas always needed a genius assistant. While waiting for her, Yu Xian's eyes landed on a large, luminous green leaf nearby. An idea struck bold and unnecessary. A raft needs a flag, he whispered to himself. This leaf, as it turned out, had an interesting property. When pressure was applied, the touched areas would momentarily dim before slowly returning to their original glow. Perfect for temporary art. He began carefully etching a symbol into the leaf using his finger. The glowing surface dimmed beneath each stroke, revealing the outline, a wide grinning skull with a pair of crossbones behind it, and, most importantly, a lopsided little straw hat perched proudly on top. It looked slightly deranged, but also perfect. The emblem of the Leaf Hat Pirates, Yu Xian declared with pride. Our legend begins. When Ling Luo returned, arms full of vines and a few bonus twigs just in case, Yu Xian proudly held up the leaf. Sister, behold the banner of our voyage. Yu Ling Luo's eyes sparkled. Incredible. Truly genius. Not more genius than me, of course, but close. They tied the raft together with the vines, Yu Xian focusing on structure while Ling Luo worked knots that were either very advanced or complete chaos, no one could tell. When it was done, they stood back and admired their work. They carefully pushed the raft into the nearby stream and climbed on, wobbling as it accepted their combined weight. It rocked dangerously for a moment, then steadied. They drifted forward with the current, surrounded by golden light filtering through the trees, the stream reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. Yu Ling Luo dangled her fingers in the water. Yu Xian leaned back with a deep sigh of satisfaction. This is the life, he said. Floating freely, no chores, no lectures, no sword practice. Don't insult sword practice. I'd never dare. They chatted idly about glowing mushrooms, spirit beasts, and whether peach trees had souls. They laughed when Ling Luo suggested naming the raft something intimidating, like the death boat. And so, on a crooked raft with a glowing leaf flag, 2 children floated down a gently speeding stream, entirely unaware that their raft was picking up speed. The trees thinned. The rocks grew more jagged. And up above, in the shadow of the tree lean, 2 golden foxy eyes blinked, still watching. The raft began to speed up subtly at first, then more noticeably. Yu Xian sat up. Is it me, or are we going faster? It's not you. They both grabbed at the sides of the raft, trying to steer toward the bank, but it was too late. The current had turned rapid and fierce, tugging them forward like a spirit beast on a leash. Then came the sound. A growing roar just beyond the rocky bend. Waterfall. Yu Ling Luo screamed, throwing her arms around him. Yu Xian held her tightly. Hang on. The raft shot over the edge, wind howled, water surged beneath them, and for a split second, they were flying. Yu Xian clenched his teeth, his mind racing. Instinctively, he reached inward, grasping at the skill that still felt too new, too raw. Telekinesis activated. A soft golden shimmer flared to life. He pushed. Not on the water, but on the air itself. The raft slowed mid-fall, its downward force softened just enough to make a difference, but it came at a cost. Yu Xian's vision blurred. His limbs felt impossibly heavy. His grip loosened. And before the raft even touched the water, he slumped forward unconscious. With a splash, they landed. The raft shattered on impact, flinging them both into the river, but Ling Luo, already in motion, grabbed Yu Xian mid-fall and swam hard, dragging them to the riverbank. They reached the shore, soaked and breathless. Yu Xian lay still, eyes closed, pale but unharmed. Xianer, she whispered, shaking his shoulder gently. Hey, say something. A moment passed. Then another. Finally, his eyes fluttered open, blinking. Groggy. Ugh, that was way too much. He muttered. Is this the backlash of using telekinesis excessively? He closed his eyes again, just breathing. Ling Luo stared at him, unmoving. Her fists clenched quietly in her lap. I couldn't do anything, she whispered to no one. You protected me, and I just screamed. She hated that feeling helplessness. Being the older sister in name but not in power, she still faintly remembered the day he was born and how she said, I will protect him. Tears pricked her eyes, but she refused to cry. I swear. I'll get stronger, she said softly. Next time, I'll protect you. The air around her shimmered faintly. Her silver hair stirred even though there was no wind. The streaks of purple threading through it deepened in hue, glowing ever so slightly like newly formed veins of amethyst. Her eyes, when they opened again, held a faint violet tint that hadn't been there before. It faded quickly. But something had changed. Just then, Yu Xian groaned and sat up slowly. Did we win? Ling Luo smiled just a little. You fainted. I dragged your sorry self to shore. He blinked. Ah, I see. Sister's strength knows no bounds. Now you're just being dramatic. Aren't we both? They laughed. Exhausted but alive. The world had gone quiet around them. Night had fallen completely, and above them, two celestial moons hung in the sky like twin guardians. One was soft gold warm, gentle, glowing like a sleeping sun. The other was platinum silver, sharp, and cold like a divine blade in slumber. Their light spilled across the river, turning ripples into threads of liquid starlight. Pretty, Yu Xian murmured. Yeah, Ling Luo said, lying back beside him. Let's stay like this a little longer. And they did. Beneath the twin moons of the eternal star heavenly world, with ruined raft fragments floating nearby and soggy clothes clinging to their backs, two siblings stared up at the sky, changed in small ways neither of them fully understood yet. The forest slept. They, too, slept. And the fox watched. The adventure had just begun. Chapter 9, Home and Scolding. Morning sunlight began spilling gently through the treetops, casting golden rays over the Yu clan's back mountain. In many clans, it was tradition for male cultivators to sunbathe at dawn. It was believed that morning sunlight helped enhance yang energy, which contributed to bodily vitality and long-term health. Definitely not for suspicious purposes, no matter what certain elders implied. And in this serene atmosphere, two children were still peacefully asleep on the forest floor, Yu Xian and Yu Lingluo. Their clothes were no longer damp, having dried mysteriously overnight, as if the forest itself respected a good nap. Unfortunately, not everything in nature had manners. High above, an Aegirl, a rare flying spiritual beast known for its breathtaking blue feathers and unreasonably sharp eyesight, soared through the skies. And, deciding it was time to bless the world, it pooped right onto the sleeping face of Yu Xian. With expert aim, the Aegirl screeched in satisfaction and vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Yu Xian was heroically slaying a great evil dragon and preparing to marry not one, but 7 princesses who were all clapping for him. Then, the sky in his dream suddenly turned blue. Suspiciously, creamy blue. He woke up and realized his lips felt wrong. Something, moist, soft, foreign. He licked his lips instinctively, then paused. His entire being froze. No. He raised his hand slowly to wipe his mouth, and his expression turned thunderous. Damn it. His voice echoed across the quiet trees like a war cry from a fallen general. Ling Luo jerked awake with a grumble. What are you screaming? She looked at him, and burst into laughter. Loud, unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha, what happened to your face? Did a divine beast declare war on your dignity? Yu Xian didn't reply. He simply stood up with dead eyes and walked straight to the river. He knelt, cupped water in both hands, and furiously scrubbed at his face with all the desperation of someone trying to erase history. Ling Luo followed, still trying to suppress her laughter. I'm not laughing, really, she said, biting her lip. This is just inner joy. Yu Xian growled. If this ever leaves your mouth, I'm telling everyone about the flying goat incident. She went quiet, then nodded solemnly. Understood. After a few minutes of scrubbing, Yu Xian finally looked clean, but his expression remained stormy. We should head back, he muttered. If Dad finds out we were gone all night, he'll definitely increase my training. Yeah, Ling Luo agreed, stretching. It's morning anyway. Let's sneak back before breakfast. The two siblings dusted themselves off, glanced one last time at the shattered raft remains, and began their quiet trek back toward the core area, unaware that they were already being watched. In the morning light, atop a winding cliff path overlooking the back mountain stream, 3 robed elders stood calmly, teacups in hand, gazes serene. They said nothing at first, watching as the 2 small figures, muddy, tired, and still somehow bickering, emerged from the forest clearing below. A breeze carried the sound of the girls' laughter, followed by the boy dramatically splashing river water on his face. One elder sipped his tea. Well, looks like they survived. Another nodded, and possibly learned something. The third smiled faintly. Youthful chaos. It does bring back memories. And with that, they turned and strolled back toward the clan hall, leaving the morning to the children, and the lessons to life itself. By the time Yu Xian and Yu Lingluo reached the outer gardens of the Yu clan's core estate, the sun was fully up. And so were the guards, and the maids, and the elders, and about half the clan's core disciples doing morning sword practice. Basically, everyone. The moment they stepped through the ornate stone archway, 3 maids gasped in collective horror. Young master? Young miss? You're both filthy. You've been out all night. What is that smell? Oh heavens, yes that. Bird poop. A chorus of shocked murmurs followed. Yu Xian's eye twitched. It's gone now. Let us never speak of it again. Before they could slink away and pretend none of this had happened, a calm, deep voice cut through the courtyard like a sword of responsibility. So, this is the grand adventure I was not informed about. Both siblings froze. They turned slowly. Standing with arms folded, looking more like a celestial statue than a man, was Yu Changming clan patriarch and their father. His robe flowed like clouds, and his face was calm, with a smile. Yu Xian coughed and replied, Father, we were strengthening our survival instincts. Yeah, I saw that coming, said another voice. From behind a hallway curtain stepped Huan Lianhua, their mother, in full matriarch mode. She was dressed in flowing robes, her moonlight hair pinned with silver petals, and her eyes gleamed with gentle amusement, and a hint of interrogation. Xianer, she said sweetly, you're not still spending half your library time on fairy tales, are you? Yu Xian avoided her gaze. Indeed, he had been spending long hours at the clan library. He was supposed to be reading about cultivation manuals and ancient clan history. But in truth, the mythical fairy books with talking beasts and sky castles were way more interesting. Both of them got lightly scolded. Not harshly, just enough to sting the pride, not the heart. Then their parents' tone shifted. Soft amusement gave way to quiet gravity. From tomorrow, Yu Changming said, your training begins. Proper training, Huan Lianhua added. Not fairy tale sword swings or floating down rivers. You must be prepared. The words were said kindly, but firmly. Yu Xian and Ling Luo nodded obediently, but only half seriously. They didn't quite grasp what proper training meant yet. They would come to regret that. Before you run, Lianhua said with a smile far too radiant to be comforting, a bath has been prepared. Yu Xian's face lit up. Finally, in the purification pool, she added. Both siblings stopped. The cold one? Yu Ling Luo asked, horrified. With the bitter herbs. Yu Xian whispered. The very same. Lianhua said, still smiling. I regret everything, said Yu Xian. I regret nothing, said Ling Luo proudly. And with that, 2 cheerful maids appeared and began dragging the muddy, squealing duo toward the purification pool, their complaints echoing through the estate. Yu Changming sighed, watching them go. They remind me of us. Oh, so you were the well-behaved one? Lianhua raised an eyebrow. Yu Changming looked away suspiciously. Lianhua gasped. Wait, you were really? He cleared his throat and straightened his sleeves. Let us not dwell on the past. Chapter 10, Quest Reward. A/N, carat indicates skill is upgradable. After the bitter herb bath, Yu Xian trudged back to his room wrapped in fresh robes, damp hair clinging to his forehead. But despite the physical exhaustion, he was excited. Very excited. It was time to check the rewards from his very first quest, the adventure that had ended in river water, broken raft dreams, and a bit of telekinesis. He called out mentally. Equals. First quest, completed. Reincarnators and transmigrators are unique beings. They usually show signs of weirdness by age 1. You, however, are 5, and have done nothing. You are a disgrace to this culture. Objective, have an adventure. Reward, depends on performance. Equals. Do you want to claim your reward? Yu Xian shouted internally with full enthusiasm. Yes. Equals. As this was your first quest, you have been granted 3 reward options. Select any 2. 1 skill, Aura of Destiny, SS+, upgradable. You will attract fortuitous encounters more often. Luck bends subtly in your favor. 2 skill, Immortal's Gaze, SS+, upgradable. You can briefly overwhelm someone 1 realm above you. Use wisely. 3 skill, Fated Encounter. You are an anomaly, tied to deeper currents of fate. Certain events or people are destined to find you. Yu Xian's jaw dropped. Okay, now this is a proper system, it even gave choices. But as the initial excitement faded, he grew contemplative. All of them are skills, but Fated Encounter is a must. His mind wandered back to the stories he used to read in his past life. In every novel, the mysterious concepts of fate, destiny, and karma weren't just fluff, they shaped everything. Even on Earth, these ideas carried weight. This wasn't just about power, not about good and bad. A fated encounter didn't sound flashy, but it screamed long-term payoff. So that's locked in, he nodded mentally. Now came the hard part. Do I choose Aura of Destiny or Immortal's Gaze? He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Aura of Destiny could lead me to treasures, secret inheritances, and cute foxes that turn into heavenly beauties, maybe. But Immortal's Gaze gives me a combat edge. I could mentally suppress someone stronger than me when it really counts. He weighed both options carefully. In the end, he exhaled slowly and made his picks. Fated Encounter and Immortal's Gaze. With the Yu and Huan clans backing me, I'm not exactly lacking in opportunity. But if I ever end up facing someone dangerous, I'll need an ace. He smiled. Besides, if I had been born into a poor family, I probably would have gone for Aura of Destiny. He sat back, content. Then casually lifted a nearby teacup with telekinesis. The cup hovered awkwardly for a moment, and promptly dropped. Thankfully, it didn't break, but Yu Xian still winced. Yeah, I definitely need more control. He continued practicing for a while, trying to lift and hold small objects. After about 15 minutes, a dull ache began to throb in his head. Ugh, mental strain is real. He recalled how the skill description had warned about this and mentally commanded the system to show it. Skill, telekinesis allows the user to move objects with their mind. Mental energy is consumed accordingly. Mental energy, huh? He muttered. So that's probably why I fainted back at the waterfall. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Looks like training this skill will take time and discipline. And then he remembered. Ugh, father said training starts tomorrow. He groaned loudly, flopping back onto his bed. Who makes a 5-year-old train like a martial brute? But deep down, he understood. This was a cultivation world. One mistake could mean death at the hands of a villain, a heaven's chosen, or some old monster crawling out of a forbidden cave. His family could protect him for now, but not forever. So with a resigned sigh, he called up his status window. Status window . Name, Yu Xian. Age, 5. Species, human. Title, Reincarnated, Young Master. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation Realm, N/A. Physical Strength, 60/100. Spiritual Strength, 93/100. Soul Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Root, Origin, X. Cultivation Technique, locked till coming of age. Martial Technique, locked till coming of age. Physique, locked. Bloodline, locked. Deo Comprehension, N/A. Arts, Magic Swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial Family, E+. Skills, Telekinesis, B+. Immortal's Gaze, SS+. Fated Encounter. Talent Evaluation. Quests. System Shop. Yu Xian squinted at the screen. New changes had appeared. Ranks now showed next to arts and skills, and some still had question marks. He was sure, the system didn't show ranks just a few moments ago. The system is recovering, he thought internally. And smiled. He was getting stronger. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 11, Breakfast with Family 1. The next day, Yu Xian woke up groggily, stretched, and went about his morning business, including a very necessary visit to the bathroom. After that, he brushed his teeth with a mint spirit root paste and headed to breakfast with his family. Despite this being a cultivation world, basic necessities weren't lacking here. In fact, many were more advanced here thanks to spiritual innovations, although availability varied by region. Across the Eternal Star heavenly world, most of the population still consisted of ordinary mortals, while cultivators made up a mere 20%. It was said that once a cultivator reached the nascent soul realm, their perception of the world deepened immensely. They could sense truth in voices, lies in silence, and the presence of filth even if it was hidden behind politeness. And not just dirt but spiritual filth, emotional residue. Which is precisely why most high realm cultivators preferred not to dwell among mortals. Though they could shut off their senses, but who knew when the enemy would attack? To help bridge this divide, a long-standing organization was formed in ancient times. Mean Mortal Empowerment Association for Natives. Their mission was to uplift non-cultivators and preserve knowledge, dignity, and opportunity among the non-empowered majority. And also to make sure cultivators don't accidentally destroy a city or two during their fight. Usually the overlord of their domains managed this. But of course, anyone who had even basic knowledge of the world knew the truth. Cultivators were not born as cultivators. They evolved through generations of blood, sweat, hardship, and spiritual progress. Yu Xian had always respected that. In fact, he found ancestor worship to be one of the few traditions that truly made sense. Still, his curiosity often got the better of him. He'd read in the Grand Library that this world wasn't always human-dominated. There were references vague, fragmented, and many redacted about older races, ancient wars, and sealed domains. Unfortunately, most of those records were behind access restrictions he couldn't bypass yet. But one day, he would. He had decided early on knowledge was power too. And someday, when he was strong enough, he'd return to those sealed scrolls and uncover the truths this world tried to hide. But for now, he was still a mortal. Still a 5-year-old. And for mortals breakfast came first. Yu Lingluo's residence was right next to his own, so as part of his morning routine, Yu Xian walked over and called out, "Sister, let's go to breakfast." As expected, no reply. Rolling his eyes, Yu Xian turned and made his way to his mother's residence, a separate estate within the clan grounds, specially granted to Huan Lianhua. It was massive, elegant, and half the time looked like it blinked in and out of existence, a side effect of illusion arrays. Being the young master of the Yu clan came with privileges. Yu Xian was free to roam nearly everywhere on the estate, excluding a few very restricted zones that even he didn't dare peek into. Yet, sometimes, he'd drop by the martial hall, watching older disciples spar with flying fists and glowing sword techniques. Other times, he'd sneak into the Grand Library, where he read books on cultivation history, though, truthfully, he spent more time buried in fairy tales. There was one book called Tales of the Spirit Chicken, which told a story of a chicken evolving into Phoenix. Then there was the Hall of Records, where grand statues of heroic ancestors stood tall, each carved with glowing script retelling their glorious deeds. Several elders had cried quietly upon discovering Yu Xian's self-motivated curiosity, then promptly scolded their own disciples for lacking proper filial spirit. Still, there were some things he didn't have access to yet, like his own universal communication talisman, a kind of spiritual smartphone used by cultivators across the world. Each talisman was bound to a unique spiritual ID. You could add friends, send messages, or even form group chats. Entire sect-wide bulletin boards existed within them. According to one tale, it was originally invented by an ancestor of the Xing clan just to send love letters to his crush. Somewhere along the line, it evolved into the magical social network it was today. By the time Yu Xian stepped into the main dining hall, the family had already gathered. His father, Yu Changming, sat at the head of the table, as calm and radiant as always, sipping tea like he wasn't the human embodiment of overwhelming pressure. His mother, Huan Lianhua, looked ethereal as usual, her illusion glimmering hair pinned with jade flowers. Yu Lingluo, the not-so-morning person, sat next to them with a half-lidded gaze and messy hair, stabbing her porridge like it had wronged her in a past life. At first, when Yu Xian had seen all the modernish things, warm baths, glowing lights, communication talismans, he had quietly questioned whether this world was even a proper cultivation world. But as time passed, he learned to accept it. Magic, after all, came in many forms. Chapter 12, Breakfast with Family 2. Yu Xian walked into the hall, lazily rubbing his eyes, and greeted his parents. Good morning, mother. Good morning, father. Huan Lianhua looked up from her tea, smiling warmly. Good morning, Xianer. She seemed pleased to see the family gathering together for breakfast. Yu Changming gave a simple nod. Morning. His gaze, however, remained focused on his glowing universal talisman, eyes scrolling through floating golden script. Yu Xian leaned a bit to peek. Looks like he's reading Daily Cultivation again. Daily Cultivation was a well-known newspaper run by a bunch of rogue, powerful cultivators. Famous or perhaps infamous, they were known for publishing juicy news, heavy speculation, the occasional actual truth, and plenty of propaganda, all of which earned them money, spiritual stones, and occasionally artifacts. Their headquarters were actually within the Yu clan's domain, so their relationship with the clan was friendly and sometimes hilariously useful. Once, when Yu Xian had asked what his father was reading, Yu Changming casually said, apparently, the holy daughter of the Ice Palace ran away with a mortal. The Ice Palace, a sect in the Wuxing clan's territory, had hunted the couple down, only to discover the mortal man possessed a dormant sacred grade ice physique. Not only was he spared, he was made holy son and engaged to the very same holy daughter of the sect. At the time, Yu Xian had only one thought, heaven's chosen bastard. Shaking the memory, Yu Xian sat beside his sister and gave her a nod. Morning, O fearless bush warrior. Ling Luo grunted, chewing on her porridge. You still smell like the purification pool. You dragged me into it. And you needed it. The family shared a light laugh. Plates of breakfast were brought forward by their mother, spirit rice, warm beastbone broth, peach cakes and dumplings. Yu Xian took a bite of a steamed dumpling stuffed with spirit mushrooms and chicken, then blinked in surprise. This is amazing. Who made it? One of the new chefs from the inner pavilion, his mother said proudly. They were recommended by the Huan clan's culinary hall. You've both been very lively lately, Huan Lianhua said as she took a sip of tea, her voice light but meaningful. Care to tell us about your little raft adventure? Yu Xian froze with a dumpling halfway to his mouth. Ling Luo choked on her porridge. They ate peacefully for a while. Then, the silence broke. Listen, you brats. Your training begins today, Yu Changming said suddenly. Both children froze. Can I not do it? Ling Luo asked, but was ignored and puffed her cheeks. But why now? Yu Xian asked. I thought we had time until we turned 10 to start. You do, Changming said. Which is why this isn't cultivation training. Not yet. It's preparation. Lianhua covered her mouth as she laughed softly. No, little ones. This is for your future, and there's an opportunity tied to it. Ling Luo's ears twitched. What kind of opportunity? She asked, her big eyes sparkling. Yu Xian looked up as well, interested. There is a sect, their mother said, called the Heaven Immortal Sect. It exists far above the immortal realms. Normally, I wouldn't mention this to children, but you too might have a chance. Yu Changming picked up where she left off. Usually, they only accept disciples from the immortal realm. But for some reason, this time they've decided to look toward the lower realm. Yu Xian blinked. You mean, they're actually coming here? That's right, Lianhua said. It'll take several years for them to begin their selection, but starting now we prepare. Yu Changming looked at both children, his gaze firm. Until their arrival, you're forbidden from cultivating. What? They both cried out. Nuo. Yu Xian groaned. This is like, handing us a divine pill and saying we can't eat it. It's for your benefit, their father said patiently. Once you begin cultivation, your potential is shaped. They are seeking raw talent, not developed strength. Ling Luo slumped in her seat. This is the worst plot twist ever. Yu Xian silently cursed the Heaven Immortal sect in his mind. But despite their grumbling, he understood this opportunity. After a moment, he asked quietly, so, how strong is this sect, compared to our Yu or Huan clans? His parents exchanged a brief glance, one of those deep, mysterious, shared history kinds of looks. Then they both smiled. It's stronger than our clans, Changming said simply. Definitely, Lian Hua added, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Yu Xian sighed. Alright, let's train, then. Ling Luo grinned. Let's become strong enough to scare an immortal. Or trick one into taking me as a disciple, Yu Xian offered. You take the clever path, I'll take the punchy one. Deal. And just like that, their fate and their long road toward the Heaven Immortal sect had begun. Chapter 13, Training 1. After breakfast, the family split up for their respective training routines. Huan Lianhua took Yu Lingluo away with a few soft words and a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Yu Changming silently motioned for Yu Xian to follow. They walked in silence through a narrow corridor, sunlight streaming through the tall crystal windows. The polished marble beneath their feet echoed softly with each step. Eventually, they arrived at the exclusive training arena reserved for the clan head. Yu Xian had been here once before as a very bored child who had quietly watched his father sit in meditation for hours before sneaking off to nap under a peach tree. Now, it felt very different. The room was vast and pristine, its walls a smooth white stone that shimmered faintly with spiritual engravings. The ceiling arched high above, creating a sense of both space and depth. Along the right wall stood rows of weapons, neatly arranged racks holding swords, spears, halberds, sabers, short blades, scythe, even stranger tools like large needles and curved throwing knives. But most prominently, swords. Dozens of them. Yu Xian's gaze lingered on a sleek black sword near the center of the rack. It gleamed faintly like starlight. Father's definitely a sword cultivator, he thought, eyes sparkling with interest. Yu Changming glanced sideways at his son's fascinated expression and inwardly shook his head. From today onward, he said, his tone calm and commanding, I will personally train you. Yu Xian blinked. Then his eyes lit up. Does that mean I get to learn a sword technique? No. Can I throw fireballs? No. Flying kicks? No. Hidden weapons? He asked, eyeing the oversized needles. Still no. Summon a spirit beast? No. Create clones? Not even close. After a few more wild guesses, all firmly denied, Yu Xian pouted, his tiny cheeks puffing out. Then what am I going to do? Stamina training, Yu Changming replied, pulling a small book from his space ring and handing it to him. The manual shimmered faintly, its title written in elegant golden script, Body Nourishment. Your frequent soaks in the herbal purification pools have strengthened your physique, his father explained. Now you must properly activate and control that strength. This manual will guide you in understanding how your body develops. Okay AI, Yu Xian drawled, taking the book and flipping it open. Wait, does this mean I actually have to run? Yes, Yu Changming said with a slight smile. Starting now 100 laps around this training hall. What? Yu Xian froze, staring at the wide space around him. You're kidding, right? But Yu Changming ignored him and continued, you are still 5 years old, Xianer. Your body is not ready to handle spiritual energy yet. You must strengthen your frame, bones, muscles, stamina, balance, breath control. Without a solid foundation, all the talent in the world is meaningless. Yu Xian stared blankly. This already sounds painful. It will be, his father replied without hesitation. And with that, day 1 of training officially began. They began with stretching, basic movements, controlled breathing, stances, and posture corrections. Yu Xian had always considered himself reasonably flexible, but under his father's sharp gaze, he discovered muscles he didn't even know existed. Then came balance. He was made to stand on one leg while holding a thick wooden staff horizontally, arms stretched wide. At first, it seemed easy, but after a few minutes, his leg began to tremble, his arms felt heavy, and his back screamed betrayal. You must learn to root yourself, Yu Changming said calmly from the side, sipping tea like a serene immortal. If the wind of a breeze shakes you, how will you stand in a storm? Yu Xian muttered something unkind under his breath but didn't dare fall. Then came the laps. He started his first circle around the vast room thinking, this is fine. By the 20th lap, his breathing had turned uneven. By the 50th, his legs felt like stone. By the 100th, he looked like a collapsed paper talisman, sweat-soaked, hair wild, and steps barely dragging. He slumped to the floor the moment his father raised a hand, signaling a break. But it wasn't over yet. After a brief rest and a sip of water, it was time for breath training. Following the guidance from the Body Nourishment Manual, Yu Xian sat cross-legged while Yu Changming observed silently. He was instructed to breathe in a fixed rhythm, 4 counts in, 2 counts hold, 4 counts out over and over, until the breathing became natural. It was difficult at first. His body wanted to slouch, his lungs burned, and his mind wandered. But slowly, something shifted. His heartbeat fell into sync with his breath. His fatigue didn't vanish but it dulled, balanced itself out. His twitching limbs relaxed. The ache remained, but it no longer weighed him down. He peeked with one eye. His father hadn't moved an inch. Eyes closed. Still as a statue. Probably meditating. Possibly judging. Most likely both. By the time the session ended, Yu Xian was drenched in sweat, sore in places he didn't even know had nerves, and somehow, proud. It hadn't been flashy. No swords, no fireballs, no epic moves. But it felt real. His father walked over and placed a cool gourd of spring water beside him. You did better than expected, he said simply. Yu Xian blinked up at him. Really? You didn't cry? That's something, Yu Changming added, voice flat. He didn't say it, but inside, he was genuinely impressed. How can a 5-year-old adapt so quickly, he thought. Even clan disciples older than him complain more. Unbeknownst to both of them, one of Yu Xian's traits, adaptive mind, had quietly activated during the training, slowly optimizing his learning speed, bodily awareness, and mental resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm gold across the floor of the white training hall, Day 1 of Yu Xian's training officially ended. Chapter 14, Training 2. After breakfast, while Yu Changming took Yu Xian away for his own grueling experience, Huan Lianhua gently took Yu Lingluo by the hand and led her toward her residence. They walked down a tranquil path lined with white blossom trees, the petals drifting lazily through the air like soft illusions. The air shimmered faintly, enchanted by layers of ambient spiritual energy. Unlike Yu Changming's realm of stone, steel, and stern silence, Huan Lianhua's domain felt softer, warmer, more deceptive. Eventually, they arrived at an open-air pavilion, the place where Huan Lianhua often trained. The circular space was surrounded by shimmering veils of light, glowing like heat waves under the morning sun. The marble beneath their feet was engraved with moon phase patterns, each tile subtly glowing as they stepped across them. Yu Lingluo had been here before many times, watching her mother dance across the moon tiles with flowing grace while dozens of illusionary mirror images moved in perfect synchrony. Back then, she thought it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Her mother turned to her, eyes glimmering like starlight over still water. Listen, Lingluo, your training will be different from your brother's. In fact, it may be more difficult. Really? Lingluo perked up, puffing her chest. She thought because I'm older. Huan Lianhua raised an eyebrow, reading her daughter's thoughts with ease. Lingluo froze. Wait. Mom, are you doing mind reading again? Lianhua chuckled. Well, yes. But that's not the point. She knelt in front of Lingluo, smoothing a stray lock of silver hair behind her ear. You and your brother are both special. Xianer has a remarkably sharp mind for his age. But you carry something else. A gift. A gift. Lingluo's eyes sparkled. Do I get a sword? Even better, her mother said, smiling. You have a heavenly physique. Lingluo gasped. What? I have a heavenly physique? Which one? Tell me, tell me. Lianhua tilted her head. First, tell me what you know about heavenly physiques. Lingluo puffed her cheeks and thought hard. Heavenly physiques are, rare, and make you stronger than your peers because you're blessed by the heavens. And that's it. Lianhua sighed, fondly. Close enough. She continued, her tone more serious. Have you ever felt stronger than you should be? Sometimes I feel like I could punch a mountain, Lingluo said without hesitation. You're nearing your awakening. That's to be expected, her mother nodded. The name of your physique is the Absolute Chaos Physique. It's a celestial grade constitution. Lingluo blinked. Celestial? I thought immortal physiques were the strongest. That's what most believe, her mother said gently. But above immortal grade, there is celestial grade. Almost no one in the lower realms has them. Even in the immortal realms, they're scarce. Lingluo stood there, dazed. Wow. Lingluo was baffled. Celestial? Immortal? Her little brain could not handle the weight of this information. She looked dazed. That sounds really important. It is, Lianhua said, placing a hand on her shoulder. But don't let it overwhelm you. For now, let's focus on awakening it fully. That will be your training. Does it involve swords? No. Kicks? No. Throwing rocks? Maybe. Cool. Lianhua smiled and gestured for her to follow. They walked to the center of the pavilion. Let's focus on your training. It will mainly consist of awakening your physique, so it will mostly be physical work. But you should maintain mental peace for this, her mother said, guiding her into position for the first step of her training. Huan Lianhua demonstrated a simple stance, one where Lingluo would have to focus all her mental energy into calming her thoughts while maintaining THA stance. It was a difficult balance, one that took time to master. First, close your eyes, Huan Lianhua instructed softly. Focus on your breath. Breathe in deeply, hold for a moment, and exhale slowly. Feel your body relax with each breath. Lingluo obeyed, shutting her eyes and trying to settle her mind. But it wasn't easy. Her thoughts fluttered around like butterflies, unsure of which direction to go. Clear your mind of distractions, her mother said, her voice like a gentle breeze. Lingluo, with her mother's guidance, slowly began to feel a shift. Her heart slowed. Her thoughts calmed. And for the first time in her life, she felt truly connected to something greater than herself. Good, Huan Lianhua whispered. Now, let's begin the physical part. Lingluo's body would have to undergo a series of intense physical training exercises. The absolute chaos physique needed to be awakened and refined. Her mother guided her through movement drills, starting with simple stretches. It wasn't just about flexibility but also aligning her physical movements. Every motion was deliberate, every breath calculated. Hours passed, and Lingluo felt the strain in her body, but also a growing sense of power. Her limbs felt lighter with each stretch. Remember, Ling Luo, her mother said after a long session, your power lies in your ability to control. Strength is not just in your body, but in your control. Patience is the key. Ling Luo nodded, already feeling her muscles screaming in protest. But something in her stirred something primal and untamable. She was ready to face the trials ahead, to awaken her true potential. The path to greatness had begun. Let's take a break, her mother suggested, giving her a comforting smile. You've done well for today. Ling Luo, still feeling the fire inside her, smiled back. I won't stop, Mom. Not until I've fully awakened. And so, under the watchful eyes of her mother, Ling Luo's training continued, each day bringing her closer to realizing her celestial potential. Chapter 15, 2 years. Just like that, their training began and in the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During this time, nothing significant occurred in the cultivation world. It was abnormally quiet. So quiet, in fact, that many cultivators began to grow suspicious. In response, the 7 domain overlords issued a joint declaration: no large-scale conflicts were to break out during this period, under any circumstances. And during this calm, her became the most active it had ever been. Her short for Heavenly Enforcement Registry was a powerful organization formed by the domain overlords in collaboration with the major sects and clans. Its purpose was to maintain order in the cultivation world, regulate sect behavior, prevent larger factions from suppressing or stealing opportunities from smaller ones, and rank official sects across the regions. Every sect that wished to operate openly was required to register with her. Registration allowed them access to regional spiritual resources, granted legal rights for mining or harvesting, defined their territorial boundaries, and qualified them for participation in area rankings and world-level events. Hers enforcement officers typically operated at the nascent Soul Realm and above, while its upper leadership was composed of elites from the top-tier sects and ancient clans. Throughout these 2 quiet years, while the rest of the world held its breath, Yu Xian and Yu Ling Luo trained intensely. Their bodies grew stronger, more refined. Their youthful energy became tempered with control and discipline. Yu Xian didn't change much on the surface, still mischievous and sharp-tongued, but his stamina and strength had improved tremendously. And beneath that, something deeper was growing. As for Yu Ling Luo, the transformation was far more noticeable. Her silver hair now shimmered with more pronounced violet streaks, and her amethyst eyes had deepened in hue like polished gems touched by starlight. Her presence had become firmer, calmer, more dangerous. And now, her 10th birthday was approaching, a major milestone in any young cultivator's life. In the Eternal Star Heavenly World, turning 10 marked the beginning of awakening. A child at this age was considered ready to formally begin their cultivation journey, having stabilized their spirit and body enough to handle chi circulation. It was also the age when innate talents began to surface clearly. Across the world, sects hosted yearly recruitment ceremonies, accepting those 10 and older as disciples. It was a time of excitement, of ambition, potential, and divine blessings. Naturally, the daughter of the Yu clan's patriarch was no exception. Normally, such a birthday celebration would be a grand affair. Invitations would be sent to major clans, noble families, and powerful sects. But this time, things would be different. Due to special circumstances ones not publicly explained, the celebration would remain exclusive to the clan members only. No visitors, no public showings, no outside observers. The world wouldn't know yet. But the chaos brewing inside the Yu clan was about to be released. And Ling Luo on the eve of her 10th birthday was ready to step into the storm. The elders began to gather, summoned to discuss the upcoming event, Yu Ling Luo's 10th birthday. Today marked the scheduled Core Elder Assembly, a meeting held near the Patriarch's private office within the inner halls of the Yu clan's main pavilion. At the head of the chamber, seated upon an elegant jade throne, was the Patriarch of the Yu clan, Yu Changming. He appeared relaxed, eyes casually scanning glowing golden text floating above his universal talisman. He didn't look up, not yet. Moments later, auras flared one after another as several high-ranking elders materialized within the room, their robes fluttering with residual energy. These were not ordinary clan members. Each individual here held the title of Core Elder, powerful figures responsible for the inner workings and future decisions of the Yu clan. Elder ranks were assigned based on time served, contributions, and strength. However, the clan's unique ranking system also allowed for competitive advancement. Any lower-ranked elder could formally challenge a higher-ranked one. After all, climbing the ranks came with more resources, greater privileges, and most importantly, less work. Yes, while seniority earned respect, it also earned freedom, because most of the tedious clan administration was dumped onto the lower-ranked elders. Not that the higher UPS minded. They endured it once too, and now, it was their turn to delegate with smug grins. That said, today's meeting was restricted only to the Core Elder Council, the most influential governing body beneath the clan head. If every elder of the Yu clan were invited, the hall wouldn't be large enough. After all, the clan boasted thousands of elders, from outer hall instructors to inner pavilion guardians. Most of the individuals entering bore the surname Yu, as expected. But, as always, there were exceptions. The air in the room shifted subtly as the elders began to take their seats. Today's agenda? To discuss the upcoming awakening ceremony of Yu Ling Luo, daughter of the clan head and future pillar of the Yu clan. And beneath the formalities, each elder held their own thoughts, ambitions, and predictions. After all, everyone knew this birthday would not be ordinary. Chapter 16, The Elders Meeting. A few heartbeats passed in silence before Yu Changming finally looked up from his talisman. His expression remained calm, but the weight of his gaze silenced even the faint rustling of robes. Let us begin, he said, his voice carrying quiet authority. As you all know, today's council has been called to finalize the details of my daughter's 10th birthday. He paused for dramatic effect. The awakening ceremony. A ripple of murmurs passed through the chamber. Elder Yu Ying, seated to the patriarch's left, adjusted her sleeves and spoke first. As expected, her awakening will attract attention, even if we keep it internal. Are we still proceeding with the decision to limit invitations? Yu Changming gave a firm nod. Yes. No guests from outside the clan. Good, said second elder Wu Jinhai. It's best to keep our cards close. If even half the rumors about Ling Luo's physique are true, it's better not to give outsiders a glimpse. Several elders nodded in agreement. Third elder Mo Jian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Still, the ceremony should be grand. Not for show, but for unity. Indeed, added elder Zhu Gan, unfurling the scroll in his lap. Our younger disciples have grown complacent. They need a reminder of what real talent looks like. Yu Changming set aside his talisman, interlocking his fingers atop his knee. That is why I propose we include a formal competition during the event. This time, no one murmured. The room went still. A competition? Elder Shuirong asked, raising an eyebrow. Between clan juniors. Yu Changming nodded. Yes. An internal martial tournament, open to branch families and direct descendants ages 8 to 13. Elder Yu Ying leaned forward, intrigued. A public trial. You want to test their growth. And inspire it, he replied. The duels will serve as both assessment and celebration. What of rewards? Mo Jian asked. Yu Changming allowed himself a faint smile. The top 3 will receive access to advanced cultivation resources, public recognition by the clan head, and the opportunity to become a personal disciple to an elder. Elder Wu Jinhai smirked. Now you're just baiting the tigers. Better they bite in the arena, Yu Ying added dryly, than sharpen claws in the dark. Soft laughter rippled through the room. Yu Changming continued, let this mark the beginning of a tradition. One that hones the next generation and encourages competition in the light. Elder Zhu Gan cleared his throat. And what of the young miss? Will Ling Luo take part? She may, came a new voice calm, melodic. The elders turned as Huan Lianhua entered, her figure as graceful as flowing moonlight. If Ling Luo feels ready after her awakening, I won't stop her, she said, walking to stand beside her husband. The air in the room shifted once more. A child awakening a physique was not the same as an ordinary genius. But no one objected. Very well, Yu Changming said. We proceed as planned. The awakening ceremony will be held and only clan members will attend. He stood, robes cascading around him like mist. The internal tournament will take place immediately after the ceremony. Prepare the arena. Ready the juniors. His gaze swept over the room, firm and expectant. I want talent, not tantrums. The elders rose as one. Yes, patriarch. And with that, the decision was sealed. Word would soon spread through every courtyard and pavilion. A great competition was coming. Yu Ling Luo, daughter of the clan head, was set to awaken. And every youth who once thought themselves talented would now be forced to prove it. After all, what better gift for a 10-year-old genius than a battlefield? Tip. Chapter 17, Regressed. With that, Yu Changming and Huan Lianhua arose and gracefully exited the hall, leaving the core elders behind to handle the follow-up. The moment the doors closed, light conversation stirred among the remaining elders, murmurs of speculation, strategy, and subtle gossip. Then, without a word, one of the elders tried to quietly slip away. Yuzamo, Elder Shuirong called out, narrowing her eyes. Where are you off to in such a hurry? The elder in question, a man with a scholarly air and neatly tied hair, froze mid-step, then slowly turned around with an awkward smile. Nothing. Just, thought I'd go sightseeing, he replied, trying to sound casual. Shuirong's expression didn't change. Oh, since when have you been new to the clan? Yuzamo winced inwardly. No, haha, I was just planning to help train my disciples. Yes, for the upcoming competition. Motivation, you know. A few chuckles rippled across the room. At that moment, Elder Yu Ying, the first elder, stood and addressed the group with calm authority. All right, everyone. Let's organize a preliminary tournament for both the inner court and outer court disciples. That drew some interest. She continued, the top 10 from each court will be selected to enter the final competition in the core arena, during the awakening ceremony. Should we really do this without informing the patriarch? One of the elders muttered. Yu Ying waved a hand. He's a chill guy and we're not changing the main event. Same rules, same format, just more fire under the feet of our juniors. Then she turned sharply. Zimo, you'll be in charge of coordinating it. Yuzimo's jaw dropped. Huh? Why me? Because you were trying to run away, Elder Shuirong said sweetly. You people are monsters, Yuzimo grumbled, rubbing his forehead. I only just broke into the supernatural realm and you want me to babysit brats. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed out of the hall, robes fluttering like a retreating scholar in distress. Several elders raised brows. A few even chuckled. Who wants to bet he dumps all the actual work on outer hall instructors? Mo Jian asked dryly. Already done, Yu Ying said. I messaged the hallmaster 10 minutes ago. A moment of silence passed. Then came the collective sigh, the sound of responsibility slowly falling from the sky and landing on all of them. The core elders looked at one another with solemn understanding. The awakening ceremony was going to be big, the competition even bigger, and none of them were getting out of it now. Meanwhile, in one of the outer hall disciples' quarters, a soft moonlight filtered through the wooden window screens, casting pale patterns across the room. The air was still, peaceful. Suddenly, on a small bed in the corner, a girl jolted upright mid-sleep, clutching her head as if struck by a memory so sharp it physically hurt. She groaned faintly. Her long black hair, once neatly tied, now tumbled over her shoulders in silken waves. Her face was pale, but her features were striking, delicate yet sharp, with arched brows and a natural, refined beauty that couldn't be ignored. Her eyes snapped open, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. They weren't just beautiful, they were terrifyingly ancient. Ethereal. Power slumbered behind them, something too vast for someone so young. Her breathing steadied. She shifted into a meditative pose, legs crossed, spine straight, as if on instinct. The last thing I remember. Her thoughts were a blur of chaos, screams, flames, skies torn asunder. My world was being attacked by the heavenly demon realm, and then, the pendant activated. Her gaze dropped to the object around her neck, a simple pendant of black crystal bound in silver thread, pulsing faintly with energy. Her fingers clenched it. So tightly, in fact, that her nails dug into her palm until drops of blood trickled down her hand. The pendant was a keepsake from her mother. Her gentle, smiling mother, who had passed away from illness, just like her father. Or so they had said. She opened her eyes again and looked around the room. Wooden furniture. Stone floor. A faint spiritual mist hovering in the air. I've been here before. And then it hit her. She looked down at her hands. At her body. Smaller. Younger. The realization froze her heart. I regressed. Memories surged of laughter, familiar voices, warmth, tragedy. And amidst them all, him. Her lips curled. At first, it was a trembling smile. Then a slow, manic grin spread across her face. And then, ha 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 ha. Her laughter echoed against the walls like a wave of madness released after years of torment. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes, but her voice was steady now, calm, cold. Nothing matters anymore. Not rules. Not fate. I will take what was always meant for me. She forced herself to breathe deeply and composed her expression, wiping away the small streak of blood from her hand. I can't meet my grandparents yet, not until grandfather becomes patriarch. That's still some time away. Her face softened for a brief moment, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Some wounds had never healed. Even time had not dulled their pain. She looked up at the ceiling, speaking softly. Heavens are truly unfair. But then her tone shifted. It brightened. Her eyes gleamed with a strange mix of sweetness and dangerous resolve. But now, there's just one thing left. She stood up, brushed back her hair, and tilted her head with an expression that was equal parts innocent and terrifying. Just wait, my Xianer, your Mai Mei is coming. She smiled sweetly. And I'll make sure no B*****s get near you this time. The girl's name? Ming Tian Mei. The regressed heavenly beauty now, and the one loved by heaven. Meanwhile, somewhere across the estate, Yu Xian, lounging lazily on his bed post-training, suddenly sneezed hard enough to jolt his whole body. Achoo! He blinked, confused, then looked out the window at the twin moons hanging silently above the courtyard. Who's missing me this intensely? He rubbed his nose, utterly clueless, unaware that one of his skills has already taken effect, and trouble had already begun tiptoeing its way toward him. Chapter 18, Outer and Inner Halls. The Yu clan buzzed with noise and excitement, the kind of restlessness that only came when a real event shook the bones of tradition. For the first time in years, both the outer and inner halls were holding joint selection tournaments. And the clan's younger generation? They couldn't be more thrilled. In the sprawling training grounds of the outer court, 100 dueling platforms had been activated using temporary formation plates. Each platform floated slightly above the ground, shimmering with boundary seals to prevent accidents. The scent of stirred dust and youthful ambition hung thick in the air. Disciples ranging from ages 8 to 13 were already on the field, some stretching, others meditating, many more excitedly comparing spirit artifacts they hoped would give them an edge. The notice for the tournament had arrived just a day earlier, broadcast across every universal communication talisman and by the Elders' Council through the clan's bulletin system. The message was short and clear. Notice, by decree of the core elders, a preliminary selection for the grand internal competition will be held tomorrow. Disciples aged between 8 to 13 can participate. Top 10 from outer hall and inner hall will qualify. Fight well. Show the power of youth. It was more than enough. Even disciples who had been slacking for months jolted upright and rushed to polish their skills. At the center platform stood the outer hall master, Elder Yubeishi, a lean, hawk-eyed man in silver-threaded black robes, with a voice like thunder trapped in a whisper. Today, you will prove your worth, he declared. Remember, control your strength. Winning through brutality will not be rewarded. Many of the younger disciples swallowed hard at that. Yubeishi was known for fairness, but also for strict punishments. On his command, the platforms lit up and the duels began. Blades clashed, palm techniques roared, and the sounds of battle echoed across the mountainside training grounds. Senior disciples served as judges, using talismans to record outcomes and rank combatants. But this was no mere test of raw power. Strategy, control, composure, these were what the elders truly wanted to see. And somewhere at the far edge of the platforms, a quiet girl with long black hair tied in a high ponytail sat cross-legged beside her match number. Her name was Ming Tian Miai, and her gaze was not on the current fight. It was on the direction of the core pavilion. Soon, she whispered, her eyes glinting. Meanwhile, the inner hall bore an entirely different atmosphere. Unlike the open wildness of the outer court, the inner hall's selection was being held in the sky reflection dome, a vast, enclosed coliseum constructed of mirrored jade and celestial glass. The top disciples of the inner pavilion, often considered the prodigies of the Yu clan, gathered on their own sectioned platforms. These battles weren't just about qualifying for the main event. They were about pride. Disciples of branch families, allied families, and direct descendants of elders all stood shoulder to shoulder, each wearing their clan-issued combat robes, polished spirit insignias gleaming on their chests. The inner hall master, Elder Yu Fanren, watched from a floating observation talisman that hovered above the field like a silent eagle. Unlike Beishi, Fanren said nothing. He didn't need to. Every inner disciple already knew what was at stake. From above, rosters and matchups glowed in midair formations displaying names, win streaks, and rankings. It was a spectacle. Cheers, gasps, and bursts of energy frequently erupted from different corners of the dome as matches played out one after the other. Whispers passed through the audience platforms, where family members and instructors sat, observing potential candidates with hawk-like focus. A few names had already stood out. Yu Renli, known for his lightning step movement technique. Yu Swecking, a quiet girl with needle thread precision in her blade arts. Mo Lin, a boy with a peculiar sword no one could identify. As both halls roared with the thrill of combat, the final rankings were being compiled. Soon, only 10 names from each section would be chosen, 20 youths who would step into the core arena during Yu Lingluo's 10th birthday. The awakening ceremony was nearly upon them, and the battlefield was already taking shape. Chapter 19, The Awakening 1. The long-anticipated day had finally arrived, the day of Yu Lingluo's awakening, also known as her 10th birthday. A moment of celebration, a joyous celebration, a highly dramatic coming-of-age event. From the break of dawn, the entire Yu clan grounds buzzed with excitement. Spiritual lanterns drifted through the air like lazy fireflies, glowing in jade, gold, and violet, enchanted to pulse with gentle heartbeat rhythms. Banners bearing the clan sigil fluttered atop rooftops, flashing subtle spirit lights every time someone looked at them for more than 3 seconds. Because attention deserves reward. A/N thank you for reading. A grand feast had been prepared in the outer and inner garden. Long tables stretched across the stone courtyard. There was roasted flamebird, 5-spice egg stew, moon lotus dumplings, honey-grilled cloudfish, and mysterious things labeled chef's surprise. Elders lounged beneath spirit trees, sipping glowing vine brews and pretending not to eavesdrop on gossip. Disciples gossiped about their robes, some nervously adjusting collars, others quietly talking about placing bets on who would win the upcoming junior duels. There was laughter, celebration, and the occasional flash of light when someone tried to show off a new technique and accidentally messed up. Today wasn't just a birthday. It was a spectacle. It was the awakening of the patriarch's daughter. And with that, the opening of a new chapter in the Yu clan's legacy. In the core pavilion of the Yu clan, the atmosphere mirrored the festive energy outside, but here, it carried weight. Heavy, reverent weight. Everyone present in the awakening hall bore an oppressive aura. Just standing there made the air feel denser, tighter, as though even the spiritual energy in the room was too polite to stir without permission. As the twin moons began their celestial climb, one golden, one platinum silver, their light filtered through the enchanted dome above, casting a gentle, sacred glow across the hall. At the center of it all stood a towering, transparent crystal pillar, the awakening crystal. In ancient times, awakening a child's latent potential required rare treasures, spirit beasts, or even reckless injections of a cultivator's own energy, a process often ending in drama, explosions, or permanent hair loss. But those days were long past. These days, every major clan and sect owned one awakening crystal. Small sects and clans, when registering with her, would get one with discount. Truly, what an unfair world. The awakening crystal, first recovered from ancient ruins, had since been stabilized and mass-produced. Safe, efficient, and still mysterious enough to maintain the ceremony's prestige. Over the centuries, this crystal had transformed from a rare artifact into a rite of passage, a glowing badge of growing up. Soon, the awakening hall began to fill. Outer hall elders, inner pavilion instructors, even a few grand elders, long secluded beings who only left meditation when someone either died or did something interesting. Each time one entered, respectful bows followed. Because yes, in the cultivation world, seniority mattered. Several dignitaries from the Huan clan also arrived, dignified and reserved. After all, Yu Lingluo was the beloved daughter of their matriarch. Then it happened, that hush, that instinctive pull of the room's attention. The main entrance opened. Yu Changming, patriarch of the Yu clan, walked in with the presence of someone who could silence a battlefield with a glance. His robes fluttered even when there was no wind, his every step measured and precise. At his side was Huan Lianhua, luminous and graceful, her expression serene. Together, they looked like they'd stepped out of a painting hanging in a palace somewhere, the kind that made scholars cry and painters give up. And following them were 2 small figures. Yu Xian and Yu Lingluo, dressed in ceremonial black and white robes stitched with subtle silver and gold threads, walked in with quiet composure. Despite their youth, both radiated poise. Yu Lingluo carried herself with a natural, effortless dignity, eyes bright but unreadable. Yu Xian, on the other hand, walked as if pretending not to enjoy all the attention but very much enjoying all the attention. More than a few elders found themselves smiling involuntarily. Many secretly thought in a few years, these two are going to break more hearts than swords. As the family reached the central platform, the room bowed deeply and respectfully. We greet the patriarch and mistress. Yu Changming raised his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. He paused briefly upon the grand elders and offered a respectful nod. Looks like everyone is present, he said calmly. His voice, though not loud, cut cleanly through the hall. Now then, he continued, since we are gathered here on this joyous occasion, the awakening day of my daughter, Yu Lingluo, let us proceed without further ado. And with that, the ceremony truly began. Chapter 20, The Awakening 2. Everyone fell silent. All noise ceased the moment Yu Lingluo began walking toward the awakening crystal. Her silver-violet hair fluttered behind her like strands of starlight, and her expression was calm, too calm for a 10-year-old. The hall watched in collective awe as she approached the towering crystal at the center of the dome. She placed her hand gently against its surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then light appeared. The crystal pulsed once, softly, then again, brighter. Suddenly, it flared with a radiance so intense that many had to shut their eyes and switch to divine sense to even perceive what was happening. The awakening crystal turned a brilliant, pure purple, glowing like a star ready to burst. Then, streaks of violet lightning began dancing across its surface, cracking the crystal from the inside out. The artifact, thought unbreakable, now trembled as if overwhelmed. The hall was completely still as the elders watched, some of them taken aback by the sheer power emanating from the crystal. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Grand elders straightened in their seats. This has never happened before, whispered Elder Mo Jian. And just as the tension in the air reached its peak, visions began to materialize. They did not come gently. Unlike ordinary awakenings, where saints or illusions of mythical beasts or supreme beings appeared, these visions were raw, primal. A force of unrestrained chaos swept through the room. The elders grimaced. Even the grand elders, beings who had faced tribulations and fought ancient monsters, were not spared. Their senses burned. Their spirits recoiled. Far away, other grand elders, those deep in secluded meditation, opened their eyes and immediately flew toward the awakening hall. Because something was very, very wrong, or perhaps, very right. The vision expanded. Within the crystal's projection, stars were born and died in rapid succession. Galaxies spun, supernova erupted. It was beautiful and horrifying. Powerful. Destructive. Chaotic. But undeniably, divine. And the vision didn't stay confined to the awakening hall. It expanded. Beyond the walls, beyond the core pavilion, stretching outward until the entire Yu clan's domain shimmered beneath the celestial phenomenon. Then it kept going, reaching other sects, other clans. Other powers across the land were also shaken. An event of such magnitude couldn't possibly go unnoticed. In distant regions, powerful beings stirred. In forbidden lands, slumbering monsters opened eyes that hadn't blinked in centuries. Every major force in the eternal star heavenly world noticed. And then, as if the vision had not been enough to leave them breathless, a golden light shot down from the heavens, piercing the sky and heading straight toward the awakening hall. The world went still for a heartbeat. Gasps turned to cries of disbelief. The aura of destiny, shouted one grand elder. Another paled. It's the era's chosen. Only one thing could trigger that beam. It meant a catastrophe was coming. And the world had begun to choose its champions. Not ordinary geniuses, but monsters. Heavenly anomalies. In the middle of it all, Yu Lingluo floated inside the golden light. Her body curled into a fetal position as she levitated midair, wrapped in divine brilliance. The hall was silent again. Until, we have a genius. Good, good, our clan is blessed. Congratulations, clan head. Your daughter has heaven's favor. The grand elders erupted in celebration, some wiping their eyes, others already imagining how the Yu clan would rise in power and prestige. But then suddenly, she vanished. Right before everyone's eyes, Yu Lingluo disappeared from within the golden cocoon. Gone. Completely. The room erupted into chaos. What? Where is she? Who dares attack the Yu clan? One elder drew his sword on instinct. Patriarch? We must prepare for war. The air was thick with anger, confusion, and a sense of dread. But the grand elders didn't move. They stood frozen, not from fear, but from shock. They had felt something. A pressure. The world's consciousness had gazed upon Yu Lingluo for the briefest of moments, a presence so vast, so ancient, that it made even seasoned cultivators like them feel like dust. And then, it was gone. Yu Changming and Huan Lianhua remained composed on the outside, but inwardly, even they were shaken. They looked at one another and sighed. Our daughter's luck is truly too good. The grand elders were stunned by the descent of divine will. But the patriarch and matriarch? They were disturbed by something else, something only they knew. While the hall remained in stunned silence, Yu Changming took a step forward. His aura suddenly flared. Deep, vast, boundless. The air around him thickened, and even the grand elders felt the pressure of his energy. For a moment, it was as if the entire clan and beyond were suffocating under the weight of his presence. The ground trembled. The hall buzzed. Several weaker elders nearly fell to their knees. Outside the hall, cultivators far and wide felt the sudden surge and flinched. What monster just woke up? Inside, the pressure receded as quickly as it came. Then Yu Changming spoke. I know everyone is concerned about what just happened, he said, his voice calm but firm. As her father, I thank you all for your worry. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the gathered crowd. But I can assure you this is an opportunity. For her. And for our clan. Where she has gone, is where she is meant to be. The murmurs calmed. The elders nodded, still shaken but trusting. After all, if someone truly did try to harm Yu Lingluo, war would be the least of Yu Changming's responses. They still remembered the time he nearly brought calamity to the heavenly Oceanica world, because someone insulted his wife. Meanwhile, at the back of the hall, a small hand clutched tightly at Huan Lianhua's sleeve. Yu Xian, still panicked by his sister's sudden disappearance, had tightly gripped his mother's hand. His heart raced, but when he heard his father's words, he couldn't help but feel a small measure of comfort. Rest assured, my son, Huan Lianhua said softly, sensing his unease, Lingluo will be fine. She's not the same as before. Yu Xian sighed in relief, his grip loosening slightly. His sister had disappeared. And no matter what anyone said, that didn't sit right with him. He said nothing, but inwardly, he thought, what a chaotic day. And he was right. Because the chaos had only just begun. And he couldn't help but feel the weight of the events unfolding and wondered what his role would be in the coming storm. A/N, we have reached 20k words. Chapter 21, the tournament begins. The sun rose steadily over the Yu clan's domain, bathing the vast grounds in golden warmth. For the male cultivators, this wasn't just sunlight, it was yin energy, a daily blessing that many took full advantage of by meditating shirtless on rooftops like sweaty sages. Despite the chaos of the previous night's awakening ceremony, a divine vision, a disappearing genius, and the golden light of destiny itself, life within the clan resumed with remarkable composure. Because today was tournament day, and nothing stirred youthful cultivators more than the chance to beat each other up with permission. Across the outer hall, the atmosphere was unique. Dozens of disciples scurried about, setting up formation screens that would act as floating viewing windows for the upcoming matches. It looked like a dozen open-air theaters were being constructed by junior talisman masters in a frenzy. Nearby, food stalls were preparing spirit buns, roasted beast skewers, and of course mystery broth with exorbitant prices. In one corner, a totally unofficial betting table was already surrounded by whispering disciples exchanging spirit stones with suspicious efficiency. Meanwhile, the 10 chosen disciples from the outer hall had already departed earlier that morning. Leading them was none other than the sharp-eyed hall master, Yu Beishi, a man who if squinted his eyes would look like a villain. Behind him followed several outer hall elders and most importantly, the 10 tournament qualifiers. As they walked toward the designated transportation zone, Yu Beishi turned with a slight squint, which only made his already hawk-like features even more intimidating. All right, he said, voice like stone grinding against stone. We're heading to the core arena. Don't speak unless necessary. When your name is called, step forward. Don't embarrass me. Understood? Yes, Hall Master, the 10 disciples chorused in perfect unison, their backs straightening like someone had just poured cold water down their robes. Among them, one girl stood out without trying. Black hair tied in a high tail, delicate yet striking features, and an aura far too calm for someone her age. Ming Tian Miai. She didn't say a word, but her eyes flickered as if knowing something. Yu Beishi gave a curt nod and turned to one of the elders. Prepare the transport. The elder nodded and drew his sword, pouring a controlled surge of spiritual energy into it. The blade glowed, then expanded into a wide, floating platform. A few disciples gasped in admiration. Is that a spirit sword? Though spirit swords were common in the Yu clan, one that could transform into a transport platform was clearly of higher grade, something rarely seen. The elder gestured to the disciples. Get on. They scrambled aboard with enthusiasm, carefully balancing themselves on the glowing blade. Other elders followed suit, drawing their own flying swords, sleek, refined, and buzzing faintly with power. Within moments, the sky shimmered as a dozen spirit swords lifted off and soared through the sky, toward the core arena. As they flew, the disciples gazed down in awe. Beneath them sprawled a breathtaking landscape, vast mountain ranges, deep valleys carved by time, clear rivers cutting across fertile plains. They passed floating boulders, ancient trees with golden leaves, and birds that sang spirit melodies as they were flying through the skies. It was easy to forget they were still within the domain of a single clan. But this was the Yu clan, one of the great powers. At nearly the same time, another group took flight. The inner hall disciples, under the watchful eye of Hall Master Yu Fanren, began their journey as well. Their formation was tighter, more composed. If the outer hall's flight was spirited, the inner hall's was ceremonial, perfect in posture, formation, and silence. Yu Fanren, always the quiet observer, said nothing as they flew. His presence alone was command enough. Together, both groups, 10 outer hall disciples and 10 from the inner hall, were on their way to the core arena, and to what would be remembered for years as one of the most memorable internal tournaments the Yu clan had ever witnessed. Little did they know, the real chaos hadn't even begun yet. The one to shine was yet to announce his participation. Chapter 22, Participating in Tournament. Both groups arrived at the tournament arena, the stage upon which the Yu clan's youth would test their strength. One might expect something grand: carved jade pillars, dragon-shaped statues, and a stage bathed in heavenly light. But no, the arena was surprisingly simple. A raised dueling platform, a few elegantly carved stone benches, and several hovering projection formations. That was it. Minimalist and efficient. But then again, this wasn't meant to dazzle. It was meant to test. The real audience wasn't even present. Dozens of projection formations floated above the arena, transmitting the matches live across the entire clan. Naturally, a temporary chat group had already formed in the Universal Talisman Network, where disciples were doing what they did best, spamming reactions. Moki000, Moki, am insensible. Moon Peach, brother, do you mean to say invincible? Finaseboe 444, no, I think he means invisible. Meanwhile, the competitors 10 from the outer hall, 10 from the inner hall sat in quiet anticipation on their designated benches. Some looked nervous. Some looked excited. One was clearly calculating how to win with the most flair while still pretending to be humble about it. Among them, one figure stood out like a calm storm in waiting, Ming Tian Miai. Black-haired, graceful, and carrying the aura of someone who'd already seen the ending of this tournament in a dream, she sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing in perfect rhythm with the world. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A subtle ripple passed through the arena. All heads turned in unison. Yu Changming, the clan patriarch, had arrived. He walked in with the quiet majesty of a man who could level a mountain without wrinkling his robes, followed by a group of core elders, and, to everyone's surprise, a handful of younger disciples. Among them was none other than Yu Xian. Dressed in crisp ceremonial robes and wearing the expression of someone who had been forcefully volunteered, the young master walked quietly, a slightly grumpy look on his face. Clearly, he was not thrilled to be here. You see, earlier that morning, knowing there was a tournament, Yu Xian had simply gone to his father and asked to watch it in person. A reasonable request. But the moment nearby elders heard him speak, "Patriarch, let the young master enter the tournament. It would be a wonderful morale boost. A symbolic gesture of leadership." Yu Changming listened their arguments and he calmly replied, "He's 7. The age requirement is 8. Then one elder, far too clever for his own good, casually added, "We were planning to add our own disciples too." A few eyebrows twitched. Everyone knew their own so-called prodigies weren't quite prodigious, but still, they couldn't resist the opportunity. In truth, most just wanted to see if Yu Xian, like his sister, was a hidden monster in disguise. And so, after 10 minutes and several internal sighs, Yu Xian found himself walking behind the patriarch like a guest of honor. Along the way, he tried to chat with a few of the other kids. Unfortunately, most of them were either too nervous to speak, too intimidated by his identity, or too focused on their upcoming matches to reply. The attempt at friendly mingling? Unsuccessful. Now, seated among the participants at the edge of the platform, Yu Xian exhaled slowly and muttered under his breath, "This is going to be fun." He wasn't sure if he meant it sarcastically. Probably. Now that everyone had gathered, a core disciple stepped onto the platform. His name was Lu, an unassuming young man with an ordinary face, a friendly expression, and the unenviable job of being the tournament announcer. Clearing his throat, he cupped his hands respectfully toward the elders and clan head before speaking, voice amplified slightly by spiritual energy. "Now that all esteemed elders and our honored clan head are present, we shall begin the tournament for the youngest generation." A polite ripple of applause followed. Lu continued, his tone cheerful. "We have 20 participants from the outer and inner halls, and to everyone's surprise, 6 additional disciples have joined us, all entry disciple of core elders. Not to mention." He paused dramatically, letting the suspense do its work. "The participation of the clan head's own son." Instantly, several of the floating projection formations zoomed in on the gathered disciples. Entry disciples are basically those disciples who have potential but not started cultivating yet. Among them, Yu Xian, who had been trying to blend in, gave the announcer a betrayed look. Lu ignored it. Instead, he casually glanced at the universal talisman in his hand. As expected, the temporary tournament group chat was going wild. "Moon Peach, damn, little Yu is beautiful and cute. Moki000, Moki, am the most handsome. Finaseboe 444, Moki looks like an ape with diarrhea. Little big fish, ha 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 ha." Lu smiled, satisfied. "Ahem," he said, straightening. "Now, let us begin the first match. Selections will be made randomly." With a flick of his fingers, the floating name board shimmered to life. Names, already inputted, began to flash across the screen in glowing gold. A few moments later, 2 names popped into view. Mo Lin versus Lin Fan. The crowd stirred watching the names, their excitement rising. "Let the first battle begin," said Lu. Like this, the first battle was about to begin. A/N, should I keep the group chat? If yes, then comment unique usernames. Chapter 23, Grandma in Sword V/S Normal System User 1. From among the seated disciples, 2 youths stood and made their way to the dueling platform. The first was Mo Lin, an inner hall disciple and a distant relative of core elder Mo Jian. He was a modestly handsome youth with black hair and calm, black eyes. But beneath his composed exterior, lay a very peculiar backstory. Mo Lin never imagined his luck would be this outrageous. One day, like many love-struck teenagers, he decided to impress a senior sister he had a massive crush on. Naturally, he thought flowers would do the trick but not store-bought ones. No, he believed that wildflowers, plucked by his own hand, would demonstrate sincerity and effort. So he snuck out toward the woods near the inner hall and spent 2 entire days searching for the perfect flower. Yet, he found nothing. Instead, gravity found him tripping over a root and tumbling into a bush-covered hollow. There, hidden beneath vines and moss, he discovered a cave. At first, he cursed his misfortune. But fate, it seemed, had a twisted sense of humor. Inside the cave lay a sword plain-looking and unremarkable. Mo Lin, curious and sore all over, reached out to grab it. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, a voice echoed in his mind. Child, you are not fated. Give this sword to a girl. Mo Lin shrieked and dropped the sword immediately, running back home like his pants were on fire. But curiosity is a powerful thing. The next day, he returned. The sword was still there. He picked it up again. Child, the voice pleaded, now sounding slightly panicked. I said give this sword to a girl? Please? I'll reward you. Now, Mo Lin was many things pampered, shy, dramatic but also secretly a bit prideful and arrogant. He frowned and declared with a pose, if I can't have this sword, then nobody will. Then, with the brilliance only he can muster, he stuck the sword back into the dirt and decided to water it, just in case it would grow more swords. The sword was stunned, utterly speechless. Then it sighed and muttered, wait, fine, I'll bond with you, just take me. Then Mo Lin asked cheerfully, okay, what do I do? The sword gave up all dignity and instructed him to offer a drop of blood. Mo Lin, dramatically clutching his hand like he was being martyred, pricked his finger and let a few drops fall onto the blade. And just like that, the bond was formed. This was how Mo Lin, proud flower hunter and accidental cave explorer, ended up with a mysterious sword, whose spirit now occasionally scolds him like a grandma. On the other side was the second boy Lin Fan. Or rather, Harry Jackpot. You see, in his previous life, Harry was just a completely average youth living on the planet Gaia, a world where monstrous creatures emerged from dimensional gates and were fought off by humans with superpowers. The people of Gaia, thanks to technology and mysterious gate stones, had developed an advanced society that looked like a cross of sci-fi and superhero genre. Harry, like any self-respecting teenager, dreamed of becoming a caped hero, admired by millions, beating up monsters with dramatic poses and a badass signature move while explosions went off in the background. That was the plan. But fate had other ideas. One night, while browsing the web, Harry left a not-so-polite comment on an online novel which talked about people cultivating and not about superpowers. Specifically, he typed, "This story sucks. Why would anyone waste time writing this trash?" The author replied in his inbox, just a single message. "Why don't you try it, then?" Harry snorted and clicked the message. This was his biggest mistake. The moment he did, everything went black. Next thing he knew, he had reincarnated into a baby's body in a world full of spirit energy, clans, and cultivation manuals. Floating before his infant eyes was a glowing blue interface labeled Simple Normal System, also known as SNS. It gave no cheats, no golden fingers, just polite encouragement and showed his stats, and the occasional passive-aggressive reminder that he was still weak. Now, years later, Harry Jackpot or Lin Fan, as everyone knew him, had trained enough to stand here, opposite Mo Lin. Two boys, one with grandma in sword, and the other, a Gaialing with a sarcastic system and dreams of glory. But only one of them would shine tonight. And maybe this would be the most interesting match in the tournament. Chapter 24, Grandma in Sword v/S Normal System User 2. Facing each other on the platform stood Mo Lin and Lin Fan, both radiating that unmistakable protagonist aura. From the disciples' benches, Yu Xian stared with wide eyes. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he felt it deep in his bones. These two, he whispered. They both feel like main characters. He paused, deep in thought. Whose plot is this? It's not mine, right? He leaned forward nervously. Down below, on the dueling platform, the two boys prepared for battle. Mo Lin held what appeared to be a simple sword, though it was anything but ordinary. TCH. Another brat with delusions of glory, a grumpy voice muttered in his head. Lin Fan stood calmly, wielding a short blade with practiced ease. His stance was solid, his grip confident, the kind only gained through years of painful training. From the side of the platform, Disciple Lu raised his hand. Are both participants ready? Both nodded silently. Then, let the first match begin. A formation ring flared to life around the platform. And instantly, Mo Lin charged. Please go easy on me, senior brother, he shouted with the classic shamelessness of a protagonist. Lin Fan's eyebrow twitched. They were practically the same age. Still, deciding to play along, he replied calmly, very well, young one. Show me your strength. Their swords met midair with a dull metallic clink, no sparks, no shockwaves, just raw effort and sweat. What did you expect? Neither had cultivated yet. They were still children. But children trained in the art of pain and persistence. Mo Lin spun low, sweeping his blade toward Lin Fan's knees. Lin Fan leapt back, adjusting his stance, and countered with a forward thrust. Mo Lin twisted aside and retaliated with a horizontal slash, using the full momentum of his turn. Clink! Lin Fan blocked it just in time. The two exchanged blows in quick succession: slash, dodge, feint, stab, and though their swings lacked true spiritual force, the ferocity behind them kept the watching disciples at the edge of their seats. In the inner and outer clan grounds, dozens of floating screens zoomed in and out to capture their movements from every angle. The disciples watching cheered loudly. The group chat in the Universal Talisman, of course, exploded. Moon Peach, from my information both are 10. Is this for real? Finaseboe 444, I was still rolling in dirt at 10, waiting for my awakening. Moki 000, Moki, would beat them both. Finaseboe 444, Elder, please mute Moki, he's talking about beating children. To the final comment, a message arrived from the Elder arranging the tournament. Tournament Elder, Disciple Moki, meet me after the tournament. Moki 000, sorry, Elder. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Back on the platform, sweat dripped from both boys. Their breathing grew heavier. Mo Lin's hands trembled, and even his sword spirit groaned in his head. Swing left? No, left no, your other left. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Every inch of his body ached, but he kept going. He remembered every hour spent shadowboxing with tree branches. Every failed technique he repeated until it worked. Every drop of blood and every bruised knuckle. This match couldn't be lost. Not now. With a sudden cry, Lin Fan surged forward. His short sword angled perfectly. A clean strike. Mo Lin raised his blade in a last-ditch defense. Crack. Not the sword, just his stance giving out. He was knocked backward, sliding across the stage on his butt and landing with a soft thud. Panting, with great effort, he raised his hand. I admit defeat, senior brother. The arena hushed. Winner Disciple Lin Fan, announced Lu, stepping onto the platform. Polite applause echoed through the formation as Lin Fan stepped forward and extended a hand. Mo Lin blinked. Then, with a sheepish grin, he took it and pulled himself up. Next time, he declared, brushing off his robe, I'll beat you. You're strong, Lin Fan said, still breathing hard. Stronger than most. I'll train harder too. The audience murmured with approval. Two geniuses still just cubs, but clearly not ordinary. Already showing signs of camaraderie, Yu Xian, seated with a serious face, quietly thought to himself, now what do we call the power of friendship between two protagonists? And just like that, the first battle came to a close. One winner stood tall. The other walked away with pride. And the rest of the disciples realized this was going to be a tournament to remember. Chapter 25, Blades, Beauty, and Blunders. Soon, several more matches took place. Though each had its own flair, but none quite matched the thrilling energy of the very first duel between Lin Fan and Mo Lin. Despite the participants all falling within the age range of 8 to 13, it quickly became clear that age was a significant advantage. No one had begun proper cultivation yet. The elders insisted on waiting for a special time, but that didn't mean these children had been slacking. Many had spent years honing their physical strength and martial prowess, diligently practicing mortal techniques. One notable match featured a girl named Yu Sweking, a quiet genius from a branch family known for her deadly precision in blade arts. Her opponent barely had time to blink. With a calm draw of her twin blades, Yu Sweking stepped forward, her feet barely making a sound. Her strikes were fast, shallow, and efficient, never lethal, but always perfectly aimed. Within 30 seconds, the match was over. She bowed politely and stepped down, expression as serene as a still pond. Later, a subtle shift in energy passed through the arena. It was time for Ming Tianmi's match. Whispers surged like wind among the spectators, not just because of her growing reputation, but because of her striking beauty. When she stepped onto the platform, it was as though an immortal fairy had descended. Her long black hair flowed like ink under moonlight. Her expression remained composed, almost otherworldly. She didn't draw a weapon. She didn't need to. Her opponent, a tall boy from the outer hall, hesitated for just a moment. And that was all it took. Tianmi moved with the elegance of a drifting lotus. Every step, every turn of her wrist, flowed like practiced choreography. Her palm strikes landed cleanly, softly, but with undeniable control. The boy found himself disarmed and lying on the ground before he fully understood what had happened. The crowd erupted in quiet awe, and as Ming Tianmi descended from the platform, her gaze flicked just briefly toward Yu Xian. Their eyes met. She said nothing. She simply walked back to her seat and sat down with an elegance. Yu Xian blinked. Was that a challenge? He muttered. He chose to ignore it. For now. Soon, the remaining matches flew by. And then, it was time for the final match of the first round. On the glowing board, two names flashed brightly. Yu Xian vs Yu Renli. A ripple of energy passed through the crowd. Yu Renli was no ordinary child. He was known across the inner hall for his extraordinary footwork and movement technique. Now, he was set to face the clan head's son. Yu Xian stood from his seat, prepared to step onto the platform, only to freeze halfway through his stride. His opponent was already there, standing tall, armed with a pair of short daggers. Yu Xian blinked. Then blinked again. Crap. I forgot to bring a weapon. In his defense, he had arrived with the noble intention of spectating, not participating. And now here he was, walking into a duel, unarmed. The embarrassment hit him like a slap. I'm going to lose face, in front of the entire clan, over a sword. With all the grace he could muster, Yu Xian began subtly gesturing toward the elder seats, performing a series of awkward hand signs that looked suspicious. From his seat, Yu Changming narrowed his eyes. Then realization dawned. With a barely perceptible motion of his fingers, the patriarch flicked a weapon forward. A gleaming sword shimmered into existence beside Yu Xian, slipping into his hand with such fluid timing that most onlookers assumed it had been there all along. Crisis averted. Yu Xian exhaled quietly, stepping fully onto the platform with his head held high and his weapon now in hand, as if he hadn't nearly debuted as a weaponless fool. He glanced at Yu Renli. The boy was older 11 or maybe 12 and already known as a prodigy in movement arts. But Yu Xian didn't flinch. He had spent 2 years training in secret, pushing his young body to its limits. And more importantly, today, he intended to test something. A sword technique he'd acquired through his system. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Let's see how this plays out. The arena stilled. Floating talismans zoomed in. Disciples across the clan leaned toward their projection screens. Everyone was watching. Chapter 26, Unexpected End. Yu Xian and Yu Renli rushed toward each other. In terms of speed, Yu Renli clearly had the upper hand. He swung his dagger with swift precision, aiming to end the match early, but Yu Xian countered it smoothly, with little to no recoil. Yu Renli's eyes widened in surprise. I definitely put strength into that, he thought, staring at the small boy who had blocked the blow with calm fluidity. This wasn't some pampered brat. He was facing the son of the clan head, and Yu Xian was, as expected, no ordinary child. True to that, Yu Xian's foundation was solid. From bitter herb baths to high-quality spirit-infused meals since infancy, not to mention the fact that his mother, Huan Lianhua, was no ordinary cultivator. Even his breastfeeding sessions had contributed to his strength, though Yu Xian thought that was just a normal part of baby life. And indeed, in this world, it was widely acknowledged, no matter a mother's cultivation level, she could safely breastfeed her child, a miraculous fact, considering the spiritual energy involved. Truly a wonder of nature, an elder once muttered philosophically. Back in the arena, Yu Xian parried another strike and dodged with swift steps, though no real opening appeared for him to attack. Yu Renli, agile and relentless, remained on the offensive. Their weapons clashed repeatedly. Yu Xian's sword met Renli's twin daggers again and again, but the tempo belonged to the older boy. The crowd murmured. The matchup seemed unfair. Yu Renli was known for his speed and balance. Yu Xian, just 7, looked outmatched, smaller and younger, despite his calm face. The chat group lit up with commentary. Moon Peach, little Yu, fight back? This big sister believes in you? Finaseboe 444, it's over. Little Big Fish, this is a stomp. Yu Renli wins, no contest. And for once, Mo was absent, presumably being lectured by an elder after his earlier comment. Amidst the back-and-forth clashes, Yu Renli asked between strikes, Junior brother, why don't you surrender? Yu Xian replied between breaths, I'll see this through to the end, senior brother. Yu Renli sighed, realizing persuasion wouldn't work. But the constant clashing was exhausting him, too. Yu Xian, pushed back by another strike, suddenly rolled away and created distance between them. He took a breath. It was time. Yu Renli narrowed his eyes. So, he's going to attack now. Confident in his footwork, he decided to let Yu Xian make the move, planning to dodge and counter as usual. Yu Xian inhaled, focused, and prepared. He called upon the technique he had trained in secret. The magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family. Raising his sword to his right side, Yu Xian's expression became calm and focused. A red aura began to condense around his blade, slowly rising from the hilt to the tip. As he moved the sword slightly, the aura followed with a mesmerizing delay, trailing like an echo with power. It looked cool. Really cool. The audience gasped. Yu Renli's eyes widened in alarm, and panic took over him. I forfeit? I forfeit, he shouted instantly, backing away. Disciple Lu, startled but quick on his feet, rushed onto the stage. Winner Yu Xian, he announced, his voice filled with disbelief. Yu Xian blinked. He hadn't even used the technique fully. He looked around, confused, only to hear murmurs and gasps ripple through the arena. Was that what I think it was? Wait, how old is he again? Is he the reincarnation of a sword immortal? A dazed disciple muttered under his breath, sword intent. The elders seated beside the patriarch stiffened. That can't be. He manifested sword intent. Look at that color. One female elder, utterly mesmerized, mumbled, it's beautiful. Several elders gave her skeptical looks. Yu Changming was stunned as well. Sword intent at the mortal stage? Even reincarnated sword saints rarely achieved that before cultivating. Several elders began to question their own lives. In the center of it all, Yu Xian, the boy in question, stood baffled. He had unexpectedly won, without even getting to show off the cool moves he'd practiced. Huh, he said under his breath. Well, that worked. And with that, the final match of the round ended not with a clash of blades, but with the quiet terror of overwhelming potential people saw from Yu Xian. Chapter 27, Unexpected End. Again. After the final match of the first round concluded, only 13 disciples remained out of the original 26. Disciple Lu stepped forward, his voice ringing out clearly. The first round of the tournament is now complete. From the remaining 13 participants, one will be selected to move forward via lucky draw because, as we all know, luck is an important factor in cultivation. Some elders in the audience nodded solemnly, while others rolled their eyes. With a flourish, Lu pulled out another board from his space ring. Unlike the others, this one was colorful, sparkled with animated effects, and suspiciously resembled a gambling display. One elder whispered, that's definitely a gambling wheel. Lu cleared his throat and continued enthusiastically. Now, let's see which lucky disciple will advance without a match. The board shimmered as names flickered across its surface, disappearing and reappearing in rapid succession. Some onlookers leaned forward like gamblers at casino, a few even began to salivate. Apparently, this board was the same model used in certain gambling games, where players would bet spiritual stones on what symbol would appear. A dramatic effect played across the screen. And then one name pulsed in glowing golden letters. Ming Tianmei. At the same moment, the formations above locked onto her face. But, as expected, she remained composed and expressionless like a celestial maiden entirely unaffected by worldly affairs. The crowd, however, was not so quiet. Damn, she's not just beautiful, she's lucky too. Luck favors beauty? Meanwhile, you can't even win at rock paper scissors. No wonder you've never rolled anything. So envious. A girl sighed from the side. A male disciple beside her chimed in, but senior sister, you're beautiful too. Smack. He went flying backwards from a single palm strike. No one helped him. Because truly, few things are more terrifying than a woman annoyed in public. Back on the platform, Lu looked mildly disappointed. He had been hoping for at least a raised eyebrow from Tianmei. Alas, the audience reaction would have to do. Well then, Lu continued. Now that the lucky participant has been selected, we'll proceed with the remaining matches for this round. With a flick of his fingers, the name board shimmered to life again and the next two names appeared. Yu Bo versus Yu Hao. Both were entry disciples of core elders. Out of all such disciples, only these two had survived the first round. Their duel was heated. Blades clashed. Dust swirled. A few dramatic grunts were exchanged. But in the end, Yu Hao's larger frame and stronger physique helped him overpower Yu Bo. He bowed after the match, breathing hard but victorious. Next up was Lin Fan, facing an inner disciple. This battle lasted longer. Lin Fan fought with his usual clean, disciplined style. His moves weren't flashy but they were effective. Step. Strike. Counter. Eventually, after a grueling exchange, he landed a decisive blow and won. Then came Yu Swecking. She once again wielded her twin blades with elegance and silence, defeating her opponent, though this time, it wasn't as smooth as her first match. Her opponent forced her to reveal more of her technique, and a few strands of her hair were cut. Still, she won with grace. More matches followed. Finally, the last match of the second round appeared. It was the match of Yu Xian. Yu Xian sighed. Why am I always last? He stood and walked toward the platform, already guessing he wouldn't be sweating much. Across from him, his opponent also stepped up. An outer disciple, older, taller, and pale-faced. Though he wore a mask and acted oddly, Yu Xian squinted at him. Why does he look like he's planning to escape a robbery? Disciple Lu then announced, let the match begin. Yu Xian raised his sword calmly. His opponent, however, immediately shouted, I forfeit, and then vanished. He ran off with such speed it looked like he'd activated a forbidden art. The crowd was baffled. Yu Xian just stood there. Was it something I did? Then he remembered. Oh, right. The swordsmanship of Avalon family. He had activated it so casually last time, he forgot how intimidating it must have appeared, especially to someone still cultivating mortal-level techniques. The chat group, of course, exploded. Moon Peach, ha ha ha, he ran like the wind? Finaseboe 444, sword intent PTSD is real. Little Big Fish, I bet he's already left the clan. And so, Yu Xian won again without lifting a finger. He smiled faintly. No sweat. Literally, he did not even move. Chapter 28, Top 4. With the conclusion of the second round, only 7 disciples remained. Disciple Lu once again ascended the stage, a slightly weary smile tugging at his lips as if wondering how many more rounds of dramatic narration his throat could survive. Esteemed elders and overexcited fellow disciples, he announced. We now enter the quarter-final phase of our tournament. But first, he paused for dramatic tension, you already know what's coming. A ripple of laughter and light groans passed through the audience. Yes, that time again. With a twinkle in his eye and a groan, Lu reached into his space ring and pulled out the now infamous board, the flashy, shimmering wheel of free ticket. The gamblers tensed. The casual watchers leaned forward. Spiritual stones were passed under the table. Lu spun the board. Colors flashed. Names flickered. Background music played. Suspense rose. And then, as if the heavens themselves had decided to have a little fun, Ming Tianmei. Her name appeared again in glowing, golden script complete with bells and celebratory sparkles. The arena fell silent. Someone in the back coughed. Again. No way. She's cheating. She has to be cheating. I lost 30 spirit stones on this draw. She's gotta be a reincarnated luck goddess, right? From the universal talismans across the clan, the group chat exploded. Moon Peach, this isn't a tournament, it's a luck draw. Finaseboe 444, I'm never betting again. Moki 000, she must be in cahoots with the wheel. Tournament Elder, Moki, shut up. The tournament elder was a chill guy. In the crowd, disciples ate at food stall tables chatting about it. Lu, clearing his throat and doing his best to hide a smirk, continued professionally. And thus, Ming Tianmei advances to the semifinals. The formations zoomed in on her again, hoping for even the tiniest twitch. But no, she remained serene, otherworldly, and as expressive as a snow lotus in meditation. Lu sighed inwardly. Next, let us proceed with the remaining 3 matches. Then the matches. The board flashed 2 names appeared. Lin Fan versus Yu Hao. Lin Fan stepped forward, calm and steady as always. Across from him, Yu Hao stood tall, the bulky disciple known for his sheer physical strength. The match began with a clash of styles. Yu Hao charged like a beast, attempting to overpower with brute force. But Lin Fan? He moved like wind wrapped around stone. Every strike was deflected, redirected. His sword moved in tight arcs, cutting through Yu Hao's momentum. In the final exchange, Yu Hao swung wide and Lin Fan slid beneath, striking the back of his knee with the hilt of his sword. Yu Hao fell to one knee, and Lin Fan's blade stopped inches from his throat. Match point, he said coolly. Winner Lin Fan. Lu called. Applause echoed. A clean win. Next, the shimmering board lit again. Yu Sueking versus Yu Ruo. Yu Sueking, the blade dancer, stepped forward in silence. Her opponent, Yu Ruo, a senior inner disciple with a solid reputation, nodded in greeting, gripping a broad saber. Their clash was fast, beautiful, deadly. Yu Sueking danced across the platform. Wen Ruo struck hard and wild, hoping to catch her in his wide arcs. But she weaved through them like water. Her twin blades moved like silver threads sewing the air. A flick. A twist. Yu Ruo's sleeve tore. A palm strike landed on his chest, gentle, but firm enough to knock the breath out of him. He staggered back. I concede, he said respectfully. Lu nodded, raising his hand. Winner Yu Sueking. And now, final match of the quarterfinals. Lu declared. Yu Xian versus Yu Zhen. Yu Xian groaned as his name flashed across the board. Last again. I knew it. He stretched, sighed, and walked toward the platform like a man heading to file taxes. His opponent, Yu Zhen, stood already in position. Calm. Well prepared. Unlike the last one, this one didn't run. Let's have a good match, Lei Zhen said politely. Yu Xian nodded, finally getting serious. He wouldn't use Avalon swordsmanship this time, just his martial skill. The match began. Lei Zhen moved first, striking with precise footwork and controlled jabs. Yu Xian parried each, using his footwork pivots, sidesteps, small rotations. He wasn't faster, but he was smoother. Strike by strike, he adapted. His sword flicked with minimal effort, making Lei Zhen overstep again and again. And then a feint. Yu Xian dipped under a slash, rolled forward, and tapped Lei Zhen's back lightly with the flat of his blade. Point. Yu Zhen exhaled. I concede. Lu raised his hand one last time. Winner Yu Xian. Now, only 4 names remained. Ming Tian Miai, untouched and divine. Lin Fan, relentless and disciplined. Yu Sueking, graceful and deadly. Yu Xian, wild card and brat with hidden fangs. As the semifinals approached, tension hung in the air like mist before a storm. And across the clan, everyone knew. This would be interesting. Chapter 29, Lin Fan v/S Yu Sueking. A/N, a big thanks to Wolfus and Canderson 2084 for the golden tickets to the book. Thou shall be remembered. The sky above the Yu clan had dimmed to a deep indigo. The 2 moons, one gold, one silver, slowly rose over the horizon, casting a sacred glow across the mountainside. The air was crisp, tinged with excitement and spirit energy. Even though night had arrived, no one rested. Why would they? The semifinals of the Grand Youth Tournament had finally begun. While the arena remained exclusive and quiet, the rest of the clan was anything but. Floating screens glowed across open pavilions, courtyards, and gathering halls. Disciples crowded around them in small clusters, shouting, whispering, and cheering. Some mourned their spiritual stone losses. Others clutched winning tickets like treasures handed down by the heavens. In one courtyard, someone had even set up grilled beast skewers and was selling spicy broth. Truly a festival. Up on the tournament platform, Disciple Lu reappeared with his usual enthusiasm, standing in front of the hovering name board. And now, he declared, we move into the semifinals. From the floating board, golden names shimmered to life. Lin Fan versus Yu Sueking. Murmurs broke out instantly. 2 of the strongest so far. No matter what happens, this match will be incredible. The 2 stepped forward without hesitation. Lin Fan, calm and quiet, gripped his short sword lightly. His clothes were modest, but his posture was firm and unshaken. Every step he took was measured. Yu Sueking wore silver-trimmed robes and carried her twin blades at her waist. Her expression was unreadable, like a frozen lake, still and deep. She moved without a sound, as though her feet barely touched the platform. Even the wind seemed to hesitate around her. Lu cleared his throat. Are both participants ready? They nodded in unison. Begin. A sudden flare of light surged from the boundary formation. And like an arrow loosed from the bow, Yu Sueking struck first. Her twin blades gleamed in the moonlight as they cut through the air in sharp arcs, one slicing for Lin Fan's shoulder, the other aimed low for his thigh. But Lin Fan was already in motion. With a pivot and lean, he dodged backward, narrowly avoiding both cuts. He didn't strike back immediately. Instead, he watched, studied her rhythm. Yu Sueking pressed forward again, graceful as a dancer, deadly as a falling star. Her blades moved in perfect coordination, fast, elegant, precise. Not a single step wasted. Each strike aimed to end the match quickly. Lin Fan blocked the 3rd attack. Then the 4th. His sword flashed, deflecting the blows without breaking form. But Sueking was relentless. Her style was like a flowing stream, adapting, shifting angles, never attacking the same way twice. Her momentum built with every swing. For most disciples her age, this would have been overwhelming. But Lin Fan wasn't most disciples. He was a protagonist. A hard-working one at that. He kept his distance, footwork light and minimal. Every time she advanced, he gave just enough ground to avoid danger. Every time she reset, he applied subtle pressure with quick thrusts and short, sharp counters. And slowly, the tide began to shift. Lin Fan didn't need to overpower her. He just needed to control the pace. Yu Sueking lunged with a powerful cross slash. Lin Fan sidestepped, not back, but in. Too close for twin blades to move freely. He jabbed at her side. She twisted just in time to deflect it, but her balance faltered for a heartbeat. Lin Fan saw it. He saw the opening, and stepped forward. His sword struck again, this time with aggression. A clean cut aimed at her shoulder. Yu Sueking blocked, but her wrist trembled. Their blades locked for a moment. Then clang! They broke apart. She was breathing heavier now. Yu Sueking's braid fluttered as she adjusted her stance. Lin Fan's shirt clung with sweat. The crowd watching across the clan was speechless. The group chat was going wild. Moon Peach, this is too close. Finaseboe 444, that twin blade spin just now, did you say that? Moki 000, I Moki, would beat them both. Tournament Elder, Moki, sweep the Elder's courtyard. Now, back on the platform, both fighters were slowing. Not from exhaustion but from focus. Now it was a test of patience. One wrong move would mean loss. Yu Sueking narrowed her eyes. She dashed in again, feint high, slash low. Lin Fan didn't flinch. He waited then lunged. His sword met hers in a flash of steel and sparks. This time, he didn't retreat. He pressed in, crowding her range again. Yu Sueking twisted to escape, but Lin Fan pivoted with her, turning his body like water, guiding her movement. He stepped on her rhythm, and then, his sword tip hovered an inch from her throat. Yu Sueking froze. Time seemed to pause. Even the spectators went silent. She exhaled slowly, then stepped back and sheathed her blades. You win, she said softly. Lu, blinking in awe, raised his hand. Winner of the first semi-final match, Lin Fan. The cheers erupted like thunder. Lin Fan bowed to his opponent. Yu Sueking returned it with the same calm grace. As they descended the platform, the lights shifted. The board shimmered once again. Just for show. Now it was time. The second and final semi-final was about to begin. Two names appeared in radiant light. Yu Xian versus Ming Tianmei. The arena stilled. The youngest son of the patriarch, and the mysterious girl who had breezed through 2 rounds with luck and elegance. Everyone held their breath. Because this was going to be interesting. Chapter 30, Fated Encounter Bonus. Now standing on the platform, facing one another beneath the glow of twin moons, were 2 children that did not look ordinary. Yu Xian, the youngest son of the patriarch, dressed in ceremonial black and white robes, a calm glint in his eyes. And opposite him, Ming Tianmei, a vision of grace and mystery, her long hair fluttering slightly with the wind. Though she was older by a few years, they stood as equals, 2 prodigies about to clash. The crowd stirred with anticipation. They had seen Tianmei fight once briefly, elegantly, effortlessly, but this was their chance to truly witness her strength. Yu Xian, meanwhile, had unknowingly become something of a spectacle. Sword intent, calm demeanor, powerful background. At this point, everyone was expecting something, and they were about to get more than they bargained for. Yu Xian glanced at Ming Tianmei. She's beautiful, he thought. Come to think of it, everyone he had met in this world, even common disciples, looked like they had walked off a cultivation-themed fashion show. Clear skin, long lashes, perfectly sculpted faces. Even people who claimed to be average looked like A-list celebrities from his past life. Was it the effect of spiritual energy? Or did everyone just wear makeup constantly? He had once tried to ask his mother about it, but instinctively stopped halfway. He wasn't sure why. Some things were better left unanswered. As he continued staring at Tianmei, a black gold window suddenly popped into his vision. Skill Fated Encounter is strongly activated. Yu Xian blinked. What? Before he could react, everything changed. To the outside world, he simply looked stunned, maybe mesmerized by Ming Tianmei's beauty. But inside, reality glitched. Yu Xian found himself standing in a completely different world. And it was horrifying. All around him, blood soaked the earth. Corpses lay strewn in twisted heaps. The sky was dark red, and a blood mist clung to the air like a curse. Monstrous figures, some tall and terrifying, some small and grotesque, lay broken and lifeless. Some corpses were beautiful, far too beautiful, others were twisted and asymmetric, eyes growing from elbows, mouths on knees. The grotesque and divine were intermingled in death. He floated forward, helpless, unable to look away. Then he saw them. 2 figures at the center of the carnage. One was spotless, a man in flowing white robes. Not a drop of blood stained him, but his sword was soaked red. His presence was calm, but suffocating. The other was a nightmare. It looked humanoid at first, but from its neck stretched countless arms, sheets of flesh that gradually transformed into twisted hands. Each hand bore an eye, or a mouth, some both. From those mouths came a chorus of shrieking voices. Why are you doing this? All I did was have an eye at a human girl? Are you trying to provoke an interrealm war? The white-robed man simply stepped forward. His voice was quiet, almost kind. Why? You shouldn't have laid your filthy eyes on her. Even your existence disgusts me. But daring to desire her? You've clearly tired of living. In the next instant, the human figure vanished and reappeared, fingers wrapped around the creature's distorted neck. Wait, stop. If you kill me, you'll provoke a White flames erupted from the man's hand and engulfed the creature whole. As it burned, it wailed its final threat. This isn't over. Next time I will invade your world, Then I'll be waiting, the man said, with a small smile. Then he paused, as if sensing something. Then, slowly, he turned his head toward Yu Xian. Yu Xian's heart stopped. He couldn't see the face clearly, but what he saw chilled him to the core. The man's right eye glowed with blinding white light, divine and pure. His left eye was darker than darkness, deeper than any void, as if it devoured light itself. Then the world collapsed. The battlefield, the corpses, the man, all shattered like glass. Yu Xian gasped. He was back on the dueling platform, shaking slightly. He exhaled hard, trying to steady himself. What the hell was that? No one around him had noticed anything unusual. From their view, he had simply paused a little longer than usual while admiring his opponent. Lu's voice called out again. Are both participants ready? Ming Tianmei nodded, graceful as always. Yu Xian, still regaining composure, nodded a moment later. Tournament first, he told himself. Lu raised his hand. Then let the match begin. The crowd leaned forward. The screens zoomed in. Yu Xian steadied his grip on his sword, eyes narrowed. And across from him, Ming Tianmei lowered into a stance so fluid it looked like she was about to dance across the surface of a lake. Two prodigies. Two mysteries. And now no more waiting. The battle had begun. vs Ming Tianmei. Yu Xian dashed forward, sword drawn, determination etched into his face. The cheers of the crowd dulled into background noise as he focused on the opponent before him, Ming Tianmei, the enigmatic girl who stood like a painting under moonlight, her black hair swaying like silk, her expression serene and unreadable. This won't be easy, he thought grimly. Especially not after that vision. His grip tightened around the hilt of his blade, a thin layer of sweat already forming across his brow. He exhaled once, and then struck clean, swift, decisive, aiming for her neck, the fastest route to victory. But she moved like flowing water. Her blade flicked upward, deflecting his strike with delicate ease before rippling into a counterattack. Silver flashed like moonlight and Yu Xian barely managed to parry. He took 3 steps back, his boots skidding against the platform. He gritted his teeth. Her strikes were fast. Really too fast. They clashed again. Then again. Sparks burst from their blades like falling stars, ringing through the arena like wind chimes in a storm. Their silhouettes blurred and twisted as they moved, a deadly dance of red and silver shadows. And yet, neither could gain an edge. Yu Xian attacked with aggression, only to be deflected. Ming Tianmei struck back with grace, only to be parried. A perfect deadlock. The crowd leaned forward, breathless. They were in awe that such young disciples can fight like that. TCH. This is going nowhere, Yu Xian thought. Fine. Let's get real. Then he stopped holding back. A red light flickered from his sword's hilt. It slithered upward like living fire, wrapping around his blade until it blazed with a crimson glow. It looked really cool. The ground beneath him vibrated faintly. Sword intent. Again. The atmosphere shifted. He bought it out again. That red aura, is that really sword intent? I think she'll lose this time. Shut up. How dare you doubt our goddess? In the Universal Talismans group chat, chaos had broken loose. Moon Peach, he's doing it again. He's glowing red. Finaseboe 444, can someone stop my heart, please? My heart can't take this. Little Big Fish, this is cinema. Someone better be recording this. Yu Xian charged forward again, blade burning, a trail of red slicing through the air. The platform hummed under the pressure. Ming Tianmei narrowed her eyes and smiled. Just a little. Oh dear, how could I forget, she mused. You were the reason I had to learn that absurd sword style in the first place. Yu Xian saw her smirk, and immediately knew something was wrong. His instinct screamed at him, and sure enough, a silver aura bloomed around her blade. Soft, elegant, terrifyingly refined. Silver sword intent. Just like his. It just came as dramatic as his. But colder, sharper. A mirror of his, yet entirely different. The crowd gasped. The disciples jolted to their feet. 2 sword intent users at the mortal stage. That's absurd. I need someone to slap me. Am I hallucinating? Even elders who prided themselves on unshakable Dao hearts suddenly looked visibly shaken. To think, we're witnessing not 1, but 2 sword prodigies in the same match. 3, if you count the patriarch's daughter. It's a golden generation. The entire clan had erupted into a frenzy. At the edge of the platform, Lu the announcer tensed. Sword intent was dangerous, but before he could step forward, a calm voice entered his mind. Let them finish. It was the patriarch. Lu froze. His body went stiff. And then he nodded repeatedly like a duck being fed rice. Yes, sir, absolutely, sir. He didn't dare go against that. After all, who dared disobey the patriarch? Back on the platform, the duel had become something else entirely. Yu Xian's sword arcs were like wildfire, fierce, wide, overwhelming. Every step he took radiated intent, every slash aimed to crush. Ming Tianmei, however, moved like moonlight, every motion exact, every strike deliberate. Her aura shimmered like starlight over ice. They clashed again. Red and silver auras sparked, carved across the battlefield in glowing streaks. The arena's barrier formations began to flicker from the sheer energy being released. His technique is forceful, but hers is absolute. They're polar opposites, yet matched. As time dragged on, Yu Xian began to feel it, the aching in his arms, the tightness in his chest, the slowing of his feet. He couldn't keep this up forever. I'll finish this, with one last move. He let his aura dim for just a second, catching his breath. Then he roared. His sword intent surged, igniting like a blaze reborn. Crimson arcs surrounded him as he pushed forward, blade raised high. Ming Tianmei watched calmly. Then her silver aura flared in kind, rising in a silent storm. Their swords met in a final clash. Red and silver exploded in a brilliant burst of energy. The shockwave cracked the ground. Dust erupted skyward, blinding the crowd. Gasps. Screams. Betting gamblers all over the clan clutched their talismans. I can't watch. I bet all my spirit stones on Xian. I bet on Tian Miai. Stop jinxing it. When the dust finally cleared, Yu Xian lay flat on his back, panting, sword a few feet away. His aura gone. Above him stood Ming Tian Miai, chest rising and falling softly, her silver glow dimmed, but she remained standing, sword at his chest. She had won. Yu Xian looked up at her. Her eyes, dark as obsidian, stared down at him without a hint of mockery, only calm admiration. Senior sister, you're too fierce, he muttered. Ming Tian Miai smiled faintly. What can I do, when I have such a talented junior brother? She sheathed her sword and extended her hand. Looking at her extended hand and that smile, Yu Xian blinked. DOKI? DOKI? His heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Why this effect? Blushing slightly, which made him look adorable, he grabbed her hand. The crowd erupted into cheers. But inside Ming Tian Miai's mind? Pure chaos. He now that she's not here, I get Xian'er all to myself again? Pretending to be serious is hard but so worth it. Her eyes sparkled devilishly. Oh Ling Luo, my darling little sister, your big sister is about to have a wonderful time. Fufufa. Chapter 32, Winner. After Yu Xian and Ming Tian Miai's intense match, a short break was announced mostly for Ming Tian Miai to recover. But in truth, everyone needed it. Hearts were racing and gamblers were checking their pockets for losses. Meanwhile, up in the pavilion reserved for elders, the true battle began of pride. While most core elders sat with perfect composure, a few familiar faces couldn't help themselves. Yu Beishi, the outer hall master, leaned back with the ease of a man who had already mentally drafted an insult. He stroked his long beard, a self-satisfied grin tugging at his lips. So, he began, loud enough for the surrounding elders to hear. Looks like the humble disciples from my outer hall are shining quite brightly today, don't you think? His pointed glance landed squarely on inner hall master Yu Fanren and core elder Mo Jian. The trio had once been close friends in their youth, even rivals. They had turned down early offers to become core elders. Beishi and Fanren chose leadership roles within the halls, while Mo Jian preferred the more mysterious prestige of the core elder position. And to think, Beishi added, feigning innocence, Lin Fan even managed to beat Mo Lin. What an unexpected outcome. Yu Fanren and Mo Jian's eyebrows twitched in sync. Fanren cleared his throat with practiced dignity. While I concede the outer hall had strong showings, Mo Lin simply had an unlucky match. Beishi hummed, nodding dramatically. Then he turned with a gleam in his eye. And you, Elder Jian? Surely you have something to say. Mo Jian's glare could have burned holes into the pavilion wall. If looks could kill, Yu Beishi would have spontaneously commused, possibly gone bald. After a long, simmering pause, Mo Jian replied through gritted teeth, they were unprepared. Of course, Beishi said, barely hiding his amusement. Happens to the best of us. He turned back toward the stage, smug as a cat that stole fish, but a random dog nearby was blamed. He knew perfectly well the only reason their disciples were even invited to this tournament was to nudge the patriarch into letting Yu Xian participate. Even if Yu Xian hadn't agreed, they would have thrown their poor entry disciples into the meat grinder anyway. Petty schemes, beautiful outcomes. On the arena platform, Lu the ever-enthusiastic announcer reappeared with a flourish. Golden light pulsed beneath his feet, formations shimmering to life. From the sky, illusory fireworks burst overhead, a visual treat courtesy of a projection talisman. For a moment, silence held. Then the crowd exploded into cheers. Now we move to the grand finale of the Yu Clan's Young Generation Tournament. Lu's voice boomed across the mountain as spiritual amplifiers carried his words. Only two remain, and both from the outer hall. He spun theatrically. On one side, we have Lin Fan, the unexpected dark horse, the youth who has surpassed every expectation. The outer hall disciples erupted. And on the other side, the enigmatic sword fairy herself, the girl of silver moonlight, undefeated in poise and power, Ming Tian Miai. The cheers that followed could have toppled weaker formations. In the outer hall sector, disciples wept, embraced, and began composing songs on the spot. Senior disciples chanted slogans. One even tried to carve Ming forever onto his sword. The inner hall remained solemn. One unfortunate disciple passing the outer hall got mocked so hard he summoned backup, and a brief fight broke out. Bets were flying left and right. Even Lu secretly smiled. His private bets? Looking very profitable. Back on the stage, the finalists stepped forward. Ming Tian Miai walked with unhurried grace, her expression composed, black robes fluttering as if responding to applause. Lin Fan followed with silent determination, blade at his side, his focus unwavering. Lu looked between them and declared, "Finalists, are you ready?" They nodded. Then, let the final match begin. The platform ignited with light. The atmosphere changed. Lin Fan charged first, sword flashing. Ming Tian Miai stood still unmoved. His blade came down, she stepped aside. Fluid, precise, graceful. She didn't even counter. Not yet. He tried again, lower this time. A sweep. She bent, tapped his blade with her own, just enough to throw off his rhythm. Still, she did not attack. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. He adjusted. Again, he moved. A flurry of strikes. Slashes, thrusts, feints. For a brief moment, it looked like an even match. But then, fatigue began to creep in. Lin Fan's footwork grew less precise. His stance opened up more, breathing heavy. And Ming Tianmei? She hadn't even drawn on her sword intent. She didn't need to. Every step she took was control. Every motion a lesson from her experience. She let him attack and danced just outside danger each time, replying with short, elegant flicks of her sword that stung but didn't injure. A cut on his sleeve. A scratch across his forearm. A flick that knocked his wrist sideways. 1,000 little reminders that this wasn't a contest of strength anymore. It was a lesson in humility. Lin Fan knew. And still, he fought. He roared and threw everything into one final strike, a powerful vertical slash, filled with his remaining strength. But Ming Tianmei stepped in. Close. Too close. He gasped. With one motion, she knocked the blade from his hands. Her own sword hovered just beneath his chin. He froze. The platform was silent. Then, I admit defeat, he said with a smile. Lu reappeared immediately, his voice ringing with finality. The winner of the tournament, Ming Tianmei. Applause thundered. Ming Tianmei sheathed her sword. You fought well, she said. Lin Fan smiled and bowed. Thank you for going easy on me. He knew it, everyone knew it. Had she used her sword intent, the match would have ended in 10 seconds. Still, he didn't feel bitter. Instead, he felt inspired. Stronger. I have to get stronger. The two walked off the platform. And behind them, Lu grinned ear to ear. His winnings? That's classified. And thus, the final match ended and the Yu Clan's most legendary junior tournament reached its climax. But the rewards? That was yet to come. Chapter 33, Rewards. Lu stepped onto the platform once more, his tone lively and ceremonial, the excitement in his voice echoing across the quieting arena. Thank you to all the disciples and elders for attending the tournament, he began. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the reward ceremony. The crowd stirred like a pot about to boil over. Disciples, especially those who had participated, perked up immediately, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At the very least, they weren't walking away empty-handed. The top 4 finalists will receive special rewards, Lu continued, his voice imbued with spiritual energy. And since both finalists were from the outer hall, I now invite outer hall master Yu Beishi to do the honors. From the elevated elder seating, Yu Beishi descended slowly, floating with practiced ease. His hands were clasped behind his back, his beard swayed in the breeze, and a smug grin was plastered across his face. He was enjoying this moment far too much. With a loud clearing of his throat, he stood before the crowd and began. To all disciples who reached this stage, you have done well and brought glory to your families and halls. As recognition, each of you will receive an earth-grade weapon of your choice. Gasps rippled across the stands like a wave of spiritual energy. Of course, he added, stroking his beard sagely, I highly recommend you cultivate first before trying to wield them. Earth-grade weapons are not toys. Without the proper foundation, they'll be about as useful as a fancy butter knife. Soft laughter echoed among the more experienced disciples and elders. Additionally, Beishi went on, his voice dipping into dramatic flair, the top 4 contestants will be granted a rare opportunity, the right to train under an elder of their choosing. They will also receive an earth-grade weapon as well. The crowd began murmuring louder, anticipation building like steam under pressure. Then came the final blow. But the champion, disciple Ming Tianmei, shall receive a sacred grade weapon. The arena exploded. Is the clan being too generous? A sacred grade weapon? Are we dreaming? I curse my age. Why couldn't I be 13 again? You're 48, uncle. Let it go. Who said that? Even the Universal Talisman group chat lost its collective mind. Silent Lotus, officially jealous. Declaring closed-door seclusion to cope spiritually and emotionally. Moon Peach, I've been in this clan for many years and my best weapon is a earth grade. Finaseboi 444, I'm willing to reincarnate for next year's tournament. Where do I sign? Moki 000, Moki, demand a sacred grade weapon too. Tournament elder, Moki, come to this elder. Of course Moon Peach was not talking about her secret collection. And, somewhere in the quiet inner pavilion, Moki shivered. That come to this elder message had the same energy as a suspicious uncle luring a child with candy. But truly, envy was justified. Sacred grade weapons were reserved for elders, peak geniuses, or cultivators with special missions. They were not the kind of treasures handed out at tournaments. The fact that the Yu clan, an overlord tier powerhouse, was awarding one publicly spoke volumes. Yu Beishi received a voice transmission and nodded midair, as if responding to an invisible cue. Now then, disciple Yu Sueking, Lin Fan, and Ming Tianmei, step forward to select your guiding elders. He turned slightly, eyes landing on a child who looked at him like he'd just been sold into free labor. Beishi coughed. And yes, disciple Yu Xian will also receive full rewards, at a later time. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes in silent suspicion. He would remember this. The 3 disciples walked forward with composed steps. Yu Sueking moved first. She bowed deeply and faced the line of elders. Then, she turned to First Elder Yu Ying. Please guide me, Elder. Yu Ying smiled with approval and nodded. Come. Next came Lin Fan. He looked around at the elders, assessing them carefully. Then, with quiet resolve, he faced Yu Beishi. Hall Master, he said clearly, I wish to train under you. Yu Beishi beamed. His beard practically glowed with joy. Good. Good. Good, he muttered, the holy trinity of satisfied elder remarks. Finally, it was Ming Tianmi's turn. She stepped forward, her eyes scanning the crowd and then stopping at the center. I have a request, she said, bowing slightly. To the clan head. The arena quieted. Yu Changming raised an eyebrow. From the start of the tournament, through unknown means, he had sensed something strange from this girl, an auspicious, mysterious aura. Speak, he said, calm as a still lake. But be aware, requesting anything outside the rules forfeits your right to choose an elder. I understand. And then she dropped the bomb like a thunderstrike from the heavens. I wish to be taught by Matriarch Huan. Silence. Utter silence. Even the firework formations paused mid-animation. Yu Beixi's jaw nearly hit the floor. Patriarch, surely she must be jesting. Yu Changming said nothing. He tapped his finger once on his seat's jade armrest, and then released just a little of his spiritual pressure. Only Ming Tianmi felt it. She staggered slightly. Her breathing became loud. Her knees buckled, but she remained standing. She gritted her teeth. This wasn't just arrogance, this was strategy. She needed this. And she knew what kind of being she was requesting to train under. Yes, she whispered. I am sure. The pressure vanished. Yu Changming's eyes softened slightly. Very well. Your request shall be granted. Shock exploded among the elders. Not only had she asked, she succeeded. But none dared speak against it. Lu finally stepped forward once again. Now that the reward ceremony is complete, I extend congratulations to all the participants and finalists. He raised his hand toward the night sky. May the spirit of the cultivator be with you always. The platform glowed one final time. And above, fireworks burst across the sky once more. Under the twin moons, amidst cheers, applause, and awe, the most legendary junior tournament in Yu Clan's recent history officially came to an end. A/N, tournament arc is over. Chapter 34, 7 years. A new day dawned in the Yu Clan. After the electrifying buzz of the tournament, everything had returned to normal, or as normal as it got in a clan full of cultivators. Outside, male disciples lined up beneath the early light, basking in their daily dose of vitamin Y, yin energy, absorbing the warmth like sunflowers in field. Birds chirped overhead, their melodies weaving through the trees, while fish swam valiantly upstream, possibly training for their own cultivation breakthrough. Inside his room, Yu Xian sat cross-legged, reading a very suspicious book. He immediately stuffed it under his pillow. The reason? Unknown and highly classified. A/N, I am trying new things, surprise at last. Today, he had woken from a surprisingly exhausting sleep. His body ached slightly, but his mind felt refreshed, sharper, lighter. As he gazed out at the peaceful morning scenery, he sighed with contentment. I could get used to this, he thought. And he meant it. The air was clean. The water was pristine. There was no smog trying to kill him slowly, no city honking in his ears. This world, for all its dangers, had a kind of raw purity to it. Untouched. Primal. Alive. Sure, there were things like man-eating plants, random tribulations, and the occasional demonic beast raid, but at least he wasn't breathing in second-hand car exhaust. He inhaled deeply. Air filled his lungs, and for a moment, he wondered if this was what immortality smelled like. At first, gaining fine control over his body had been uncomfortable. Every breath, every twitch of muscle became magnified. His senses went into overdrive. For a brief moment, he thought his system had secretly installed spider sense. But no, this was simply the result of countless hours of training, herbal baths, and his own growing awareness. Now, it felt normal. Being in control of his body, every breath, every muscle fiber was empowering. He stretched, spine cracking, and muttered, ah, bliss. Then he remembered the tournament. Truly, the elders of this world are shameless. He hadn't even asked to join the tournament. He went there to spectate, and somehow ended up fighting till the semifinals. And now I can't even pick my own mentor, he thought with a scowl. The demon known as my father got me first. Not that Yu Changming had given him much choice. The man trained him like he was preparing to fight a heavenly calamity, next week. Still, some good things had come from the tournament. He'd made a friend named Ming Tianmi. She was elegant, strong, and slightly terrifying. Especially after she shamelessly requested to train under his mother, the matriarch Huan Lianhua herself. Her mother was not even of the Yu clan. Yu Xian still wasn't sure what had possessed her to do that. She's definitely a little crazy, he thought seriously. I've read enough stories to know that a beautiful girl can always be mentally unstable in some way. Still, he didn't mind. Crazy or not, she was fun to talk to. And she didn't treat him like some aloof young master. Straightening his back, Yu Xian rose from the bed. He was a system user. Possibly with a hidden protagonist, or worse, one with a villain template. Either way, he couldn't afford to slack off. Letting fate run its course? Absolutely not. He would train. He would fight. And he would not cheat fate before fate cheated him. If everything is normal, they will have a mutual relationship. Probably. With determination in his eyes, he headed toward his father's training hall. And just like that, 7 more years passed in the blink of an eye. A/N, should I keep this? Let me know. This is a thing I wanted to try for some time. Xian's Chronicles, a noble deed. I feel very good today, I declared with the confidence of someone who had absolute idea what the day held. Yes, me too. Today, I had a plan. I would go to the Grand Library and continue my deep studies of ancient history. Specifically, Tales of the Spirit Chicken. Yes, my favorite. An epic saga of adventure and cultivation. I was hooked. The protagonist was a chicken, but spiritually awakened. And it told the story of that chicken evolving into the legendary phoenix and then ascending to immortality. It was deep, philosophical, potentially life-changing. Anyway, I'm nearly 4, I said to myself with wisdom far beyond my years. It's time I developed a proper hobby. With grand aspirations in my heart, I headed toward the grand library. But halfway there, that cursed yet deceptively melodic voice struck my ears. Xian'er, let's go. Today I'll teach you fishing, came the cheerful call of my elder sister, Ling Luo. Before I could even object, she grabbed me like a sack of potatoes. Consent? What's that? Despite my internal screaming, I ended up spending the entire morning playing with her. I'll admit it was fun, but still, I will have my revenge one day. As soon as we finished, I dashed off to the grand library. The elder at the desk saw me and chuckled. Little you, reading again? Yes, old man, I said with pride. Can I take one book home today? He waved his hand. All right, but not from the important sections. Nodding solemnly, I made my way toward the Tales of the Spirit Chicken shelf, but something unusual caught my eye. A book I'd never seen before. Naturally, I picked it up. But when I opened it instead of words, there were pictures. And not just any pictures. Pictures that I, a righteous young cultivator and a child, cannot speak of. This is illegal. Which demon kept such book here? My hands trembled. I looked around. No one was watching me. In that moment, I made a noble decision. For the sake of future generations, I must confiscate this unholy thing. So, with great determination, I took the book, and went home. Like a true unsung hero, never to be mentioned in history books. To be continued. Chapter 35, The Situation. 7 years had passed since the tournament, and while the world appeared serene, many changes had quietly unfolded during this time. The disciples who had recently awakened were instructed to hone their martial prowess instead of diving straight into cultivation. This decision, intended to build a stronger foundation for their future growth, sparked frustration and anger among the newly awakened. They felt their talents were being stifled, and soon protests broke out across the land. In many areas, groups of disgruntled disciples banded together to voice their discontent, calling for an end to the enforced martial training. However, the older generations were relentless in their response, easily quashing the protests with swift authority. The young disciples, eager for change, found themselves powerless against the overwhelming force of the elders. In an attempt to placate the rebellious youths, some elders arranged grand feasts, offering luxurious dishes prepared by renowned spirit chefs. The scent of rich, flavorful food wafted through the air, tempting the hungry protesters. One by one, the disciples gave in to their desire for the feast, abandoning their protests in favor of indulging in the food before them. Despite their initial resolve, the allure of such rare and delicious food proved too powerful. In the end, many realized how important it was to temper their hearts and cultivate the discipline necessary to rise above temptation. Yet, the protests didn't disappear immediately. Fights broke out among disciples, friendships were torn apart, and chaos reigned within the sects. The situation had become an internal struggle for control. Meanwhile, in other regions, something extraordinary was happening. The aura of destiny, a golden light that had previously descended upon Yu Lingluo, manifested in other clans. The Chun clan and the Xing clan were among the first to witness this divine event. While the identities of the chosen ones remained unknown, the elders of these clans shed tears of joy as they watched the golden light land on their disciples. It was a sign that their destinies were intertwined with something far greater than they had anticipated. As prodigies began to rise in various sects and clans, many smaller sects began to flourish and gain influence. Yet, despite the surrounding chaos, the Yu clan remained a bastion of calm. While their disciples trained more ferociously than ever, the atmosphere in the clan itself remained steady. It was as if the Yu clan stood apart from the unfolding events, untouched by the turmoil. For Yu Xian, the years after the tournament were marked by significant personal growth. Nearly 2 years had passed since the tournament, and during that time, his sister, Yu Lingluo, had mysteriously reappeared. Her sudden return caused quite a stir within the Yu clan, as she had been absent for so long. When she finally reappeared, her transformation was undeniable. She had matured over the years. Her aura, once warm and innocent, had become aloof and distant. When she reunited with the family, she eagerly spoke about how she had become stronger during her absence. She mentioned how a strange aunt had pushed her to train relentlessly, forcing her to drink a mysterious bluish-white drink that she claimed was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Yu Changming and Huan Lianhua, upon hearing her story, were both shocked. They instantly recognized the drink she mentioned as one of the rarest, most potent concoctions in the cultivation world. It was a resource so valuable that they hadn't expected to see it again. Though they didn't speak about it openly, they were taken aback by how easily she had consumed such a treasure. However, they couldn't help but facepalm when Ling Luo requested them to find more of the drink for her. Sighing, they told her they would try their best to locate it, though they couldn't promise anything. Ling Luo, with a mischievous smile, decided to befriend this mysterious aunt who had provided her with such a rare resource. After examining her physique, Yu Changming and Huan Lianhua were astonished. Her body had reached the peak immortal grade, and she no longer required external resources to progress further. However, the couple felt a pang of sadness. They had initially planned to journey across the world and beyond, gathering rare resources to help her advance. But now, they understood that the seals placed on her physique prevented her from accessing its full potential. These seals had been placed to protect her fragile body from the immense strain that came with her power. With these revelations, Yu Xian and Ling Luo spent some time together, sharing everything that had happened during their time apart. Yu Xian explained how Ming Tianmei had moved into the room next to hers after being accepted into training by their mother. Ling Luo, however, was not pleased when Yu Xian mentioned Tianmei's name. Her reaction was almost visceral, like someone had stepped on a cat's tail. In an unexpected outburst, Ling Luo growled and immediately pulled Yu Xian into a hug. This side of her possessive and protective was something he hadn't seen before, and it took him by surprise. He chuckled awkwardly but decided to let it pass. Little did they know, they were being watched from afar. Ming Tianmei and Ling Luo's first meeting had been filled with tension. However, after a few encounters, Ling Luo couldn't help but feel smug. While Ming Tianmei was indeed beautiful, she wasn't quite as stunning as Ling Luo had initially imagined. In the end, it became a bit of a rivalry between them, a friendly yet competitive relationship. They became what could best be described as frenemies. Despite the rivalry, both women had developed a deep respect for one another, and both endured grueling training under Huan Lianhua's watchful eyes. As time passed, the next big event arrived, Yu Xian's awakening. This, however, wasn't as grand as some had hoped. The Core Elder Council had discussed how best to handle Yu Xian's awakening, but Yu Changming decided to keep it a private affair. Many were disappointed that the awakening wouldn't be a public event, but Yu Changming had his reasons. Only his wife, Huan Lianhua, was present during the awakening. Yu Xian expected something dramatic, but what happened was far from extraordinary. There were no flashy lights, no golden energy surges, just a small shift in his body as a slight restriction faded. It was underwhelming, and he felt a little disappointed, but he didn't complain. Despite his initial dissatisfaction, Yu Xian understood the importance of the event. The awakening meant that his foundation was now set, and it was time to focus on training his skills further. He shifted his attention to developing his abilities, knowing that the world was filled with dangers. He couldn't afford to rest. Not now, not ever. During this time, he learned painting as well. As he trained, Yu Xian grew stronger, more aware of his powers and the challenges that lay ahead. The world, despite its calm exterior, was on the verge of a major shift. A storm was brewing, and soon it would break. And when it did, Yu Xian knew he had to be ready. For now, though, he remained in his quiet corner of the Yu clan, content in his training, while the world around him began to move again. The winds of change were coming, and Yu Xian was determined to stand tall, ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 36, The Time Has Arrived. Yu Xian groggily woke up from his bed, stretched like a lazy cat, and went through his usual morning routine before heading out to wander around the clan grounds. As he passed by a few elders and disciples, he greeted them with a nod and they greeted him back with warmth and respect. Over the years, his reputation within the Yu clan had grown significantly. While Ling Luo had once been infamous for her mischievous antics, upon her return, she had adopted the cool, aloof air of a reclusive genius. It left quite the impression. But Yu Xian was a different kind of storm. Whenever people saw him, they were momentarily entranced. Some even compared him to a perfect fusion of his father and mother's best features, elegant like Huan Lianhua, with the regal air of Yu Changming. Handsome. Unfortunately, some considered him more than that. So when he walked past female disciples, they blushed, regardless of age. Whether young or old, it didn't matter, the ultimate weapon of unintentional charm had arrived. Even some male disciples, feeling inferior, began experimenting with makeup. Unbeknownst to him, two opposing factions had formed within the younger generation. One worshipped him openly, the other quietly resented their genetic inferiority. And thus, a nickname was born. Flower of the Yu clan. When Yu Xian found out, he was furious. My first title in this life is this. To make things worse, his system acknowledged the title. Still bitter, he sighed as he strolled toward the training fields, silently hoping that the day for cultivation would come soon. With a flick of thought, he willed, status. A sleek golden black screen opened before his eyes. Status window Name, Yu Xian. Age, 14. Species, human. Title, Reincarnated, Young Master, Young Genius, Flower of Yu Clan. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation Realm, N/A. Physical Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Strength, 100/100. Soul Strength, 100/100. Spiritual root, origin, X. Cultivation technique. Technique, please enter name. Martial technique. Technique, please enter name. Physique, darkness and light, origin physique, X. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. Deo comprehension, N/A. Arts, magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, E+. Skills, telekinesis, B+. Immortal's gaze, SS+. Fated encounter. Talent evaluation. Quests. System shop. Equals 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 equals. Yu Xian nodded to himself. He called it the peak of the mortal stage. A fancy way of saying, still stuck with no cultivation. After his awakening, he finally got access to more system tabs. The cultivation and martial techniques still had placeholder names which he refused to fill in until he found something cool enough. He clicked on physique and bloodline next. Equals 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 equals. Physique, darkness and light origin physique, X. You are the darkness that consumes light. You are the light that drives away the darkness. You are the irregular in cultivation world. Equals 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 equals. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. A unique bloodline specially designed to synchronize with your physique. Equals 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 equals. Yu Xian stared at it for a while. Is my system broken or just dramatic? Still, seeing the X grade brought him some peace. He knew that X meant something rare. He was talking about the grade, not something else. Something beyond classification. Something special. Just as he pondered on how long he'd have to wait to finally begin cultivation, an announcement boomed across the entire Yu clan. All disciples who have yet to begin cultivation report to the core clan grounds immediately. Yu Xian froze mid-step. He blinked once, then twice. It's happening? All across the Yu clan, disciples with unawakened cultivation stirred with excitement. Elders appeared, calling out names, and began escorting them using flying swords toward the gathering. From the skies, it looked like thousands of shining streaks of light were converging toward a single location. Within minutes, the open fields surrounding the core grounds filled with tens of thousands of young disciples, a sea of white and black robes fluttering in the breeze. Since past something like this had not happened. But this was on an entirely different scale. This was the true beginning of the path for the youngsters as cultivators. Yu Xian stood at the edge of the gathering, his eyes glimmering. Finally, the time had arrived. Yu Xian stood amidst the sea of gathered disciples, his eyes scanning the crowd with mild awe. It was the first time he'd seen so many people his age or close to it all gathered in one place. And what a crowd it was. He saw disciples with sharp square jaws, others with tiny villainous eyes, a literal child with a thick goatee, a bald boy with no eyebrows, girls who looked far too mature for their age, and girls who didn't look their age at all. There were brightly colored hairstyles, flashy robes, tattooed arms. It was as if someone had opened a portal from every corner of cultivation tropes and dumped them here. This is paradise for any Earth reader into cultivation novels, Yu Xian thought, half amused, half concerned. Then, in the distance near where the elders were gathering, he spotted a familiar trio, his mother, Ling Luo, and Ming Tianmei. He walked toward them casually. Looking up at his mother, he asked, "Is it time?" Huan Lianhua smiled faintly, brushing a silvery strand of hair from her face. Not yet. A few old geezers wanted to give long speeches, so they had everyone gather early. Yu Xian squinted. Wait, Mom, is that you? Something about her felt off, he didn't know what, but it did. She tilted her head, mildly surprised, then leaned down and pinched his cheek. Oh, how perceptive. Mother, stoop. She finally released his face and said calmly, "This is indeed your mom, and also not. I'm just a clone. The real me is currently handling matters at the Huan family." Yu Xian blinked. He had never visited his mother's family before. No one had ever brought it up, and he assumed there was some long-standing problem. Little did he know, the truth was far more complicated, or rather more opposite. Huan Lianhua straightened and looked at the three of them, Yu Xian, Ling Luo, and Tianmei. Your lives will change the moment you step into cultivation. Be responsible. To Yu Xian, it sounded like the start of a lecture. To the other two, it felt like a send-off. Now go stand in line, she said with a light flick of her sleeve and vanished, leaving behind nothing but a few strands of glittering spirit mist, as if to show off. Yu Xian rubbed his cheek. Yep. Definitely Mom. Chapter 37, Heaven Immortal Sect 1. Yu Xian walked alongside Ling Luo and Ming Tianmei toward the front of the gathering plaza, their steps in perfect harmony despite the slight difference in height and temperament. Their presence together was enough to cause ripples through the sea of disciples. As they passed, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted before them, like a tide pulled back by an invisible force. Murmurs stirred. Respectful nods, wide-eyed awe and hushed gossip followed in their wake. Their reputations had grown far beyond just being the children of prominent figures. All three had proven themselves. Though Ling Luo remained mysterious, no one dared to question her. Eyes followed them from all directions. Some sparkled with admiration. Others glinted with jealousy. A few sparkled in suspicious ways. Still, none dared obstruct them. They were too well known now. Their mere names were weighty. The trio walked casually, chatting about random topics. Snacks, recent tournaments in neighboring clans, and to Ming Tianmei's embarrassment the stash of sweet buns she still hid under her bed. Yu Xian teased, "I knew that biscuit box was suspiciously heavy." Tianmei faked cough, looking away. "Don't judge what you don't understand." Ling Luo nodded solemnly. "That's right. It's a crime to waste dessert." Before they could argue whether preserving sweets should be considered a martial virtue, an elder's voice thundered across the field, infused with spiritual energy. Disciples, form your lines. The frontmost row snapped to attention. Backs straightened, limbs locked, expressions turned serious in an instant. Like trained soldiers. From that starting ripple, the formation quickly aligned across the massive plaza. Within minutes, the disciples stood in perfect lines, thousands of them, spanning generations of the Yu clan's future strength. Yu Xian found himself near the very front. Looking left and right, he spotted familiar faces, some from the tournament years ago, others he'd seen in passing during training drills or library visits. To his left stood Ling Luo, her expression unreadable. To his right, Ming Tianmei poised, serene, and looking as if she belonged in a scroll painting. Directly ahead of them were the elders. Hundreds, maybe more. Lined up not just by cultivation rank, but by profession, contribution, and seniority. Some were combat-focused, others renowned healers, scholars, or spirit artists. It was said that in the world of cultivators, people lived so long that almost everyone eventually developed a passion project. Many here had painted murals, written books, created musical arrays, or even invented cooking styles that now influenced entire regions. The murmurs silenced as a spiritual wave rippled across the courtyard, a signal of arrival. At the head of the grand procession came the patriarch, Yu Changming, flanked by first elder Yu Ying and second elder Wu Jinhai. Their robes shimmered with subtle enchantments, each footstep perfectly measured. These were legends in their own right, once rivals, now pillars of the clan. Following behind were two older figures, Grand Elder Yu Tai and Grand Elder Yu Qin, their presence like mountain ranges looming over valleys. The pressure they emanated wasn't overwhelming but omnipresent, like gravity itself. Yu Changming raised his hand. Instantly, the plaza hushed. Disciples of the Yu clan, he began, voice calm, eyes sharp. The opportunity long foretold may arrive at any time. When it does, it may select some of you, and others may not be chosen. He paused. Regardless of the outcome, know this: you are the future of this clan. Those who are not selected will not be discarded. Resources and support will continue for your growth. Many disciples sighed in relief. The elders? Not so much. More than a few muttered bitterly. Back in my day, we got tossed into spirit beast dens with only a wooden stick. Resources? Support? We had to fight for a single chi condensing pill. No wonder this generation can't even sit cross-legged for more than 2 hours. But the bitterness remained unvoiced beyond their private telepathic chats. Yu Changming turned and gestured to the elders behind him. Now, a few words of guidance from our honored grand elders Yu Tai and Yu Qin. Yu Tai stepped forward first, hands clasped behind his back, his voice deep and slow. This is a rare opportunity, he intoned, his gaze sweeping over the young crowd. The path to immortality is long, filled with challenges beyond your imagination. He continued, and continued, and continued. 30 minutes later, Yu Xian was gently rocking back and forth, eyes glazing over. This is similar to average principal's speech, he thought bleakly. To most disciples, however, Elder Tai's words were divine truths, every syllable absorbed like sacred scripture. They nodded and murmured in agreement. When Yu Tai finally stepped back, Yu Qin replaced him. She gave a warm chuckle. Old Tai means well, but his words go on longer than his battles back in the day. A few elders coughed awkwardly. Others nodded solemnly. It was true. She flicked her wrist and summoned a guqin, carved from ancient spirit wood. Its strings glowed faintly. I'll let music speak first. She played. The melodies weren't just beautiful, they were restorative. With each note, people's fatigue melted away, like sunlight evaporating mist. Some disciples felt clarity in their minds. Others felt emotional burdens lift. Even Yu Xian blinked, feeling more awake. After the performance, she too gave a short speech, but her words had more warmth than formality. Yu Xian, however, had already mentally checked out again. With a casual thought, he summoned his system interface. A black gold screen shimmered into view, visible only to him. Equals 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 equals. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family. All remaining systems will bow to the Avalon Empire. Luthor von Avalon 7. A prestigious and absurdly overdramatic magic sword style passed down through the ancient Avalon Empire, a civilization so arrogant they named every planet after themselves. This technique combines refined swordsmanship with magical force projection, enabling the wielder to launch elegant, glowing sword arcs, deflect spells, and dramatically pose on high ground. Originally designed for imperial heirs who wore capes for no reason and practiced speeches about galactic domination in front of mirrors, has a 70% chance of making the user look cooler than they actually are, and a 100% chance of making nearby systems feel slightly nervous. Equals 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 equals. Yu Xian couldn't help but chuckle quietly. If I had a cape, and everyone else wore soldier uniforms, I could probably convince half this crowd we were part of a galactic army. He imagined launching sword arcs from a flying battleship shaped like a dragon, lasers clashing with lightning bolts as formations whirled overhead. A single tear threatened to fall on his cheek. That would be peak cultivation fantasy. But alas, reality was speeches, guqin concerts, and standing perfectly still under the judgment of hundreds of elders. Still, he smiled to himself. That absurd technique? It was his. And one day, it would paint the skies with sword light and absurd declarations. For now, he just needed to be patient. The real story was only beginning. Yu Lingluo's character added. Immortal sect too. After the Grand Elders concluded their speeches, each filled with wisdom, history, and the kind of heavy pauses that only came with age, a silence fell upon the gathering. It was a calm, drawn breath, almost as if the entire world itself was waiting. And then, it happened. A shimmering projection bloomed high in the sky, visible to all within the Yu clan and far beyond. Suspended in the heavens was a radiant golden banner, embroidered with celestial patterns and glowing script. Heaven Immortal Sect. Gasps echoed through the plaza. It's really them. Is this the official selection? But it wasn't just the Yu clan witnessing this. Across the realm, in every heavenly world, every upper world, every middle realm and every struggling lower world, the exact same golden projection appeared, illuminating the skies. Even ordinary mortals, who could not normally sense spiritual energy, paused to gaze upward. The heavens themselves seemed to part for this moment. Wind stilled. Birds paused in mid-flight. And then, the banner pulsed. A divine golden light surged from its fabric, weaving into a sweeping scan not just across continents, but across realm. It was searching, testing, and once it found what it was looking for, it acted. In thousands of places at once, and in others, individuals simply vanished. Not in a flash of light, not in an explosion of thunder. They just disappeared. One moment they were there, and the next, they were gone. Vanished from their world like pages turned in a book no one remembered writing. In the heavenly worlds, such phenomena were accepted with reverence. After all, the Heaven Immortal Sect had not acted in centuries. Their movements meant something massive. In the upper worlds, those chosen were celebrated with divine rites. But in the middle and lower worlds? Panic. Confusion. Sects scrambled to protect their most talented disciples, only to watch helplessly as they vanished mid-step, mid-meal, mid-prayer. Some tried to interfere. No one managed to resist before being swept away by invisible force. And in the Yu clan, it was no different. One by one, disciples standing on the great gathering field began to vanish. A ripple of light, and gone. No sound, no warning, just absence. Yu Xian stood frozen. He looked left, one line of disciples was gone. He looked right, another row vanished before his eyes. He blinked and saw a blur like starlight caught in motion as another disciple disappeared in front of him. He wanted to shout, to react, but he couldn't. It wasn't fear. It was awe. It's like some golden spaceship firing beams from the sky, he thought numbly. Wait, no, that's a very purple-headed titan kind of vibe. He turned quickly toward Ling Luo and Tian Miai and watched as they too vanished in streaks of divine light. He felt it then, a gentle tug, like someone calling his soul. The world rippled. Light swirled around him, but he felt no pain, no pressure, just a pulling sensation from deep within. And then, he was gone. In that instant, Yu Xian's form shimmered and disappeared, leaving behind only echoes and scattered stardust in the wind. The ground where thousands once stood was now almost half empty. Yu Changming narrowed his eyes, a glint of power flashing across them. It has begun. First Elder Yu Ying crossed her arms. They're being summoned. Second Elder Wu Jinhai gave a low hum. It's happening? Grand Elder Yu Qin softly strummed her guqin, a melancholic tone spreading through the air. They'll face trials, she murmured. Yu Changming glanced over the remaining disciples on the field, his eyes calm and unreadable. With a simple motion of his hand, he signaled the nearby elders to begin escorting them back to their respective quarters. Then, with a soft smile tugging at the corner of his lips, he thought to himself, they'll be fine. Especially after going through training. He nodded once, his confidence absolute. After all, how could they not survive after enduring that training? Without another word, he vanished from sight, leaving nothing but air in his place. Meanwhile, Yu Xian found himself standing on clouds. Or what felt like clouds. A vast white expanse stretched endlessly in every direction. It was as though he had stepped into a world of light and fog, the ground soft beneath his feet, the air perfectly still. Around him, others began to appear, first a few, then dozens, then hundreds. And not all of them were human. Some bore horns. Some had fur-lined limbs or elongated ears. A few floated slightly off the ground, their forms faintly translucent. Others were unmistakably not from any human world. Yu Xian blinked. Then blinked again. Whoa, different races. He was genuinely surprised. This was the first time he had encountered people creatures, outside of the human race. He had read about them, sure. But seeing them? That was different. This might actually be fun. That optimism lasted about a minute. More and more people continued to arrive until the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands, all crammed into this strange floating realm, each looking around in varying degrees of confusion, excitement, or guarded calm. Yu Xian considered looking for his clan mates Tian Miai, Ling Luo, perhaps even Lin Fan or Sweking, but stopped himself. I'll meet them soon. I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Then the white sky above their heads began to ripple like a calm pond disturbed by a drop of stone. The massive golden banner appeared once more, the words glowing like a divine decree. Heaven Immortal Sect. The moment it shimmered into existence, the clouds beneath them stilled, and the sky began to change, fading from brilliant white to soft, golden hues. From the air, a ripple appeared, and then, a spirit descended. It hovered in the air for a second, then slowly took form. The figure of a man in his 30s materialized, tall, well-dressed, and slightly ethereal, with hair that shimmered like stardust and robes that flowed without wind. He glanced down at the sea of gathered youths. Seems everyone has arrived, he said to himself. Then his voice rose not with volume, but with sheer presence and echoed across the space so that all could hear. Greetings, he began, arms folded behind his back. I am Tianling, the artifact spirit of the Mini-Heaven Immortal sect. I am Mini his ha ha ha. He began to laugh. A murmur ran through the crowd. Then Tianling continued, unfazed. The space you stand in now lies between realm. A temporary pocket dimension designed to host candidates from across your realm's many worlds. He gestured upward, and the golden sky rippled in response. At first, I was instructed to select a handful of minor realms for this cycle's recruitment. But during my travels, I became curious. His eyes sparkled mischievously. So, I added a few more. Yu Xian had a sudden image of someone being summoned while eating noodles. Tianling smiled faintly. But now that you're all here, it's time for the first trial, a simple test of body, spirit, and soul. The crowd immediately tensed. Tianling, however, raised a hand in reassurance. Worry not, it's very simple. He smiled like an oil merchant. Just survive. Silence. Yu Xian tilted his head. Of course. Why is it always just survive? Tianling continued, his voice almost cheerful. Of the many here, only a few thousand or hundred at most will remain. The rest, well, let's just say your journey ends early. He paused, giving them a moment to process. Then, he gave a short, polite bow. Well then, good luck. With a final smirk, he vanished into thin air just like that. No swirling light. No dramatic exit. Just gone. And around them, the golden sky pulsed once before splitting open with a loud, echoing crack. The trial had begun. Accidentally reincarnated in Cultivation World. Chapter 39, Trials 1, Body. Chapter 39, Trials 1, Body. The golden sky split apart with a low, echoing crack as though the heavens themselves had just been torn open. And from that tier, something enormous descended. A mountain. Its peak vanished into the mist of the higher sky, so tall and vast that even the people couldn't gauge its height. Before anyone could recover from the shock, a gate materialized at the base of the mountain, shrouded in thick fog and ancient aura. Massive eastern dragons coiled around its frame, each one shimmering with veins of molten gold. Their dragonic bodies twisted in perfect symmetry, scales gleaming like mirrors under divine light. They looked so lifelike that Yu Xian couldn't help but stop in awe. Those dragons, are they carved or alive? The gate slowly opened, revealing what lay beyond, a path made of golden stone, simple yet profound. It stretched forward, leading to the foot of the mountain. Above the gate, in grand calligraphy glowing with ethereal ink, one word pulsed. Body. Then came the voice of the artifact spirit, Tianling, his tone amused, yet distant. All you must do is reach the base of the mountain. That alone will qualify you for the next trial. That sounded easy enough, deceptively easy. Yu Xian wasn't fooled. Already, cultivators of all races began moving forward. Though there were no physical stairs, a glowing line had been etched into the golden path every 10 meters, each one radiant with energy. The first cultivators passed through the gate. At first, nothing happened. But then, the moment they stepped across the first line, many stumbled. Some even fell to one knee, gasping. Their bodies had been subjected to a sudden spike in pressure. Gravity had increased. A lot. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. So the path isn't as easy as it looks. Still, he couldn't afford to wait too long. There was no visible time limit, but that didn't mean there wasn't one. He stepped forward. The first line. Nothing. It was like walking across air. But when he crossed the second line, everything changed. A crushing force bore down on him, and his legs bent involuntarily. 10 times gravity. Around him, other participants struggled too, and not just humans. A massive humanoid with fur rippling down his arms groaned, knees trembling. Yu Xian immediately realized something was off. Wait, shouldn't other races with strong body handle gravity better than humans? But they were struggling too. That meant, this trial looks equal, but it's tailored to everyone individually. His eyes glinted. The trial is adjusting the pressure based on race, maybe even strength, bloodline. That was terrifying. Only something immortal or above could manipulate something simultaneously. Truly, an immortal wonder. That artifact spirit, it's not simple. Then he pressed on. The third line. His knees buckled. The gravity jumped easily 100 times. Muscles quaked. Sweat poured from his forehead. He saw one cultivator ahead vomiting blood, and another collapsing entirely. And yet, somehow, Yu Xian felt his body beginning to adapt. Suddenly he saw a system notification. Ding. Extreme strain on the physical body detected. User has not begun cultivation. Passive activation of cultivation technique. Body strengthening has begun. He felt it at once. A quiet warmth surged through his limbs, subtle but steady. His muscles no longer trembled. His breath steadied. His feet dug more firmly into the golden path. This, is it body cultivation? He couldn't say for sure. His technique was still unnamed, still unknown, but it had triggered automatically. His steps became more fluid. The fourth line brought burning heat like he'd been dropped into a furnace. Flames licked at his skin, but his flesh didn't burn. It boiled, pain surged, forcing his focus sharp. He endured it. The fifth line brought biting cold, the air turned frigid, his skin frostbitten. But his body began regulating itself, fire battling the cold from within. By the sixth line, he was walking through violent winds, each gust like a blade, each step a battle to stay upright. At the 7th, it felt like he was walking underwater heavy, wet pressure squeezed his lungs, threatening to drown him on dry land. The 8th his senses dulled. The world blurred, sound vanished. A mental fog settled, testing not his strength but his clarity. He grit his teeth, pressed forward. At the 25th line, his joints felt like they were grinding together under tons of metal. At the 40th, it was as though chains had wrapped around him, dragging his spirit into the ground. At the 65th, phantom illusions appeared. People from his family. His parents, smiling gently. A younger Ling Luo, laughing in the courtyard. Ming Tianmei handing him candy. Xiener, they whispered. Rest. You've done enough. His heart clenched. Illusions. He roared mentally, rejecting the false images. They dissolved like mist. By the 85th line, the gravity was so dense it began warping his vision. His spine cracked. His legs wobbled. He bit his tongue, focusing his mind. The pain sharpened him. He stepped forward. 92, 93, 94. Each line felt like wading through molten rock and fire at once. The 98th line nearly broke him. Yu Xian collapsed just for a second. But in a place like this, even a second of weakness felt like eternity. Teeth clenched. He punched the golden ground, the force echoing faintly through the mountain path. He pulled himself back up, his arms trembling, every bone in his body screaming in protest. And then, with a roar he said, "Not yet." He staggered forward and crossed the 99th line. But this time, it wasn't gravity or heat or illusions. No, it was raw pain. An invisible force surged through his entire body, not just his limbs but his nerves, organs, and even the marrow in his bones. His limbs spasmed, muscles contracting uncontrollably. His body began slipping out of his control. He bit his tongue, drawing blood just to stay conscious. Step by step, inch by inch, he made it. At last, he reached the 100th line, and collapsed. The moment he crossed, the pressure disappeared like it had never been there. A gentle golden light enveloped him. It wasn't healing, but it was soothing, like warm water washing away the pain. He lay there, breath ragged, chest heaving. The silence around him was deafening. Lifting his head slowly, he looked forward. No one. He was alone. Then he looked back down the golden path that twisted endlessly into the fog. Disciples were still struggling near the 75th line, panting, crawling, some even unconscious. Am I first? He blinked. Yu Xian didn't feel victorious. Not really. His body still ached. His spirit was drained. But his heart was calm. The golden glow continued to cradle his body gently, like an unseen reward for reaching this far. Well, I guess I've earned a short break. He sat up slowly, crossing his legs and letting himself rest. With time before the others arrived, maybe he'd be able to spot Ling Luo or Tianmei among the crowd. High above, unseen by most, the artifact spirit hovered near the peak of the mountain cloaked in swirling clouds of mist. Tianling watched the boy, eyes half-lidded, arms crossed. He let out a soft chuckle. Interesting, he murmured. Then disappeared. Time passed. The golden glow around him had faded, but his body still pulsed with a dull ache, the kind that lingered after testing one's limits. Eventually, a flicker of light in the distance caught his eye. One by one, people began to emerge from the fog-shrouded trial path. But not many. From the initial tens of thousands, now only a few thousand remained. As they stepped past the 100th line, most immediately collapsed, their bodies crumpling from exhaustion. Some lost consciousness on the spot. Others slumped down, gasping for air, trembling from the sheer toll the body trial had taken. Then came the now familiar golden glow. It descended gently over the new arrivals, soothing them, numbing the pain. It didn't heal but it helped. They groaned in relief, too tired to speak. Among the crowd, Yu Xian spotted Ling Luo. She emerged slowly, her steps sluggish. When she crossed the final line, she didn't even try to stand tall, she simply slumped down like a puppet with cut strings. Yu Xian's eyes softened. Without a word, he walked over, crouched down, and gently picked her up in his arms. Her breathing was ragged, but steady. He carried her back to his original spot and laid her down with care. Moments later, another flicker of light appeared. This time it was Ming Tianmei. She too walked forward, and as soon as she spotted Yu Xian, their eyes met. Her expression serene, unbothered, flashed with something unreadable. Then, like a professional actor, she let out a soft gasp and faked a stumble, collapsing dramatically. Yu Xian blinked. He tilted his head slightly, confused. Is she faking? For a brief moment, he thought about it but dismissed the suspicion as his imagination playing tricks on him. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe she really was exhausted. He sighed. Then, just like before, he went over, lifted her up with ease, and brought her to rest beside Ling Luo. Despite everything, both girls looked peaceful or perhaps mischievous in Tianmei's case. Scanning the thinning crowd, Yu Xian spotted a few more disciples from the Yu clan boys and girls he vaguely remembered from the tournament or clan grounds. Some were barely standing. Others crawled. He helped gather them, one by one, and led them back to the same resting area. When the others finally regained consciousness, they took notice of the situation. They had passed the first trial, that alone was a source of pride. Though their bodies still ached, no one complained. Everyone had the same quiet resolve in their eyes. And among them, Yu Xian, unknowingly, had become the de facto leader. He didn't declare it. He didn't ask for it. But when people referred to him, they naturally began to call him young master. Perhaps because of his calmness. Perhaps because of the way he had helped others without hesitation. Or perhaps, simply because he was the one they all ended up looking toward when unsure. Over an hour passed. The crowd had mostly settled, recovering in silence under the soft sky. Then, with a soft hum, Tianling, the artifact spirit, reappeared. He floated above the platform, still wearing that same carefree grin. All right, he said cheerfully. Time's up. He looked over the crowd, then added with exaggerated pity, to those who didn't make it, well, you're not fated with mini his. I see, haha. He chuckled to himself and clapped his hands. And in that instant with no grand light or explosion everyone who failed the first trial vanished. Not in pain. Not with noise. Just, gone. Back in the worlds, all across different cities, sects, clans, countless disciples reappeared in the exact place they had vanished from. Some returned in dramatic poses mid-strike. Others fell face first into someone's food they were eating. One unlucky soul reappeared directly in front of his sect's bathroom where he had vanished from, startling a poor disciple who was just about to relieve himself. Chaos. Hilarity. Confusion. The world, for those who failed the trial, resumed exactly where it had paused, leaving behind only rumors and the envy of those who knew they were almost part of something greater. Meanwhile, high above in the boundary between realm, those who remained, the chosen few, looked up toward the sky once more, waiting for what came next. Tianling, the artifact spirit, hovered above the field of golden petals. His arms were folded, and that same sly smile curved across his face. Well done, he said, voice both amused and approving. Those of you who stand here now, have proven that your bodies are worthy. He raised his hand, and the shimmering starlit sky above pulsed like a living thing. But a strong body alone is meaningless. A cultivator's spirit must endure despair, resist temptation, overcome confusion, and face truth. He clapped once. The ground trembled. From beneath their feet, vast, translucent lotus petals bloomed, each one large enough to hold a single person. They glowed softly with spiritual light. One petal for each of you, Tianling said. Stand upon it, and you will enter the trial of spirit. Yu Xian stepped forward alongside Ling Luo, Tian Miai, and few other disciples of the Yu clan. As soon as his feet touched the glowing petal, everything vanished. No transition. No wind. No warning. Just silence. Yu Xian opened his eyes. He was standing in his family courtyard. The gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming herbs. His mother stood by the garden, watering spirit flowers with a content smile. His father meditated nearby, bathed in soft sunlight. It was perfect. He blinked. What? Brother, a small voice called. He turned to see Ling Luo, no older than 8, running toward him with an innocent grin. She hugged him tightly, laughing. Behind her, a golden shimmer flashed and Ming Tian Miai appeared, arms folded and smirking. Xianer, didn't you promise to spar with me today? He froze. A voice soft, coaxing echoed in his mind. Stay here, Yu Xian. Let go of burden. Let go of ambition. Let go of struggle. You are loved. You are safe. It was tempting. Almost heartbreakingly so. A life of peace. No pressure. No future battles. But then, he chuckled. Stupid trial, he muttered aloud. I met Tian Miai after Ling Luo awakened. Just then, a system window appeared in his vision. Trait, mental resistance has been activated. The illusion cracked. The smiles froze. His family's eyes turned hollow, lifeless. Their distorted laugh rippled across the melting courtyard. You're clever, their voices snarled. But what if this was real? Wouldn't you want to stay? The scenery began to disintegrate, like paint washed off glass. Yu Xian stood firm. No, he said quietly. If I accept a false paradise, I'll never reach the truth. The last fragments of the illusion crumbled into light. A blinding radiance engulfed him, and he stepped out of the trial. Wasn't that a bit too easy, he thought, raising an eyebrow. Across the field of lotus petals, each disciple faced a different illusion. Some were tormented by nightmares, betrayal, failure, the fall of their clans. Others were offered everything: glory, power, beauty, immortality. Some wept. Others broke. And the petals beneath them slowly dimmed, and turned to gray. Those who failed didn't die, but they vanished, silently returned to their homes. Only the strong-minded remained. The lotus petals of those who endured glowed even brighter, shining like stars. One by one, figures emerged from the petals. Yu Xian stepped down, his eyes sharper, his breath steady. Ling Luo still knelt on her petal, her breathing ragged. But the glow beneath her was blinding. Tian Miai emerged with grace, dusting off her sleeves as if she'd just finished tea rather than faced a trial of the spirit. Yu Xian glanced at both but said nothing. Then, Tianling appeared again, this time without his usual smirk. With a wave of his hand, all those whose petals had faded vanished, removed without sound. Congratulations, he said, tone respectful. Your spirits remain unbroken. You've passed the second trial. The glowing lotus field began to fade beneath their feet, replaced by solid ground once more. Tianling grinned again, his eyes twinkling. Now then. His voice turned deeper. Let's see how strong your soul really is. Chapter 41, Trials 3, Soul. Tianling then clapped his hands again, a crisp, echoing sound reverberated across the empty space. The towering mountain, which had previously loomed high into the golden heavens, began to tremble and shrink. Stone cracked and compressed, its enormous height folding in on itself like a collapsing tower. Within moments, the once sky-piercing mountain was reduced to a structure roughly the size of a monumental palace, still grand, but now scaled for mortals to approach. From its base, 108 shimmering steps unfolded, each one glowing faintly with spiritual energy, like stars forming a path toward the heavens. At the summit, a flat golden platform awaited, swirling with divine mist. Tianling hovered just above the newly formed staircase, hands behind his back and that ever-smug smile painted across his face. "I'll be waiting at the top. Come quickly, you have only 1 hour," he said lazily. Then, as abruptly as he had appeared, he vanished into thin air. Hearing the time limit, the disciples below erupted into motion. Several immediately bolted for the staircase, fear and ambition flashing in their eyes. Yu Xian turned to his fellow Yu clan disciples and raised his voice just enough to be heard. "Don't rush. We don't know if these steps are laced with illusions, spirit suppressions, or soul pressure. Stay alert." "Agreed," said Lin Fan, his expression serious. The transmigrated Gaoling nodded in understanding. "One mistake here could cost us more than just time. We wouldn't want to faint halfway up the staircase," Yu Hao added, his solid frame already tensing for the climb. Mo Lin, the one with grandma in sword, stepped forward and asked, "Shall we proceed, young master?" Only a handful of Yu clan disciples remained after the previous trials. Survivors like Lin Fan, Mo Lin, Yu Sueking, Yu Bo, Yu Hao, Yu Zhen, and of course, Ming Tianmei and his sister, had proven themselves in body and spirit. Yu Xian could see it. These weren't ordinary peers. These were disciples bearing fate. Whether it was coincidence or not, they would carve their own legend. "We move," he said. "But not with haste. Let's not walk into a trap we can't see." Together with Ling Luo, Ming Tianmei, and the others, Yu Xian stepped toward the stairs. At first, it felt like walking through a cool mountain breeze. The first few steps offered no resistance, 1 step, 2 steps, 3, all the way to the 8th. But for the others, pressure. Like an invisible weight on the soul. Ming Tianmei glanced down at her feet, feeling a difference. It was easier than the last time she'd attempted something similar. She didn't understand why. Perhaps something within her had changed. Ling Luo, who had struggled during the body trial, felt her physique activate instinctively as if trying to shield her soul from the incoming pressure. Still, her steps became heavier with each movement. At the 9th step, the atmosphere changed. A dense pressure blanketed the surroundings. And with every 9th step thereafter, the 18th, 27th, and so on, the difficulty increased significantly. It was exponential, not linear. By the time they reached the 45th step, Yu Xian noticed the others slowing. "I'll go ahead," he said gently. None argued. Though they didn't say it aloud, they understood. If anyone deserved to test the peak, it was him. He climbed steadily, passing strangers along the way, most of them clearly not human. One figure had crimson skin and 4 arms, his eyes burning with divine light. Another had translucent wings and a form that seemed to flicker in and out of visibility. Yu Xian, unfazed, continued. He passed a humanoid being with gill slits on his neck, fins on his arms, and fish-like eyes. The fishman turned and called out, his tone arrogant and suspiciously noble. "You there? How are you walking so easily? Share your method with this young moss you there, don't ignore." Yu Xian waved casually and kept walking. Young master tropes again, he thought. The irony, of course, was lost on him. He was technically a young master himself. He caught up with Ling Luo and Tianmei as they approached the 99th step. That's where things shifted. The pressure was immense, not on the body or the spirit, but on the soul. Ling Luo managed to drag herself to the 107th step, knees shaking, but stopped. Ming Tianmei, ever composed, forced herself up to the 108th, and collapsed. Yu Xian? He strolled past the 108th step like he was ascending a hill on a sunny day. The moment he crossed it, a golden medallion appeared in his hand. Heaven Immortal Sect was engraved in bold characters, glowing faintly. He stared at it curiously, then turned to sit and wait. The clock was still ticking. One by one, the remaining Yu clan disciples fought their way higher. Most reached beyond the 60th step, impressive in its own right. But no one else reached the top. A few non-human cultivators made it to the 108th step. But no one crossed. Only Yu Xian stood at the summit. After exactly 1 hour, the golden light flared again. Tianling reappeared, this time with applause. "Good job," he said cheerfully, glancing at Yu Xian and the medallion in his hand. "Only one person qualified for the highest rank," he continued, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Excellent work." Silence. Dozens of cultivators stared at Yu Xian, their faces contorted in varying degrees of shock, admiration, and jealousy. Tianling burst into laughter. "Haha, just kidding. You only had to cross the 54th stair to pass." The tension broke like glass. Those on the lower steps erupted with relief. Some laughed, others cried. Except for the one poor soul standing exactly on the 54th step who now wept uncontrollably, his chance having slipped through his fingers with one missed step. Those below the cutoff vanished in shimmering light, returned to their original locations. The rest, the successful few, remained. Barely 100 out of tens of thousands. Tianling clapped once more. "Now then," he spun midair and pointed dramatically. "Welcome to the Mini-Heaven Immortal Sect," he declared. Chapter 42, The Mini-Sect 1. After Tianling's dramatic declaration, a sudden stillness swept across the floating mountain top. Then without warning a soft ripple of blue light shimmered into existence around each participant. The translucent glow surrounded every participant remaining, forming a protective, bubble-like barrier around their bodies. Yuxian glanced around as the air shifted. Then came the sensation of weightlessness. His feet lifted off the ground. So did Ling Luo's and Tian Miai's and the rest of the Yu clan disciples, all drifting slowly into the air, like leaves caught in a rising wind. Before they could question what was happening, the sky above cracked. It wasn't thunder, it was reality itself cracking. Fine golden lines traced themselves across the firmament. The once stable golden heavens began to fracture, under unseen pressure. The cracks stretched far and wide, branching like veins of light across the sky. The temporary dimension was collapsing. Yuxian narrowed his eyes. So the whole space was created just for this trial, and now that it's over, it's being discarded. All around him, other disciples floated helplessly in their individual bubbles, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and anxiety. Above them, Tianling hovered alone in the sky, hands raised. The artifact spirit formed a series of hand seals in rapid succession, blinding in speed, glowing with ethereal symbols that resonated with the very fabric of space. Then he clapped once. The separate protective bubbles began drifting toward each other. They didn't collide, instead, they smoothly merged into a massive sphere of glowing blue light, forming a perfect cluster in midair. Yuxian, Ling Luo, Tian Miai, and the remaining participants from various worlds floated gently into this larger construct. There was no pain, only a gentle tug, like being pulled into a warm current. When the last bubble was in place, a soft hum resonated across the sky. Tianling gave a small, satisfied nod. With a final flick of his hand, they vanished. They disappeared from the dimension like a stone dropped into a still pond. Below, the golden platform split. Above, the sky shattered completely, and the void devoured the remains of the trial. A massive blue bubble drifted silently through the void between minor realms, where space shimmered and twisted. It wasn't aimless. It surged forward at a speed beyond mortal comprehension, faster than light itself. The bubble shimmered with ethereal light, its surface pulsing softly, as though it carried something sacred. And it wasn't alone. Dozens more followed in its wake, each containing participants from distant minor realms, races, and trial zones. All were sealed within protective layers of the bubble, carried like treasured seeds across the void. Their destination loomed ahead. In the far distance, a colossal boundary revealed itself, a cosmic shield that stretched beyond sight, appearing like an endless dome. It wasn't merely a defense. It was a border. A veil that separated the minor realms from something far greater, or perhaps, kept something greater from spilling into the worlds below. No one truly knew. Was it a guardian? Or a prison? The lead bubble began to slow as it neared the great boundary. And near that divine curtain, anchored to its very edge, was a sight even more breathtaking. A floating continent. It was impossibly vast, dwarfing even the largest of heavenly worlds. From a distance, it looked like a divine landmass sculpted by the heavens themselves and suspended in the void like a sacred jewel. Towering mountains pierced into sky. Spirit rivers, glowing silver and gold, flowed through the valleys like veins of power. Ancient pagodas, majestic palaces, and immortal towers glimmered along ridges and peaks. This wasn't just a continent. It was a realm. A mini-realm. The domain of the mini-heaven immortal sect. As the first massive bubble arrived near the realm's perimeter, it gently halted, drawn toward the glowing runes carved into the outer barrier. One by one, the smaller bubbles merged into it, guided by invisible forces. Then, in perfect harmony, they all passed through the shield. Effortlessly, they vanished, absorbed into the sacred domain. Moments later, more bubbles emerged from the void, bearing survivors of other trials, from other corners. And like those before them, they too disappeared, entering the world that lay beyond the veil. The temporary trial space had ended. The true journey was just beginning. Xian's Chronicles, A Noble Deed Aftermath. Continued from chapter 34. Ha ha ha. I laughed heartily, receiving my monthly cultivation resources from the Mission Hall's Resource Center. This month had been eventful. I'd completed a few missions, mostly minor sect disputes, bandit suppression, and, of course, saving beauties left and right. Truly, I loved that part the most. Ha 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 ha. I laughed again, basking in my greatness. During one particular mission, I encountered an old man who claimed to sell legendary books, a traveling peddler of mysterious origins. At first, I scoffed. Picture books? For whom? Children? But as we spoke more, I discovered that the man who introduced himself as Jiraiya was not only the artist behind those picture books but a fellow cultivator with similar worldview. We talked about the Dao. We talked about art, passion, and balance. Strangely, I found myself thoroughly enjoying the conversation. Before leaving, I bought one of his works at discount, a thick, mysterious volume filled with illustrations. He said it was a discount for like-minded souls. That person with surname G was interesting. Upon returning to the clan, I had a decision to make: where to store this sacred treasure. Certainly not in my room. If my junior sister, that Demonis, ever found it, I'd never hear the end of it. Or worse, she'd steal it and make me beg for it back. No, I had to be smart. A thief never robs their own stash, right? So I chose the Grand Library, the safest place in the world, or so I believed. To keep things discreet, I tucked the book near the children's fairy tale section. No one goes there. And today was the day I'd return and bask in the glory of Jiraiya's art once again. I greeted the elder at the front desk with my usual charm, walked casually to the corner where I'd hidden the book, and froze. It was gone. No, I whispered, dread gripping my chest. I stared at the empty space where the book should have been, my soul momentarily leaving my body. Tears, real tears pricked at the corners of my eyes. But I held them back. No, I must stay strong. With a clenched fist and burning resolve, I looked toward the heavens and swore. Moki, will find the wretched little thief who took my sacred book even if I must search the whole world to do it. End. Chapter 43, The Mini-Sect 2. Yu Xian and the others stepped onto the floating continent, their eyes widening in awe. The scene before them was breathtaking. Endless mountains hung in the sky like inverted peaks. Spirit rivers coiled across the landscape like silver dragons, feeding lakes that shimmered with ethereal hues. Vast palaces stood suspended on floating platforms, grander than any kingdom they had ever known. On the way, Yu Xian noticed other bubbles arriving one after another, each containing participants from different realms, backgrounds, and races. With a soft pop, the bubble around them gently exploded into a fine mist and vanished. The first thing Yu Xian noticed was the air itself, denser, richer, humming with vitality. His gaze landed on droplets clinging to a nearby lotus leaf. They sparkled like dew, but pulsed faintly. Condensed spiritual energy, he thought. Even the moisture here is like a treasure. More bubbles descended nearby, one by one releasing other successful cultivators, humans and non-humans alike. He even saw elves, scaled beings, even a few creatures that looked like walking crystal statues. And then, just as the last group landed, Tianling, the artifact spirit, appeared before them once again. Hovering lazily in the air, arms crossed, he wore that ever-present smirk. Congratulations, everyone, he announced. You've officially become entry disciples of the Heaven Immortal sect. The crowd stirred. Some cheered. Others simply looked around, stunned. But Tianling wasn't finished. There are a few things you need to know before you get too comfortable. His voice took on a more serious tone. First, this domain, this mini-realm, won't remain in the lower realm forever. The maximum duration allowed is 10 years. That's all the time you get before this place ascends to the upper realm. So don't slack off. Whispers broke out among the crowd. 10 years? That was both long and short, depending on how one used it. Second, this is one of the richest spiritual environments you'll ever experience. If you can't improve your cultivation here, then you may as well give up. There won't be a second chance like this in your world. Third, although you're now considered entry disciples, your true status isn't solidified yet. The 10 heaven peaks will evaluate your potential. Some of you may be selected as disciples. Others, well, I won't say, but if you're very unlucky, you might not get selected at all. The crowd tensed. Fourth, and a surprise, there are already senior disciples here. A few jaws dropped. Yes, I know. We didn't tell you earlier. It was funnier that way. Some are from the immortal realms. You might be able to befriend them. And if you do well, after ascending in future you might get a backing as well. Tianling winked, then pointed toward a crystal standing nearby about the height of a grown man, smooth and transparent like flawless glass. Lastly, that's your registration crystal. Place your palm on it. It will generate your disciple medallion and assign a temporary residence. It will also suggest which of the 13 peaks you are most compatible with, based on your talents. People were already beginning to move toward it. But Tianling's tone turned a little heavy just for a moment. Now, a warning. He floated higher, eyes narrowed slightly. Don't cause trouble. While the true elders and top-tier disciples can't descend into lower realms, their clones can. Not everyone is present, but some are. The entire crowd froze. If you provoke the wrong person, well, you might die before you even understand what you did wrong. A cold wind seemed to blow through the crowd despite the warmth of the land. Tianling clapped his hands, cheerful again. All right, that's it. Shoo, go on, don't waste my time. And just like that he vanished, leaving behind hundreds of baffled, anxious, and eager new disciples. Standing before the towering transparent crystals, Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. There weren't just a few of them. There were hundreds, arranged neatly in rows, almost like a gathering of quest boards in some beginner's village. Each crystal stood quietly. Their surfaces were smooth and pristine, reflecting the newly arrived disciples in the fragments. Yu Xian muttered to himself, looks like a newbie checkpoint from an MMO. But he had to admit it was good. With so many people arriving from different places and races, at least no one had to queue up for days just to get started. Around him stood the remaining disciples of the Yu clan, Lin Fan, Mo Lin, Yu Sueking, Yu Bo, Yu Hao, Yu Zhen, Ming Tian Miai, and his sister, Yu Ling Luo. They, too, were observing the crystals with a mix of interest and caution. Yu Sueking broke the silence first. Should we move? She gestured toward a few people who had already begun placing their hands on the crystals. I don't think so, Ming Tian Miai replied calmly, folding her arms, very well knowing the outcome but still arguing because she was bored. Yu Ling Luo frowned. But everyone's exhausted from the trials. Wouldn't it be better to get it over with now and rest afterward? We should at least observe the others a bit more, Tian Miai argued. There might be hidden tests. This is a sect from the immortal realm, after all. Yu Bo nodded. Makes sense. You never know what if the crystals explode or drain our blood or ask for weird secret questions. That's oddly specific, Mo Lin said, eyeing him sideways. Yu Hao crossed his arms. Waiting won't hurt. We'll know if there's danger. But while you're all being cautious, Yu Xian interjected, there are times in life when hesitation is the real trap. He gave them a meaningful nod, clearly drawing from years of Earth-based internet wisdom. Opportunities don't wait. Cultivation doesn't wait. Sometimes, you have to jump in, especially when your competition is hundreds of other geniuses from dozens of realms. Mo Lin raised a brow. And what if we jump into a trap, young master? Yu Xian added dryly, then we die heroically. Yu Xian shrugged. A glorious mistake is still better than a cowardly regret. That's debatable, Ming Tianmei said. Ling Luo huffed. Why don't we just vote? The group exchanged glances. All right, Yu Sueking said. Raise your hand if you think we should go now. Yu Xian raised his hand immediately, unsurprisingly. Lin Fan joined him after a beat, followed by Yu Hao and Mo Lin. Yu Sueking, Ming Tianmei, Yu Zhen, and Yu Ling Luo hesitated, but then slowly raised their hands too. Wow, was it pointless? Yu Xian blinked. Mo Lin snorted. We just didn't want to listen to your speech again. The group chuckled, and the tension eased. Then let's go, Yu Xian said with a grin. Together, the disciples of the Yu clan stepped forward toward the glowing crystals, ready to begin the next chapter of their cultivation journey. Chapter 44, Confrontation? Yu Xian and his companions stood in a relatively short line, though the group ahead of them was anything but small. Nearly 100 figures organized, proud, and clearly from the same force clustered around a group of transparent crystals, each individual carrying themselves with an air of discipline and pride. In contrast, Yu Xian's group looked modest. But that was only when seen close up. Zooming out, the sheer scale of what surrounded them was staggering. Yu Xian swept his gaze across the massive plaza. Around them, other groups had arriving from all directions. Hundreds of blue bubbles had descended like rain from the skies, each depositing disciples onto the floating continent. Each bubble, from what Yu Xian had seen during their own journey through the void, carried roughly 100 participants. And judging by the crowd rapidly forming across the crystals, there were easily over 100,000 participants present. His eyes narrowed. So that's around 1,000 minor realms accounted for, and that artifact spirit Tianling had the audacity to call this a small event, he thought, equal parts impressed and overwhelmed. A chill crept down his spine. I haven't even explored my own world fully. And here I am, standing among people from thousands of others. Not to mention there are lower worlds, middle worlds, upper worlds, heavenly worlds, and now even the so-called immortal realms. It was humbling, even terrifying. His thoughts spiraled for a moment, but he caught himself. He remembered the long hours spent in the clan's grand library. While he had been restricted from cultivating, he trained his martial arts at the time and no one could stop him from learning. And so, he read everything available to him in that time. From that knowledge, he understood hierarchy of the minor realm. The lower worlds barren and harsh, where spiritual energy was rare and cultivation nearly impossible. The middle worlds capable of supporting cultivators up to the core formation stage, which is the third stage of cultivation realm. The upper worlds far richer in energy, where cultivators could thrive up to the supernatural realm, which is the sixth stage of cultivation realm. And finally, his own world, a heavenly world which, from the head deduced, could sustain up to the ninth realm. Whatever that realm's official name was, it had remained a mystery. When he tried to access that section in the library, the elder there stopped him, smiled and said, "You'll understand, when you're strong enough, come here again." Now, standing here, amid thousands from countless realms, Yu Xian finally grasped the meaning behind the old phrase, "There's always a bigger fish." That humbling thought was quickly interrupted by none other than Mo Lin's voice. "Whoa, young master. I think you finally met your match in beauty," he said, nudging Yu Xian with a grin. Yu Xian and the others followed his gaze and paused. There, near one of the crystals, stood a young woman. She had flowing, golden hair that shimmered like sunlight, and dark black horns curled gracefully from her forehead, forming a regal crown-like arc. Her skin glowed faintly, and even without any ornamentation, her presence was like that of royalty. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow. Even he had to admit she was striking. Beside him, Ming Tianmei's expression turned, terrifying. Yu Sueking, standing just within the radius of Tianmei's killing intent, shivered. Senior sister. She edged closer to Lin Fan. The poor protagonist, already burdened with the weight of his Gaoling's fate, chanted internally. I will cultivate to immortality. Girls are distractions. Focus. Distraction. Distraction. Focus. After all, he had no cheats, only blood, sweat, and the author's unreasonable expectations. Mo Lin, meanwhile, was still staring. I mean, she might actually be more beautiful than... Smack. Yu Xian slapped the back of his head. Don't say stupid things in public, he scolded. Or you'll stay single forever. Mo Lin looked around and immediately saw the way all the girls in their group were glaring at him. He wisely shut his mouth. The Dragonkeen group ahead continued their interaction. When the golden-haired woman placed her hand on the crystal, it glowed briefly, and a medallion appeared before her. The others did the same in order. Just as the last of them finished, several voices called out in unison. Congratulations, princess. Yes, congratulations, princess. The woman frowned. You don't have to act like clowns every time, she said. A few laughed sheepishly. But you are the future of our dragon clan, one said proudly. You're destined to be the strongest. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with you? You have immortal fate, princess, another chimed in. She sighed. Still, tone it down. With that, the group turned and began walking away right toward Yu Xian's group. Both groups paused. The dragons moved in overwhelming numbers, but the disciples of the Yu clan didn't step aside. Tension spiked in the air. One dragon man stepped forward, his voice laced with arrogance. Hey, humans! Move it! Can't you see the future of our clan is walking through? The Yu clan disciples didn't flinch. Yu Xian stepped forward slightly and said in a calm, neutral tone, "Hey buddy, there's plenty of space here. We've been waiting just like you. No need to act like this is your personal ground." The Dragon King's eyes flared with anger. "You insolent." Before it escalated further, the golden-haired princess raised a hand. "Enough," she said curtly. "Let's not waste time. I'm tired." She then looked Yu Xian directly in the eyes. He met her gaze without flinching. Then, without another word, the dragon group passed. Mo Lin, ever the opportunist, leaned in and whispered, "Young master, I think that dragon girl fell for your charm." Yu Xian's eyebrow twitched. The rest of the group tried but failed to suppress their laughter. But only one person wasn't amused. Ming Tianmei stared at the dragon princess's back like a predator sizing up her next meal. Shameless lizard, she thought coldly. Chapter 45, Peaks 1. After their brief standoff with the Dragon King group, Yu Xian and his companions finally approached the crystalline stations. The transparent crystals shimmered faintly, emitting a soothing hum. One by one, each of them placed a hand upon the crystal. The moment their palms touched the cool surface, a soft glow pulsed through the crystal, and with a faint chime, a medallion materialized out of thin air before them. The medallions hovered momentarily before gently falling into their hands. Within moments, everyone had theirs. Instinctively, Yu Xian willed his sense into his medallion and like a flash of lightning, streams of information flooded his consciousness. Each disciple stood silently, eyes momentarily glazed as their minds absorbed the data being transmitted. When it was over, they exchanged glances, somewhat disoriented. "Well, that was efficient," Yu Xian muttered, blinking as he processed everything. He was the first to speak again, looking at the others. "What's your quarters number?" "Mine's Ed 101. Ed 102, said Yu Lingluo with a tired yawn. Ed 103, replied Ming Tianmei, casually spinning her medallion on one finger. Ed 104, grinned Mo Linear, looks like we're neighbors. Everyone's quarters were near each other. Yu Xian rubbed his chin. "Is it because we registered around the same time?" "Maybe," Tianmei replied, looking thoughtful. "Or maybe the system just doesn't care." Yu Sueking offered dryly. "Well, which peak did you all get?" someone asked. Yu Lingluo, already stretching her arms, cut in before anyone could answer. "How about we discuss that tomorrow? I'm about to pass out." Everyone nodded in agreement. Even if they were wannabe cultivators, the long journey and the intense trials had taken their toll. The group followed the directions provided by the medallion and, after walking for about 20 minutes, arrived at a long, horizontal building. Its structure was simple, clean, and surprisingly modern in its design. There were multiple identical buildings around them, all seemingly part of a large residential district. Each complex appeared to hold around 100 rooms, lined efficiently in neat rows. How modern, Yu Xian thought as he eyed the entrance. The design reminded him oddly of an academy dormitory back on Earth, only far more elegant and refined in aesthetic. Finding his door at 101 right at the corner, he turned back to the group. "See you all tomorrow," he said, raising a hand casually. "Good night." Ling Luo waved back before disappearing into her room. Yu Xian entered his own quarters. Inside, the space was modest but comfortable. A soft meditation mat lay in the center of the room, a low bed was neatly tucked in the corner, and two smaller rooms branched off, one clearly a washroom, the other likely a bathing chamber. He didn't waste a second. The moment he saw the bed, he collapsed onto it, and within moments, Yu Xian slept like a log, the weight of the day finally catching up to him. The next morning, after what might have been the best sleep they'd had in years, the group slowly woke one after another. Since they hadn't planned a meeting time the night before, they ended up waiting around for each other in the corridor until everyone finally emerged. After regrouping, they followed the faint glow of their medallions, which gave them directional guidance to their destination. And their destination? What Yu Xian immediately identified with some amusement as the sex version of a cafeteria. Technically, it was called the Nourishment Hall, a fancy name, but in his heart, it would always be the cafeteria. There was no such thing as personal servant disciples here, at least not for outer or entry-level disciples. It was believed that a cultivator, even in training, should be capable of handling basic responsibilities themselves. And to be fair, most of the daily chores were already automated. Cleaning formations swept the grounds better than a person. Light arrays managed the lighting during nights. And food? Well, that was where things got interesting. As they entered the hall, they were greeted by the low hums of conversation, disciples of all kinds, seated in clusters, eating and chatting happily. Following the queue, they approached the food counter. Instead of chefs, what greeted them was puppets, sleek, metallic, and wooden constructs, likely powered by spirit stones and formations, efficiently distributing meals with precise movements. They handed out trays, adjusted portions, and somehow never once got an order wrong. Yu Lingluo gave one of the puppets a suspicious look. "That thing is smoother than me even after practicing 5 times. I feel amazed." Mo Lin replied as he took his tray. "At least you don't need to cook food now," said Yu Xian. After collecting their food, the group found an empty table in a quiet corner and sat together. As they began eating, the food surprisingly fragrant and tasty, the conversation naturally shifted. So, Mo Lin began between mouthfuls, I got recommended to the Martial Heaven Peak. What? You too? Me too. Yu Hao grinned. You too? Me too. Lin Fan said, raising his chopsticks like a sword. Me too. Yu Swecking smiled. The four of them stared at each other, and then broke into laughter at their own responses. Yubo, not missing a beat, chimed in with a more grounded tone. Well, I got recommended to Myriad Path Peak. Yu Zhan adjusted his sleeves and said, I was recommended to the Order Heaven Peak. Then, all eyes turned as Ming Tianmei casually spoke. I got assigned to Celestial Heaven Peak. A beat later, Yu Lingluo added, nonchalantly, and I was recommended to Chaos Heaven Peak. The table went silent for a few seconds. Well, that explains a lot, Mo Lin muttered, chewing slowly now. Those were among the most prestigious peaks, from the information they got. And finally, all eyes turned toward the last one yet to speak. Yu Xian placed his chopsticks down and sipped his tea. Well, He paused. The group leaned in. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. I'll tell you after breakfast. Everyone groaned. Chapter 46, Peaks 2. The group had just finished their breakfast, the atmosphere still light from earlier jokes. That is, until Mo Lin leaned forward, wiping his mouth. So, young master, which peak did you get? He asked, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yu Xian looked around at their eager, expectant faces and sighed, slowly setting down his cup. Then, in his usual calm voice, he said, well, I didn't get assigned to any peak. The response was instant. What? A wave of surprise hit the table as everyone's expressions turned to confusion. Discussions broke out immediately. Do you think there was a fault with his medallion? Mo Lin asked, scratching his head. Stop acting stupid, Mo Lin, Lin Fan retorted, rolling his eyes. If there was a fault, it wouldn't just be on his alone. Yu Lingluo narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Yu Xian. Wait, don't tell me you're actually unlucky. Yu Xian simply face-palmed. With a sigh, he brought out something that immediately changed the mood. A shimmering golden medallion. The table fell silent. Shiny. Mo Lin was the first to break it, eyes wide. Yu Xian held it up, letting it glint in the morning light. I got this after I crossed the 108th step during the soul trial, he explained casually. So, I'm guessing that's why my peak assignment was a little different. Everyone leaned in to stare at the medallion as if it might reveal secrets just by being looked at. Then Yu Xian glanced at Ling Luo with a slight smirk. Still think I'm unlucky. Ling Luo huffed and turned her head away with a pout. Still doesn't mean you're special. Yu Xian chuckled. Of course. Earlier that morning, after noticing that his basic medallion hadn't displayed any peak recommendation, Yu Xian had experimented with the golden one. To his surprise, it worked and more than expected. When he willed his intent into it, and then knowledge flooded his mind. This golden medallion wasn't just symbolic, it granted direct access to become an inner disciple of any peak of his choosing. Additionally, it came with a built-in map of the sex domain, detailed peak descriptions, and even a sort of internal message board system. Though, messaging an elder apparently still required their approval. As Yu Xian quietly browsed through the information in his mind, he reflected on the peak assignments of the others. 4 people from the Yu clan, Lin Fan, Mo Lin, Yu Hao, and Yu Swecking had been recommended to Martial Heaven Peak, a haven for cultivators focused on weapon deo, known for its many minor peaks and direct, no-nonsense martial culture. Yubo, true to his name and with his affinity for formations, was assigned to Myriad Path Peak, the scholarly hub, a place for those studying formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. Yu Zhen had been sent to Order Heaven Peak, known for its strict code and righteous cultivators who lived by law, justice, and discipline. Ming Tianmei, unsurprisingly, had been placed in Celestial Heaven Peak, a mysterious and ethereal peak focused on fate, karma, destiny, and divination. And finally, his sister, Yu Lingluo, had been assigned to Chaos Heaven Peak, a peak infamous for its eccentric geniuses and unpredictable paths. Though their numbers were few, they were among the most powerful and most feared. That last one concerned Yu Xian a little. He knew how chaotic that peak's reputation was. Still, if anyone could thrive there, it was probably his sister. After taking it all in, Yu Xian exhaled. He had the luxury to choose. But that also meant he was still jobless. He tapped the medallion against the table. So, where should I go? He muttered to himself. And for once, even Yu Xian wasn't sure. He had the rare privilege to choose any peak, a golden medallion that could open any door. But that made the decision even harder. Still, recalling his own talents, he decided to seek help from the one thing that never failed him. Mentally, he commanded, "System, evaluate my talent." A familiar black and gold screen shimmered into view. Talent evaluation. Cultivation talent, SSS+. Martial talent, SSS. Deo comprehension, SS+. Affinity, SSS. All elements, L. Darkness, L. Light, X. Soul. Equals. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. After his awakening, he had reviewed this once before and it had changed again. His overall talent had increased. He now had an SSS rank affinity for all elements, something that even heaven-grade geniuses would envy. His darkness and light affinities were now labeled as L, and he still had no clue what that meant. Some kind of latent class? Legendary? Limitless? Lunatic? The system refused to elaborate. But his soul affinity still sat at X rank, untouched. That was reassuring. X was above all other grades, he knew that much. And there was a peak that specialized in the Soul Mirror Peak, a place said to house soul cultivators, psychic, illusionists. Still, he thought about another peak, the Elemental Heaven Peak. A peak known for cultivating the extremes of elemental power. Now, with his SSS-rated affinity for all elements, perhaps it was the right choice, as he already had a cultivation technique given to him by the system. And his martial technique, from his experience during his time training, all the mortal martial techniques he had learned, eventually got merged into the one given by the system. So he thought, the case with his cultivation technique will be similar. He too, had the ambition of merging all the cultivation techniques and martial techniques present till date into a peerless technique and becoming the #1 expert under heavens. But he knew this dream was too far-fetched and nearly impossible with his weak self now. So, he nodded to himself and looked up. I think I'll choose Elemental Heaven Peak, he said calmly. The others glanced at him, a mix of curiosity and acceptance in their eyes. No one questioned it. After all, it was Yuxian, their official young master. And everyone could already feel it. Whichever peak he joined, something big was bound to happen. Tip. Chapter 47, Orientation Dodged. Now what should we do? Ling Luo asked, stretching lazily as she leaned back in her chair. Maybe we should check out the peaks, suggested Yu Swecking. That's not a bad idea, Yu Xian nodded thoughtfully. But we just arrived yesterday, Yu Bo interjected. Shouldn't we explore the sect grounds first? We could do that too, Lin Fan added, ever the flexible protagonist. Mo Lin raised an eyebrow. It's all huge anyway, might as well wander a bit. Yu Xian leaned back, casually tapping his medallion. We still need to figure out how the point system works. Our food and rooms are only free for a month, after that sect points for everything. Everyone quieted at that. The information had been made clear through the medallion the day before, after the 1-month grace period. Everything, lodging, meals, training resources, missions would cost sect points. Even basic cultivation resources would have to be earned. Yu Xian thought it was so game-like giving them growth period, or the newbies would be killed for XP. And the best way to understand how to earn those points, Yu Xian continued, is by asking the senior disciples already living here. That means, social interaction, Mo Lin groaned. You'll live, Ling Luo snorted. They were just about to wrap up their breakfast and begin their sightseeing and investigation of the section. When it happened, everyone's medallions pulsed with light at the same time. Not just theirs. Every disciple present in the nourishment hall saw their medallion glow faintly for a second, and then a stream of information flowed directly into their minds. The message was short and clear. All new disciples must gather near one of the registration crystals within the hour. A senior disciple will arrive shortly to explain sect protocols, systems, and expectations. Attendance is mandatory. Yu Xian blinked. Well, there goes the sightseeing. Just when I was getting into the mood, Mo Lin sighed dramatically. No escaping fate, said Ming Tianmei trying to sound mysterious, then standing up. Everyone else groaned, but agreed. We'll explore later, Yu Swecking said, standing as well. Let's get this over with. The group made their way through the sect pathways, following the map embedded in their medallions. Despite its vastness, the guidance system was quite intuitive. After 20 minutes of casual walking and occasional complaints from Mo Lin about sore legs, they arrived at one of the central squares where dozens of large registration crystals were placed. Settling in near one, they passed the time with light chatter, waiting for the senior disciple to arrive. Along the way, Yu Xian and his group passed by the dragons they had clashed with the previous day. The horned beings were gathered near another registration crystal, seated proudly as if the whole world owed them space. But surprisingly, they didn't make a fuss this time. Yu Xian's group chose to ignore them, and the dragons, for once, returned the favor. It seemed neither side was eager to stir unnecessary trouble, at least not today. Soon, more disciples began gathering near their own registration crystal. Small groups from different realms, clustered together, each with unique appearances and auras. As they waited, Yu Xian struck up light conversations with a few nearby disciples. One in particular stood out, a slightly chubby young man with an easygoing smile and a spark of mischief in his eyes. When Yu Xian introduced himself, the other boy puffed his chest and grinned. You can call me Fatty Fu? Everyone does. Yu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He's definitely the money guy for some poor protagonist. They chatted briefly about their respective realms before a flicker of light caught everyone's attention. A man in white and gold robes approached, radiating calm authority and a friendly demeanor. 3 golden lines ran down his sleeve. They did not know what it represented. The group, now numbering over 70, quieted down. The disciple looked them over and laughed, genuinely relieved. Ah, thank the heavens. Only 73 of you. I don't want to handle a large group with nearly 1,000 disciples present, he said, looking near the crystal where another inner disciple with a grim look was nearly surrounded with 1,000 people. He took a step forward, raising a hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Ye, inner disciple of the Order Heaven Peak. Nice to meet you all. His tone was light and casual, almost too casual. Today, I won't take up too much of your time, he said, glancing around at the slightly tense crowd. Honestly, trying to give you all a grand tour today would be a mess. You'd probably forget everything by tomorrow anyway. A few laughs broke out. So, how about we meet tomorrow, same time, same place, and I'll walk you through the important stuff then. He smiled like a fox trying to avoid paperwork. Some of the disciples narrowed their eyes, suspecting a scam. A few even whispered about switching to a different guide. But then Yingye added, before that, let me register your medallions. I don't want you getting marked as missing. Resigned sighs filled the group, but everyone obediently raised their medallions. A faint golden light flickered from Yingye's own medallion as he synced their information. His expression was calm until his eyes froze midway. 72, 73, wait. His brow twitched. One inner disciple. He blinked and looked up. Who here is Yu Xian? Yu Xian, standing right near the front, raised his hand. That's me, senior brother. Yingye looked him over the delicate features, the composed gaze, the unfairly beautiful face. Are you really male? He blurted. The group froze. A shadow passed over Yu Xian's face. Yingye coughed awkwardly. My bad. No offense, brother Xian. You've got a bright future ahead. He gave a thumbs up and quickly changed the topic. Well then, tomorrow, same place, same time. Be there. I'm out. And with that, Yingye ran off in the direction he came from, clearly not wanting to dig a deeper hole. The group was left blinking in silence. Well, Mo Lin muttered. That was something. Yu Xian sighed. I'm getting used to it. Barely. Chapter 48, Forest. After Yingye departed, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many disciples exchanged parting words and went their separate ways, eager to begin their new lives within the Heaven Immortal sect. Yu Xian and his group remained together, casually discussing what to do next. So, should we head into a nearby forest and hunt a monster for dinner? Lin Fan suggested, his voice unusually lively. The others blinked in surprise, then Yu Sueking smirked. You're surprisingly useful at times. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Fan's expression twisted into something between pride and pain, equal parts flattered and offended. Yu Xian glanced at his golden medallion, activating its map function with a thought. There's a forest not far from here. We could grab some weapons and go for a short expedition. You get extra features. Ling Luo asked with a slight pout. Yu Xian nodded. Yeah, my medallion shows a more detailed map. We should be able to navigate without getting lost. The others exchanged looks of envy. Without further delay, they returned to their quarters to collect weapons. Surprisingly, each room came with a small stand in one corner, holding basic armaments: a simple sword, a saber, and a spear. Nothing ornate or enhanced, just sturdy and practical. After gathering their gear, the group regrouped outside. Mo Lin squinted at the bright sky and wiped his forehead. It's seriously hot. Yu Bo looked up, shielding his eyes. I still wonder how they manage such massive formations here. When we arrived in the bubble, all we saw was a floating continent, but now there's a full sun in the sky. Yu Zhen's eyes sparkled. Isn't that exactly why this place is so special? Just being able to cultivate here is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone nodded in agreement, a quiet sense of gratitude washing over them. With spirits lifted and blades in hand, the group turned toward the forest. Their first real adventure as entry disciples of the Heaven Immortal sect was about to begin. After walking for nearly an hour, Yu Xian and his group finally arrived at the edge of a lush, expansive forest. Along the way, they'd passed a few disciples and stopped to ask them about the area. The responses were vague. The beasts in this forest are a little tricky, one disciple had said, rubbing the back of his neck. But their meat's pretty tender. Better than the nourishment hall stuff, that's for sure. When asked for more details, the man simply smiled awkwardly, and Yu Xian noticed his head was slightly swollen. Noted, he thought, not pointing towards his head. Still, despite the ominous hint, they continued forward. As they reached the forest's perimeter, they noticed a few more disciples lingering nearby, chatting, gathering herbs, or scouting the area. It made them hesitate for a moment. Maybe this would turn out to be a bland experience after all? That's when Ling Luo stepped forward and said with a grin, let's go inside the forest already. Everyone nodded. They were confident in their strength, and besides, a little exploration never hurt anyone. Probably. As they stepped into the forest, the air changed. The trees seemed to hum softly, almost as if the forest itself had a soul. Shafts of light filtered through the dense canopy above, and the deeper they went, the more alive it all felt. Along the way, they came across some strange and occasionally hilarious plants. There was a round, bright red mushroom that released a burst of glowing embers when poked. Mo Lin, of course, poked several in a row and ended up singing some of his hair. Then came a striking blue vine that released a misty, shimmering gas when disturbed, cool to the touch but oddly reactive. Yu Bo got too close, inhaled a whiff, and immediately began sneezing uncontrollably for a full minute, his nose running like a broken spirit spring. He looked like Bo-chan from a certain Japanese anime for kids. Next, they found a bizarre plant that grew its roots above the ground and stems underneath, making it look like it was planted upside down. A nearby tree shifted its branches slowly whenever no one was looking directly at it, suspicious enough to make them all circle around it at least twice before moving on. And, perhaps most normal of all, there was a flower with teeth. Real, chomping teeth. It bit Lin Fan's sleeve when he got too close. He muttered something about suing the forest to court. Eventually, they stumbled upon their first creature. To Yu Xian's surprise, it was a horned rabbit, but not the kind he expected. Instead of a sharp horn, this one had a massive, flat-tipped one that resembled a blacksmith's hammer. It stood in the clearing, staring at them with tiny, glowing red eyes full of menace. Yu Xian had deep thoughts about it. Is this a beginner zone for a MMORPG game? Before anyone could comment, Mo Lin, immortal bless his brave and reckless soul, charged forward with his sword drawn. Got it, he yelled. His treasured sword gleamed, the one that housed the spirit of a nagging grandma. And, right on cue, a voice echoed in his head. You idiot. Rushing in without knowing your opponent's capabilities is a great way to lose your teeth. Mo Lin rolled his eyes. Yeah, he muttered aloud, ignoring her completely. The rabbit didn't move. Not an inch. Until Mo Lin stepped into its range. In the blink of an eye, the horned rabbit vanished. Then bonk. A loud, crisp sound echoed through the clearing as the rabbit reappeared in front of Mo Lin and slammed its hammer horn into his forehead. Mo Lin staggered backward, clutching his head. You damn rabbit. A visible lump had already formed on his forehead. He tapped it gently and winced. The others couldn't hold it in anymore. They burst into laughter. Even the usually composed Lin Fan cracked a smile. Ling Luo was full-on wheezing, and Yu Sueking was trying to cover her mouth, failing miserably. Yu Xian shook his head with a grin. Classic Mo Linear. Chapter 49, Fight 1. Mo Lin continued chasing the horned rabbit, and sometimes, the rabbit chased him instead. It darted through bushes, ambushing him with sneaky headbutts more than once. Mo Lin, stubborn as ever, refused to give up. Bruised and slightly dizzy, he kept running after the creature with gritted teeth. Eventually, he managed to land a critical hit, slowing the rabbit down. After a few more exchanges and narrowly dodging another surprise bonk, he finally managed to kill it. He returned to the group triumphantly, holding the rabbit's body over his shoulder like a prized trophy. His clothes were slightly dusty, his face was scratched, and there was a visible lump forming on his head, but he looked pleased with himself. Ha ha ha, let's eat the food I hunted myself, he declared proudly. Everyone clapped and thanked him, appreciating the effort, even if they had all just watched the chaos unfold like a live-action comedy. Finding a shaded clearing nearby, the group set up a simple campfire. Who's skinning the rabbit? Yu Xian asked casually. Immediately, all the girls turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't heard him. Well, I guess we'll settle this the old way, Yu Xian muttered, and they played a quick game of rock paper scissors. The unlucky Yu Hao, the broadest and most muscular of the group, lost. Ugh, fine, he grumbled and got to work, carefully skinning and cleaning the horned rabbit. After the meat was prepped and a fire was lit using some spirit kindling stones, they began roasting the rabbit. Soon, the aroma of grilled beast meat filled the air. This is amazing, Yu Bo said, his mouth watering as he wiped it with his sleeve. Killing a mid-stage chi condensation horned rabbit isn't bad, Lin Fan commented between bites, his tone neutral, but that was high praise coming from him. Indeed. Its meat really is tender, Yu Xian added, chewing slowly and savoring the taste. Though they made light of it, every normal cultivator knew that killing a mid-stage chi condensation realm beast wasn't a minor feat, especially alone while still being immortal. Had it been a regular mortal, their head would have been busted in the moment the rabbit's hammer-like horn connected. This only confirmed that they weren't just talented. They were rising stars, rare even among their heavenly worlds. But their little show didn't go unnoticed. Suddenly, the quiet forest atmosphere shifted. From the distance, the heavy sound of padded feet thudded against the earth. Multiple beasts, fast and coordinated, were approaching rapidly. Yu Sueking groaned, her hand still gripping a half-eaten rabbit meat. I just wanted to eat in peace. I want to fight now, Lin Fan shouted with burning excitement, his eyes gleaming. Like the simple-minded protagonist he embodied, he never avoided a good brawl even when it was the most logical choice. Having watched Mo Lin earlier, his blood was pumping with anticipation. The group quickly shoved the last bites of meat into their mouths, then stumped out the campfire. The sound grew louder. Then, growls, low, echoing, and filled with malice were heard. Emerging from the tree line came over more than 20 wolves, each covered in white, spiked fur. Their eyes gleamed with a faint blue glow, intelligent and vicious. From their pressure alone, it was clear they ranged from early to mid-stage chi condensation realm. But that wasn't the real threat. Behind them came a massive wolf larger than any of the others, its fur a steel-gray color, not white like the rest. Its body shimmered under the light, as if its fur were blades of metal. The aura it radiated was overwhelming, clearly a boss. A peak-stage chi condensation. Yu Bo muttered grimly. This will be tough. Standing taller than Yu Bo himself, the grey wolf growled low and slow, the ground beneath its paws cracking slightly. The group tensed. This wasn't a single target like before. This was a coordinated pack, following instinct and leadership. They were outnumbered, but no one backed down. Instead, they grinned. Yu Xian now was seated on a nearby tree branch, watching them with a serene smile. You all can handle this. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be called geniuses. Too cruel, young master. Yu Zhan complained with a twitching brow, but there was no real anger in his voice, only grim understanding. Their so-called de facto leader had just sat this one out, and now, all eyes were on them. Refusing would be shameful. And for cultivators walking the path of power, pride mattered. To be seen shrinking back from a beast tied in front of their peers? Unthinkable. With their blood boiling and competitive spirits flaring, each of them stepped forward to meet the charge. Weapons drawn. The fight had begun. The large grey wolf, clearly the boss, didn't move. Instead, it did what all good bosses were known for. Let the underlings do the dirty work. With a low, guttural growl, the surrounding white-furred wolves responded in unison. They spread out, circling the group like seasoned predators. Their glowing blue eyes locked onto their targets with chilling focus. A single, high-pitched howl cut through the forest and the wolves pounced. Their coordination was alarming. As if trained, the pack moved to split the group apart, isolating them one by one. Among the group, Yu Zhen looked the most worried. On the other hand, Ming Tianmei stood perfectly calm, sword in hand, unbothered by the approaching danger. Then, Lin Fan, as expected from some transmigrated protagonist, took the lead. With no plan, no formation, and full enthusiasm, he raised his weapon and shouted with a laugh. Now we fight. And just like that, chaos erupted. The wolves lunged, and blades met claws. From his place near the back, Yu Xian watched calmly, until something caught his attention. His gaze shifted toward the deeper part of the forest towards something that was watching them from afar. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and vanished from where he had been sitting. Chapter 50, Fight 2, A/N, 50 chapter milestone completed. The wolves struck with ferocity. It was chaos, but not disorder. These weren't like mindless beasts. They had tactics. As the first chilling howl rang out, the white-furred wolves lunged with unified precision, their spiky coats bristling and glowed faintly under the filtered sunlight. Lin Fan was the first to meet them head-on. His blade met a wolf's claw with a sharp metallic clang. Sparks flew. 3 more wolves leapt from his flank. He ducked low, letting one pass overhead before pivoting and launching a diagonal slash clean, efficient, deadly. A severed wolf's body collapsed at his feet with a dull thud. He didn't pause. Sweat trickled down his brow, but his smile widened. This is what I need, he roared, eyes gleaming with battle lust. He was simple-minded, but his fighting spirit burned bright. Not far from him, Yu Sueking danced between 2 wolves, her twin blades flashing like silver lightning. Her style was fast and methodical, each movement sharp, controlled. She avoided engaging more than 1 wolf at a time, instead circling them to create isolation. If we reduce their numbers, it will be easier to fight them, she thought. 1 wolf lunged, snarling. She blocked its claws with one blade and struck its belly with the other. A second strike. A third. The wolf groaned before collapsing, blood pooling beneath it. She moved on without hesitation. Yu Hao, clad in minimal armor but wielding thick knuckle gauntlets, charged with wild enthusiasm. He wasn't fast, but he didn't need to be. A punch to the skull crack flattened the first wolf. Another lunged from the right. Yu Hao twisted, planting his foot and delivering a devastating side kick. The wolf flew like a sack of meat, slamming into someone else with a resounding thud. Hey, who threw that dog? It was Mo Lin, momentarily staggered, now fending off 3 mid-stage chi condensation wolves. His treasured sword home to a nagging grandma spirit was as noisy as ever. Idiot boy, stop taking? Swing your sword properly. Yeah, I'm working on it, he shouted back mentally. Gritting his teeth, Mo Lin charged, his sword sweeping wide in a furious arc. His sword sang through the air, forcing the wolves to dance backward. Yu Bo and Yu Zhen weren't powerhouses, but they had teamwork. Yu Bo drew the wolves' attention, swerving and dodging nimbly, baiting them into sloppy lunges. Yu Zhen followed, attacking them. It wasn't flashy, but it worked. On the other side of the battlefield, the wolves who drew Yu Lingluo as an opponent soon realized their mistake. She was enjoying herself. 1 wolf leapt bang, a high kick sent it flipping. Another lunged smack, a palm to the nose disoriented it. A third howled only to be smacked in the rump with a stick she'd picked up for fun. She didn't even draw her weapon. These wolves were beginning to regret life. If wolves could cry, these would be sobbing. Because this was too much bullying, even they had standards. Ling Luo even yawned. Come on, this can't be all you've got. Ming Tianmei, on the other hand, was a storm of silence. She summoned her sword intent, and it shimmered a radiant silver aura that wrapped around her blade. Every move was graceful. Every strike, fatal. She didn't shout. She didn't posture. She simply killed. 2 wolves charged together. She spun, delivering twin cuts in opposite directions. Their bodies collapsed without even a whimper. Too easy, she thought, frowning slightly. But she remained vigilant. Her eyes constantly scanned the battlefield, always aware of her allies' positions, even Yu Xian's, except he was gone. Where's Yu Xian? She muttered. At the edge of the forest clearing, where Yu Xian had been calmly observing moments earlier, there was only silence. Unbeknownst to the others, he had vanished the moment he sensed something in the shadows watching the battle unfold. But the team didn't have time to dwell on that. Because the boss was still waiting. The giant grey wolf still hadn't moved. Its fur shimmered like steel, its eyes burning with cold intelligence. When the tide started turning, when its underlings began to fall one by one, the alpha wolf finally growled. Truly, being a boss monster, if he didn't have any underlings, then it would shame the whole boss community. And the main question was, who would do his odd jobs? Who will he give orders to? Who would he bully if he was bored? And the boss monster psychology definitely said, only help underlings in the end. So, its paw stepped forward. The earth trembled slightly. The large grey wolf let out a howl. And the great battle was about to begin. On the other side of the battlefield, Yu Xian had already slipped into the deeper part of the forest. Not too far, just enough that the sounds of clashing steel and howling wolves became faint echoes. Here, the trees grew denser and their shadows grew long and quiet. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Everything appeared normal at first glance, a tranquil area of forest untouched by the chaos behind him. But his instincts whispered otherwise. Something was off. His eyes narrowed as he turned slowly in place, trying to locate the source of the unease. The forest here was too still. No rustling leaves. No chirping insects. Just an eerie silence. Then, he noticed it. The trees. They cast shadows in odd directions, not from the sun, but from something else. Something that wasn't visible. Whatever it wasn't in plain sight. It was hiding, in the shadows. Yu Xian's gaze sharpened. There's definitely something wrong here, he thought. Instead of charging blindly, he circled the area, careful not to make a sound. The air grew cooler the closer he stepped toward the tree line. That trait would be most useful in this situation. He recalled about a particular trait, his only active trait that he didn't use too often. Then, without hesitation, he activated his trait, or as cultivators called it, his divine ability, soul vision. An invisible light flickered across his black pupils. And in that instant, the world changed.